Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We've already made it to a hump day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning and shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And yesterday at Fenway, no, I'm kidding.
I was like, don't break a promise that quick.
Not doing it. Not doing it. We're going to start with the breaking news from Bobby in Crosstalk. And I need to create a House of Cards chart back here on the wall to keep track. Because that, to me, the Dallas Morning News comes out with their big cover piece of what the theme for the Cowboys season is going to be in their mind. For me, it's a House of Cards. I've been saying that. And add, technically, your starting left tackle to the list. As Bobby, you broke the news of Chuma Udoga out with the broken toe.
Yep, and he is going to be out. The likelihood is he's going to start the season on injured reserve, so that knocks him out for at least the first 4 weeks of the year. But this is probably about a 6-week recovery, but it could go up to as much as 8. Now, the Cowboys were not officially saying yesterday, fracture, break, whatever. Mike McCarthy was sticking to the description you saw put out there in the media yesterday, which is significant toe injury. And Clarence Hill even asked him, he said, so is it a fracture? And Mike said, it's a significant toe injury. It's like, okay, well, I don't know why they would just say it's broken, but it is broken, and it means it's Tyler Guyton time.
Now, how much of a change of course is this really for them? I know that we have been advocating for Tyler Guyton just to go ahead and start out there at left tackle. Dak may feel differently with Myles Garrett, and the Cowboys offensive line coach may feel differently. So does this count as an absolute change of plan for game one because Guyton is not supposed to be starting?
I think that this is, look, you don't root for injury, but this is like the House of Cards being rebuilt. I would rather have Guyton start. I think he's, obviously with the upside. If anybody's going to stop Myles Garrett week one, I think it's Guyton.
Like, this is good for us, exciting for us, bad for coaches. Is that a way to put it?
Yeah, or the coaches would at least feel like it's not as stable a position for them. That, like, they feel like, I think they're over with the coaching staff. They feel like Tyler Guyton is a more talented player. Obviously he is. He's a first-round pick. He's a high upside kind of guy. They feel like he's more talented. They don't feel like because just the fact that he's rookie, that he's totally ready to know all of his assignments. So if you're busting on 5 or 6 plays a game, that's tough for them to live with because they feel like you're really blowing stuff up. I can live with Udoga's just not as good as Myles Garrett. I can't live with Tyler Guyton should be able to make a play, and it's because he just didn't know where he was supposed to be. So that's kind of where they're going to be on it. That's just a coach's thinking safety, especially when you're on one-year deals.
Here's Mike McCarthy on what Udoga's injury means for the rookie.
Tyler's doing a good job. Obviously, the illness was a setback, so he'll continue to get more work, and he'll be in there with the ones. And we just want to keep moving forward with him. I thought he had good snaps in the game, but obviously, young player just needs as many reps as possible. Thought he played well. He's definitely very comfortable. You can see his natural skill as far as hands and his feet. His athletic ability stands out. Just needs reps. And the fundamentals, the techniques, and obviously really the time that he missed is probably really the only setback. So I think clearly with the available opportunities in front of him, this will be something I know he'll take full advantage of.
And you hear him there, like you hear it in McCarthy's voice. He's excited about the upside. He's excited about the stuff, but he's like, he comes back on. Obviously the fundamentals and the technique and,
stamina.
That kind of stuff that's going to be the stuff that they're going to have concerns with. And that's why they've a lot of times defaulted to Brock Hoffman at center or other things. This is playing out remarkably similar to the way Tyler Smith did, which we talked about. Why isn't Tyler Smith starting? Same sort of thing. We get to camp and we go, why isn't Tyler Guyton starting? Well, it was an injury that got Tyler Smith into the lineup when they didn't necessarily want to put him in there, and now it's an injury that puts Tyler Guyton into the lineup before they necessarily wanted to.
So on my morning show House of Cards / depth chart, I have Sam Williams gone for the year. Okay. I have your starting left tackle missing. And, of course, you are also missing your superstar wide receiver to begin. So that's where we stand right now before game one.
Yeah, the good news is the wide receiver will be back eventually. Sam Williams can't necessarily replace that. They have other guys, but, he was a good piece. This one, I'm not necessarily that terrified of this. I'd rather see this anyway.
I'm not terrified, but I know it goes against their preferred plan to start off. Because in the third quarter, if Tyler Guyton is gassed and dying out there, or he misses an assignment and goes right when he's supposed to go left or left and right, then the Cowboys are going to say, that's what we've been trying to tell you. Dak Prescott got buried and put his shoulder got put in the dirt because he went the wrong way.
Which I talked about this when a lot of what we were hearing was that Edoga was going to be the preference early on because, well, he's going to know where he needs to be. The thing I kept coming back to is, man, we killed Edoga after the Dolphins game last year in December when there were 2 plays inside the 10 where he did not know where he was going, and Bradley Chubb was able to run free and blow up a play. So I understand their concerns, and there are times where you're not even noticing necessarily what happened. There was a section that first padded practice, 3 plays in a row, Tyler Guyton was the guy you don't want on the offensive line, which is the clapper, which is the play's over, you hear the whistle, and then you hear, and it's him clapping it. Damn, I was in the wrong spot. And so you're going to see
Jason Garrett was
no, different kind of clapper. So you're going to see those sort of things happen early on, but very high upside. And the move from right to left so far this year, I don't think we've talked enough about that. He's looked clean doing it. It hasn't looked difficult.
Mike McCarthy also giving props to Zach Wolchuk's crush, saying Cooper Beebe will start getting more reps with the first unit at center. And Awesome Richards will continue to get more work at left tackle. Said that Beebe has earned it with some rotation up front.
Yeah, he's somebody who, look, the snaps have been a challenge at times, and when we're out there for those practices.
I should have done that out in Oxnard with the fan competition. Like I'm gonna pull a Bobby here, man. I would never get a shotgun snap wrong. Like I know I would have the perfect ability to shotgun to Choppy at quarterback every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd have a great teacher there in Brian Broaddus.
Yeah,
that's what he's done. And so
not based off that
shotgun.
Not based off that Giafalo video I saw.
No,
that's true. He was backup. He was backup too. So I mean, that matters. But no, BB's somebody who.
Yeah, I'm not saying I could long snap. Shotgun snap.
Shotgun.
Money.
All accounts are. While we were out in Oxnard, we saw him at center. All accounts are when he's played guard in some of these practices since we left. That's where he's looked really good and comfortable. And so the blocking's there and the ability to get to the second level's there. It's just some of the stuff with the snaps, but that's getting cleaner and it'll be a process.
McCarthy was also asked to evaluate the Cowboy debut of Trey Lance.
Good football, I think, number one, just the fact to, get out there and play. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I think it gets lost in the preparation of all this. It's exciting to go play in a football game. I mean, we were all excited. Obviously he was too. So I just think all the things that lead into it, you can see all the work paid off. He was clearly prepared. I think the way he saw the game, the communication, the way he ran the huddle, pre-snap penalties. I think we had the one. So that part was really good. And the other part of it really goes back to what I'm saying all along. He just needs to play. I mean, there's some things footwork wise he'll be better. It's the first time not only for him this year, but also there's a number of guys he hadn't played with. So the most important thing, it was high quality tape for us to build off of offensively and especially at the quarterback position.
Funny that Mike started that off with "let's be honest," and then we heard the rest.
Yeah, look, I mean, the way that he was able
he played a football game. It was exciting.
Yeah.
It's exciting to play.
The way that he was able to score those let's see, 3 points off 4 turnovers. That was just phenomenal work.
I'm going to take it from McCarthy here for a second. Bobby, cover your ears. I'm so sick of the internet getting mad at that 4th down play call. Stupid play call. That's what the preseason is for. You want to see Trey Lance make a throw in. I don't care about seeing a dump down. That's why they went for it on every single 4th down. I don't care about a little screen pass. I want to see him make a big-time throw in the end zone on 4th down, and unfortunately, he threw it 4 yards out of bounds.
I agree with what you're saying. I wanted to see the play, too. I also thought it would have been beneficial to give him 4 more downs and then see what he would have done there, too.
What was the down and distance?
4th and inches.
Yeah,
it was a bad spot, so it was close. It was really inches. I mean, sneak it, give him 4 downs, see what, and then try the play. Then you try the play on the next one.
This is, but
either way, I wanted to see
he had
him make.
Drive.
Yeah, I wanted to see him make a throw, like a throw that was
big time throw
outside his comfort zone.
No, but I mean, yeah, Sean's right. This is
the time to do it.
You work out stuff like that. It's like when they're in 4th down and it was 4th and 3, and There's a video clip, I think it was Hellman shared it, from the local LA broadcast where they had Sean McVay mic'd up, like talking to the booth for a segment. And when they were in that 4th and 3, they're in the shotgun and they motion the running back out. And McVay, like, it got him perked up and he goes, ooh, McCarthy's going empty. What's he doing here? And he got interested because that's the time to test that kind of stuff out and see about it. I think what that is that's an example, the way he talked about Trey Lance there, of why players like Mike McCarthy, though, because Mike McCarthy's not going to throw any player under the bus. It's not what he does.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it's on a 4th down, like in a regular season game on a 4th down, that particular pass, I mean, like on a 4th down fade, that's reserved for like surgeons with the ball. You know, on a 4th and inches fade.
And
that's what you do for Tom Brady or
Calvin
Joe Burrow
Johnson on the other side.
Right, yeah, you wouldn't do that with just a regular, even a fringe top 10 quarterback. Like, to me, just get the first down, even with them, because that's a surgeon type throw.
Early morning shout out to Jose, Cam, Gregory, Solo on the YouTube, fan cam, and Twitch. Micah Parsons says CeeDee Lamb is monitoring training camp. Lamb hit him up and said, oh, you're going crazy after watching some of the highlights. And Micah said, we're not worried. He's going to be back. CeeDee is a part of the brotherhood, whether he likes it or not. He knows he's not going nowhere. The business side, they're going to take care of him, but obviously we miss him. One of the best people you can have in a locker room, and I'm sure he will be here soon because no doubt about it, week 1, he will be suited up for the Dallas Cowboys, as currently he has totaled up more than $1 million in fines with skipping everything.
You don't go full Tyler Smith. And Micah Parsons went full Tyler Smith yesterday. Tyler Smith got, in late July of last year when Zach Martin was holding out, they asked, like, so have you heard from Zach any? He's like, yeah, he sent a note to the group text the other day. Said, you boys hold it down. I'll be there soon. And there was a lot of discussion at the time of like, okay, so Tyler Smith has clearly just exposed Zach Martin doesn't plan on missing any games, that's not going to happen. And so does that change things? Now, ultimately, he got his deal done the way he needed to get it done. Cowboys lose the negotiation. He gets paid. He gets his fines covered, everything like that. But it does make you feel like, well, did Micah just slip up a little bit? Did he reveal that CeeDee has no intention of missing games? So if that's the threat, the Cowboys aren't buying it.
Micah said Lamb would need 2 or 3 practices to get back up to speed. Brian Schottenheimer is not worried. And he was citing the same offensive system. He said if it was different, there are challenges. But we have about 1,000 or 10,000 banked reps together. And we know that he's going to stay and be in shape.
Zeke signed September 4th. When he got his deal done, he ended his holdout on September 4th.
Oh, I thought you meant the second time.
No.
Yeah, and he was, working out diligently on that driving range in Cabo.
Yeah.
September 4th, he signs. September 8th, he was playing. And he played full snaps in the opener. And that's something where I feel like your body's got to be even more conditioned to go out there and take those blows at the running back position than CeeDee would. So given their history, at least under Garrett's final year, they would allow CeeDee Lamb to play as late as arriving on Thursday, it sounds like.
The Rangers continue to stink it up, and something you need to know about your fantasy football draft with an exciting start for a rookie quarterback already sidelined. Rest of the NFL, Rangers stinking it up. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you some better help. The world's largest therapy service. It's 100%
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Seven Berkeys or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1-1. Swung on, that's hit deep to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's fair, it's gone. A 3-run homer for Connor Wong, and that was totally crushed. The Red Sox lead 6-0 in the fifth.
A 6 straight series loss, a perfect game against them heading into the 6th inning. Bruce Bochy ejected, 3rd straight loss, and 6 in their last 7 games. The Texas Rangers stink. They're 10 games under 500. This is your home for Rangers baseball. It's a season worst, 10 games below 500. But RJ Choppy is here to make it positive.
It's okay, man. Look at the calendar. What was yesterday's date?
Man, look at your S-eating grin.
August 13th.
August 13th. I'm glad you said that, Bobby Belt.
Well, you asked me to.
Let's go back. Let us harken back to August 13th, 1969.
Oh, gosh.
The Miracle Mets lost to the Houston Astros. Larry Dierker, complete game. They fell 10 back of the Cubs on that day. The Rangers currently, Sean, are
10.
Are they 10? I think it's like 9.5.
Well, 10. You mean in the division?
In the division. It's 10 games in the loss column.
Yeah.
So 9.5. They would go 38-11 the rest of the way.
Okay.
15-5. So 9-1 in the homestand. Rangers coming back home. 9-1 in the homestand. And then they went 6-4 on a road trip. Then they would go 23-6. And they went from 10 down, and they win the division by 8 freaking games. So in 49 games, they went from 10 back to 8 up. There's still a chance.
Oh, baby.
There's still a chance.
What made you look that up? Or
I heard it on MLB Network yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Oh, plagiarism.
It's not plagiarism. It was already out there.
The Astros won again. Seattle got smashed. So the armpit leads the American League West. Hope you got your bets in when people were trying to bury Houston and saying they're just not good. They're not going to be a player in this at all. The Astros are a game and a half up in the division. The Rangers are 9.5 games back. And that's all I have to say about that.
They did hit 2 doubles yesterday.
They did. That's
so
good. That's
Bassick will be happy during crosstalk today. By the way, to your point about the Mets, I just had to look this up. They were 11 games over 500 when they started their run.
Right. They wound up winning 100 games. They were already at 62 wins. It's a different animal. They were a much better team. We don't have Tom Seaver.
We don't have Tug McGraw.
And we don't have Tom Seaver and Nolan Ryan in our starting rotation right now. That's completely fair.
Need Ron Swoboda.
About to get him though. Jake DeGrom, baby.
All right. I'm done with all that. J.J. McCarthy, whose preseason debut lit up Minnesota, and Justin Jefferson loving it on the sideline. He is getting knee surgery. Sam Darnold now is the opening day starting quarterback at the New York Giants. So, man, at least we could have had JJ going to New York, drop the bearded, maybe dating Kay Adams, Daniel Jones to 0-1, but now the status is in question after a tear in the meniscus of the right knee. So all the J.J. McCarthy excitement is zapped.
And I kind of want to laugh at this.
Don't.
Not at the injury. I kind of want to laugh at the idea of, Sam Darnold is starting for the Vikings.
Oh, man.
But part of me thinks...
I'm making another chart of my preseason quarterback hype meter around the National Football League. It's happening in Denver with all of their guys.
Bo Nix.
And it's happening for Sam Darnold as well. Sam Darnold, my gosh, Sam Darnold is fantastic. The Jaden Daniels throw, the one Jaden Daniels throw that was put up there, all of a sudden they got Mark Rippon again.
If Sam Darnold turns himself into a halfway decent quarterback, then Kevin O'Connell is everything that the media says Sean Payton is.
Kevin O'Connell is pretty great.
I like him.
I like him, but I mean, to do that with Sam freaking Darnold would be epic. Although he was 3-0 with like Matt Rule one year.
See, I was texting with somebody the other day, and they were like, they said, "Who do you think's the starting quarterback in 2025 here in Dallas?" And because we were just talking about Dak's contract and stuff like that, and no, like I remember thinking to myself, I don't feel confident saying it's Dak, and so right now, like, it might be somebody like a Sam Darnold, like one of those weird bridge names that's a free agent every year. And so while I'm like, Vikings, you're stuck with Sam Darnold, part of me goes, that could be your quarterback next year. Who knows?
Ooh, don't do
Don't
that. That's
we don't need bridges.
We have Shador. We already talked about that yesterday in Crosstalk. How about Gerard Mayo with a very interesting...
Yes.
That was the word that both of you used in your email, and I thought the same exact thing as I heard Gerard Mayo's way to stop fights at Patriots training camp.
You don't fight in a real game. You fight in a real game, you get fined, you get kicked out. It's the same thing here. And look, my message to the players, if you get in a fight out here, if you're a starter, you're going to play the whole preseason game. If you're not a starter, you won't play at all. And so that's kind of my mindset with that.
If you're a starter and you fight at practice, you're playing the whole preseason game. If you're a backup, you're not playing at all. Piqued my curiosity for a second.
Yeah.
Then I sobered up. Yeah. Stupid.
This is one of those, well, you know what? This sounds good in theory. Like, if I were to put this on paper, that would sound like a halfway decent idea. But then you put it into reality, and it's like, oh, okay, let's not do that.
It does.
They're going to be horrible enough as it is.
But see, and that was the thing that I saw yesterday. There was a lot of pushback from Patriots
Joe
fans.
Milton, baby.
There's a lot of pushback from Patriots fans who had said, you know, the replies were how reckless from Gerard Mayo to basically threaten a starter in terms of like threaten your team's stability by putting a starter out there who could potentially get hurt in the middle of a meaningless game. And I do kind of see the Gerard Mayo side of it, though, of just like, don't get in a fight. Like, I'm telling you, you don't just accept that, you're basically forced to play. No, you put yourself in this position because I told you this is the consequence. And so if you end up with that consequence, that's on you. And so, to me, it's like you're I think.
Yeah, but
Gerard
you
Mayo
can't have an empty punishment either. So you're gonna have to play someone a whole game if they get in a fight in practice as a starter.
Right, and that would. But I mean, also,
it's stupid.
The Patriots are going to finish last in their division anyway.
I don't think they're thinking that right now today. Like we're going to suck anyway, so we lose a starter, all good.
Gerard Mayo knows that. He knows they're terrible, and that's why I said just. Do it now. Is it an unfair?
So bad. Joe Milton's going to get the play.
It is an unbalanced punishment, though. When you think about it, the starter definitely would be put out by having to do that. The starter would be upset having to play the entire game.
Upset, but he's still got a contract. He's still getting paid. That other guy is like, this is my chance.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk to Pittsburgh now, in trying to keep up with this saga, shutting down and rejecting trades everywhere else throughout the league. Doesn't want to go to Cleveland, doesn't want to go to New England, and maybe he wants to choose Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
You could have been up to date on this. You wouldn't have had to have followed all the drama because there's one man who's been consistent saying Pittsburgh all along. Pretty Ricky. Doing pretty big things, making pretty big change.
Yes. I still don't get it, though, man.
Pretty Ricky got the Lamb deal right, didn't he? No, he didn't.
And it hasn't happened yet. He said it will. Look, he's got a whole he's got a post.
I said it will. It is going to happen.
It is going to happen. Yeah,
he's got a post. He's got a post pinned on his Twitter right now of "Judge me by my losses," and he lists all the things he's gotten wrong. Sean, that's accountability. All right.
I just don't get this. Like you're going from you're a wide receiver who is at the mercy of your quarterback, and you are going from a really good situation for an offensive skill position player to one of the worst.
Is it just
Ayuk is on fire?
Is it just that the Steelers are willing to pay him more than the 26 or 29 million that everyone else has apparently offered?
I don't know.
Because he can't be quarterback.
He really, Pittsburgh was one of the two places, Pittsburgh and Washington, that was initially one of the two places that he really kind of thought he wanted to go to. And I don't know if that's, one of them obviously is Jaden Daniels, is his buddy, but I think the Mike Tomlin situation plays in there because he respects Mike Tomlin. But I don't know how you could possibly, as a wide receiver, willingly go to a place that's got trash at quarterback.
Well, the report was he had rejected the Patriots deal and they were willing to pay him $32 a year. And nobody else has sounded like they'd get even close to that. So it's not money. It must just be he really likes Tomlin.
Yeah.
Tomlin was the one who didn't he finish first in that NFLPA poll of players saying that's the place I'd want to play for Tomlin.
This is a very un-Steeler-like move, though. They grow receivers. They grow receivers, probably better than anyone else in the National Football League.
And then a lot of times they'll let them walk.
Yes.
Yeah, like it is a very un-Steelers-like move. But, I wonder, I don't know, is there pressure on Mike? Is there pressure on Tomlin there to...
Last year, there were rumblings that he was going to be out of there, that he's going to ask out of there. My initial response is to say no. There's never going to be that much pressure on him.
No, because, it's
not their MO.
No, it's not. They've had, three... There's been...
The pressure should be on the GM or whoever has...
Who is their GM?
Good question.
There's been more presidential impeachments.
Rooney?
There's been more presidential impeachments over the last 50 years than there have been Steelers head coaches. They don't change them.
No, they didn't fire Cowher.
No, it was they've not made a firing. It was Chuck Noll from 69 all the way up till 90, then Cowher from 90 to 06, and then it's been Tomlin ever since.
Ugly story. Also in the AFC North, out of Cleveland, rookie defensive tackle Mike Hall Jr. was charged with domestic violence after allegedly threatening a woman with a gun on Monday night. According to the police reports, he grabbed a handgun during an argument, pressed it against a woman's temple, and threatened, quote, "I will effing end it all. I don't care." The woman told police she's engaged to him, shares an 11-month-old child. She said the altercation began when she and Hall were discussing the financial needs of her daughter from a different relationship. The woman said he screamed at her to leave the house, grabbed her by the feet, and dragged her on her back down the driveway. He rolled out before the authorities arrived. The woman's mother corroborated details in a written statement, saying she saw him strike her daughter on the head with a baby bottle, choke her by her neck, pushed her through a wall, and break open a bedroom door to drag her out. Authorities said several indicators of a physical altercation took place They saw 2 handguns lying on a mattress as well. Mike Hall Jr.
Well,
and you better hope there ain't no damn DFW security up in your house.
Oh, yeah.
Like that last NFL incident. It was a running back. Don't throw out a name.
Eagles, right?
I don't know. What I do know is I'm very glad the Cleveland Browns took him 2 spots before the Cowboys had their pick in the second round this year then, because that was
Was
the guy
there a book on him?
No, it's just it would have been one of those things where that very easily could have been a player that was in play for Dallas.
But what did you scout about him or no?
Mike, I hadn't heard anything like troubling like that about Mike Hall. He was somebody that was on our list. In fact,
Ohio State.
Yeah, every year I have different people that I talk to, and they'll show me these lists of like, you'll see players listed in different colors on their chart, and it's for character or injury flags. And his name did not have a color code on it, and so that wasn't an indicator that this kind of thing could happen with him.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. The snipping has been scheduled.
Oh, no.
And so has Klay Thompson's return. And Bobby's not really happy about it. Next on Sean and RJ. But speaking of the personal injury lawyers, the Tolo team.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
August 17th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at all 7 campuses. Visit dallascollege.edu/Saturday for details.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Thanks for checking us out on YouTube, the Fan Cam, and Twitch. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The NBA has successfully confused me as much as the NFL kickoff, as yesterday it was announced that Klay Thompson's return to the Bay Area is going to be held on the first night of the 24-25 Emeritus NBA Cup schedule.
Don't do that. Don't call it the NBA Cup. Don't give them that satisfaction.
Dude. In-season tournament? I was like, what? I was like, what's the NBA Cup?
Exactly. I guess they just tried to, they thought they could just sneak it in on us. It's like a girl just sneaking in my boyfriend this, my boyfriend that. You know, you're just talking to her, all of a sudden, bam, there it is.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
All right.
You know,
fine.
and the NBA trying to do the same thing with their IST, with the in-season tournament. So do the Lakers have to change their banner?
No, are you kidding me? They're like, LeBron gets to claim like a title that'll never be won again.
Yeah,
like it's
true.
what makes him the GOAT. It's why he's the greatest.
So there it is. Klay at Golden State for these games that they don't or do count on the regular season schedule. That's how little I cared about it.
They count on the regular season schedule, right? Like they're still just playing 82 games.
They did, yeah. But I mean, it's very similar to like, I don't know, like it feels easier to explain the kickoff rules right now than to explain like what exactly the IST or the NBA Cup, as that stupid little European Q-tip Adam Silver wants us to call it.
Whoa.
He is the worst, dude. And he's made it now to where I have to watch this thing.
November 12th.
I was gonna get by. I was gonna skate by. I was gonna.
Why'd Europeans catch some slander?
This is a
Because
very
it's the
European
NBA Cup.
thing.
This is the way they want to do things, like in-season tournaments and crap like that.
It's like the UEFA.
This is. I would love to avoid this because I don't want him. He wants to make this happen so bad, and I'd watch YouTube.
Look, I'm all for spicing it up. If you want to make the winner like get locked into the playoffs somehow, I mean, I don't want to reward you that much, but I mean some type of real, result,
Right,
real
'cause
consequence.
it can't be monetary. Jason Tatum's going to make $70 million in this final year. Like, what's $500,000 to him going to do, right? So I don't think it'd be monetary, but look, so they got like let's see, they got 6 group stages. So you play everybody in your group, just like pool play, just like in a youth baseball tournament or in the World Cup or in the Olympics. They got that.
Sorry, Bob. What were you saying?
I don't appreciate my viewing being held hostage because I would avoid these games. I'd watch the YouTube cut up. I'd watch the 5-minute thing. I'd come in here. I'd pretend the next morning like I actually watched the game, but I actually didn't because I'm making a subtle protest to Adam Silver that I'm not going to watch your stupid NBA Cup, and I'm not going to call it that either. But I'm not going to take part in this, and now I have to because you're giving me the game on the Mavericks schedule next year, arguably the return to Golden State for Klay Thompson. I'm gonna have to sit there and actually watch it now.
And what is this? Am I getting this right with Emeritus? Like Emirates? Emirates.
Emirates. It's the airline.
So
Emirates.
it's sponsored.
Yeah, it's sponsored. Emirates.
Emirates, not Emeritus.
Yeah,
like
Emirates.
let's earn
like
something.
UAE, United Arab Emirates.
Emirates.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, the Emirates.
I've heard Emirates Airlines fantastic. I've heard it. I've heard it's great.
The Emirates NBA Cup schedule. Klay Thompson back to California, and Shams had a little Klay Thompson tidbit a couple weeks ago.
At the end of the season, I was told he was out, and I reported a few days before free agency. He's not coming back. The decision was already made. This is going to be about where he's going to end up. And now he goes to Dallas, and he will be the guaranteed starter there, and he's going to be guaranteed, whatever it's 28, 30 plus minutes a night. And I think that was very important for Klay, playing the minutes that he wants to play. And I'm told a lot of this was about principle and feeling slighted in Golden State.
So, little Golden State nugget from Shams, guaranteed starting spot and some guaranteed minutes.
Yeah, which I mean, I know there was the discussion of, well, is he going to come off the bench? What's he going to do? It's like, Yeah, I don't think you're paying him what you're paying him, or also he's coming here unless he's getting that opportunity. And I don't think I'd want anybody starting over him anyway.
We have one more comment on the end of the NBA season from Gilbert Arenas.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so Gilbert Arenas has gotten in some, I wouldn't say hot water, but people are definitely taking notice, like, throttle back, dude. Chill a little bit. So a couple weeks ago, he was on with Vlad TV. And
big fan of Vlad TV.
He just crushed the Celtics for their NBA Finals. He said it was a trash finals. He said they were chuckers. They were just 3-point chuckers. If they played any sort of quality basketball, they would have swept the Mavericks and won every game by 30 points. And he got a lot of heat for those comments. Well, he teed off again yesterday. This was on the OG's pod.
Big fan of that.
Obviously.
OG Mayo.
And he went off again on the Celtics, and specifically, this gave me a little bit of a high yesterday, Jason Tatum.
They were the better team, hands down. Yeah. Did they play championship basketball? No. They had an advantage. You're talking about they were bigger than Dallas. Dallas then played the defense that could have stopped them, and they spent 90% of the time just chucking threes. Horrible threes, too. Like Tatum's my dude, and he was frustrating the shit out of me. Kimber, was it?
Max Kleber?
Max Kleber. Yeah. You taking sidestep jumpers against him? Oh, my God. That's what? That is a 1-4 flat if I seen one. Like, you got one dude, you get him to take a side. Like, if you're going to take the side jumper, do it on a smaller guy. Don't get the big dude on you to shoot the same three. He can challenge this shot. It was just little things that in the basketball world, it just didn't make sense.
And now it makes sense why Jason Tatum was benched, too, because you're going to face a lot of Maxi Klebas in the Olympic Games, and he doesn't know how to approach him, apparently.
For Gilbert Arenas.
To talk about chucking.
To talk about chucking. It's like me criticizing someone over a temper, as I saw you sneak that into your little email last night, which we will address coming up.
It's also, I mean, this is and it's always, this is not new. This has been a problem since the dawn of time. But I am just so tired of, like, athletes, like, just complaining about how the game is played today. It's the way it is, dude. The games evolve. All you baseball people are like, oh, what's the word about batting average anymore? Like, that's just the way it is. Guys, the front offices care about strikeouts and exit velocity. Deal with it. That's the way. It's not going back. And we're not going back to non-chucking three-pointers. We're not going back to mid-range jumpers. So just stop. I'm sick of it. It's just so annoying, these old people. And I get it. Look, and we've all done this, but it's just like, it's tiresome. They're not changing. They're not going to go back to a run-first football team. They're not going to go back to bunting and hitting for average and singles, and they're not going to go back to mid-range jumpers. It's going to be chucking, and it's going to be home runs.
One final NBA note. I have to comment on this because it happened while I was out. I absolutely hate that Charles Barkley is staying with TNT even after they lose the NBA next season.
Is the court case done? Have they decided not to go to court and try to win this thing back?
I have no idea. But Charles is going to stick around and talk college football that they've now acquired, and golf, and whatever other crap.
Hockey, baseball.
This is awful. This is terrible. This is awful. And I'm so mad that Charles Barkley is staying for that contract number, by the way, did not get talked about enough. Would you guys have guessed he was making $21 a year? 21 a year for 10 years.
I don't know how they would justify that. Like that I would be surprised that show brings in $21 million of advertising a year. It's 30 minutes.
Ernie can't get his segment sponsored. Yeah. I know that.
It's like it's
21 a year.
Yeah. I just okay.
I don't care about Charles Barkley commenting on golf. Fine, throw him up there while he has a drink in his hand during the NHL playoffs.
Yep, that was fun.
Whatever. It's 2 minutes. It's 3 minutes. This is terrible. This is a loss for all of us.
Yeah.
Unleash him and let him talk about the NBA full time after this season, but he's staying at Turner to do the other crap.
Let him do. Turner better be like establishing some sort of NBA like podcast platform. Then
they might
to let him talk unfiltered for an hour every day or something. Because that's honestly what if Charles was consistently out there every day, like doing hour-long podcasts, just talking about basketball and ranting unfiltered, I'd listen to that every morning. I'd have that on driving in the morning.
So, like, you know how like
even over Maggie Gray?
Oh, definitely over Maggie Gray.
If let's just say they did. Let's just say they did a streaming only inside the NBA on the obviously on video streaming only. Would they be able to run the highlights because it's not over-the-air TV? And maybe they can without the rights. Maybe they can. So maybe that's what they do. Maybe they just do a streaming only. You'd still watch it. You'd still find a way to get on your TV.
Yeah.
And it would be a way for him to stay. Doesn't matter what channel it's on, because how many times do you watch that show without watching the game that corresponds with it?
A ton. Thanks to all the Tolos. Thanks to Chicaline down the hall. But the most thanks to Eric Chiafalo, who gave me the contact, gave me the phone number, and yesterday I made the call as I was leaving the building to schedule the vasectomy. It's happening. It's going down. End of August. Holiday weekend, and the wife had been pressuring me. I didn't appreciate all the pressure, but she's like, I've undergone a couple of the surgeries. Now it's your turn. Thanks to Baylor for screwing me over. You were supposed to zap her on the inside when this girl came out, and y'all screwed that up, butchered it. So now I have to go. And Eric says, dude, it's 30 minutes. Pop, pop, bam. Literally, snip, snap.
It's a major surgery. I don't know why he's saying no.
Major surgery?
There is a knife on your wiener. That is a major surgery.
Chiafalo's wife watched his. I told my wife, you can sit in the waiting room and drive me home because I will be taking whatever medications or anything. I'm like, are y'all going to knock me out? They're like, no, you don't need that. You just need to numb it. And about 30 minutes on August 30th, the vasectomy. Oh,
The difference is in the way we run our household, Sean. I'm sitting here yesterday dictating to my wife who she's allowed to have in my vehicle, and you're sitting here just letting it be dictated what happens to your manhood. I'm disappointed. I thought we had done better.
Is Kristen just on birth control?
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, don't worry. I've been slipping things into her drinks to disrupt the birth control.
Jeez.
So I'm going to get Kitty before, baby.
I thought you did not want the kid.
No, we don't. Her whole thing with all her back issues and everything else, I don't like. I've gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, I probably don't want her carrying a kid for 9 months.
All right, but let's keep it. Wait, okay, I'm trying to keep it straight. Who changed their mind recently about having one or not wanting one?
I changed to
not.
Yeah, I don't want to have one. And then she didn't full on go the other direction, but she became more open to it.
Why?
I don't know. I think she just got a little reflective with Jacob moving out, and then probably being around Ava.
Yeah.
That too.
And my kid who needs a haircut, according to Corey Majors.
Yeah, saw that.
Yeah. So there it is.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not like, shut up, Arthur.
You need to talk to Chris Arnold about it. I've got that photo of Chris describing the vasectomy to Eric in the press box at AT&T Stadium, and him literally doing this, doing hand gestures to show him how they cut it and everything.
Do you have an Audi? Like a belly button Audi?
I'm car shopping now. And then she goes, hey, Ollie's got a birthday on August 31st. And I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to make that. And she's like, why? I said, I just told you I'm getting a vasectomy on August 30th. Now, I'm not doing the whole, they told me 7-day recovery. Eric has already told me, no, maybe 24 hours. And I was like, the next day, maybe I'll be chilling and rested. She's like, you'll be fine. And I was like, don't give me an attitude after you make me snip my balls off and tie them up. And now you want to give me an attitude because I don't want to go to a 4-year-old party. I might not be feeling, fantastic to go pick him up in the ball pit. I have a ball pit.
Yeah.
Keep your Sean spayed and neutered. That's what Bob Barker said, right?
There it is.
Something like that.
So thanks to Chiafalo for the hookup. Although I don't know how much I should be trusted at Chiafalo, probably with the cheapest route possible.
Yeah, you were definitely going to the lowest bidder here.
Into some of the woods, all natural.
877-881-1053. And thanks to all the tollers for that advice as well. We have another college football kegger. Are they bringing out the guns in Colorado? And do we have a crisis in the Texas backfield? Choppy and Bobby with some college football next on The Fan. But first, oh man, all I've been doing recently in my life.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh, man, there are some doings in Colorado. It is every day. It is every day there's a new story about the Colorado Buffaloes program.
Grand Theft Colorado.
Grand Theft Colorado, and Warren Sapp, one of the assistant coaches, I do believe he rebuffed us with great prejudice at the Super Bowl one year, Sean.
Yes.
So
I think of him as a bad guy. Do you know anything about him from NFL Network days, if you're allowed to say anything?
I know if you you wouldn't have been rebuffed if you approached him wearing high heels and a short skirt or something, probably. I mean, depending on your price.
So he's an assistant, and what was the accusation in that Athlon Sports article about the Grand Theft Auto culture and the gun culture?
Guns around the locker room, money flying everywhere. It's they were comparing it to, it's like playing football in a Grand Theft Auto video game.
So, and look, this doesn't mean anything, but it's kind of a read the room state moment here. Here is Warren Sapp talking to the media about some of his players on the defensive side.
Who in your room specifically, individually, has stood out the most to you?
I wouldn't single out one guy because we're a pack. You know, my five ends on a 2-lane highway. That's nice and good. And then with the last two tackles with Buell and the young fella, we'll be 6 deep. You know, because Shane and big boy 90 Deuce Barnes, and then we got Kadoji in there, and then working with Buell, and then one more. Who am I forgetting? TC and the other kid. Yeah, I mean, we just mixing and matching them. We got bullets. You get shot with a 38 or a 9mm, you pick it.
Look, again, not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just like you can't. If they had a PR team there, if they even had one,
It's Dion.
yeah,
Dion's
Diaz their PR team. Like that PR team is not thrilled.
Yeah.
It's like we just had this article about a gun culture, and here you are coming up saying, "I mean, you want to get with a 9 or a 38? Which one do you want? You get the pick, man. You get the pick."
Yeah, Warren Sapp has never been the like he's never been the safest individual in front of a microphone.
Yes.
I mean, you can take all of his issues off the field. You can take him on the field, like where he gets into that big argument with Mike Sherman, the whole put a jersey on, you so tough. And so, I mean, Sapp is just a loudmouth, and this sounds about on brand for him.
And we found out who voted Colorado, the lone wolf, the lone voter.
Yeah, and it's very disappointing to me. I really hate whenever somebody is associated with a vote like this, and I can go, oh, I remember them from being in the DFW Metroplex and working here. And that was Mike Hill. Remember Mike Hill?
The Sports Center.
Real Housewives of Atlanta.
He is, absolutely. Mike Hill went on to Sports Center after.
My wife told me that.
He was, well, they're divorced now. They've been divorced the last couple of years, probably because he voted for Colorado.
They
she was
already
like,
got divorced?
Yeah, they were married from like 2020 to 2022, something like that. But Mike Hill was on NBC5 from 02 to 04 and went on to Sports Center, and he is the one. He has been identified as the one who gave an AP vote to the Colorado Buffaloes, and I hate finding out. Even if they're not presently here in DFW, I hate when I see stories like this and realize, oh, I know them from work they did here in DFW, but to be fair, like whenever I speak, people probably feel the same way.
Just check Reddit.
You can't do that. Like, that's just not understanding. They were picked 11th in the Big 12 this year. They're a bad team.
It could be he was just playing or he saw the college football rankings from the video game, and he was like, oh, yeah, Colorado needs to be in the top 25.
You guys have to answer it. Are you rooting for or against the Buffaloes?
Oh, I'm rooting for that because the story's good. It's a good story. Like, I want to see, like, I hate them. Like, I don't like Colorado being good. I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. But I genuinely I'm entertained by Dion. I want Dion
in the news
to do well. Yeah, absolutely. I want Dion to do well. I think Dion, there's a lot of issues with him. I also do think that he is good for some of these kids too. I think he's a good father figure for some of these kids.
Yeah, Travis Hunter and Shador.
Yes,
right.
Some
for two
of them. Just some of them.
Just some of them. The rest ones, the first round picks. The first round picks. Yeah.
No, but I'm rooting for them to be interesting. Yeah, that makes it all. If they start out 5-0, Dion, Shador, Travis Hunter, they're all going to be loud, and they're all going to be talking things up, and we're going to have more storylines, and that's going to be entertaining. So yeah, I want them to succeed.
All right, so we mentioned the video game a second ago. This is Kalen DeBoer, Bama new head coach, on with Golick and Golick on their podcast about the new college football video game. This is awesome and scary all at the same time.
I'm wondering how much of the NCAA video game talk that you hear amongst the players, speaking of working and competing.
We had some plays we've run, and some of them, they know the read progression, and you're like wondering how they know that. And so I guess there is an element to where it's a positive too, right? Things that they do away from the facility. They're, especially in the end of the summer when it first came out, I know they were all in. I'm sure there's a lot more being played than what I realize even at this point too.
So I was like, all right, these players do the read progressions basically before it was installed. Just from the video game.
How can they get it this right?
He's making it up. That's Kalen.
He kind of has to, right? Because there's no way, because this game came out July 19th. There's no way they installed their offense 2 weeks ago.
And Fergie Ferg told us out in training camp that's part of the reason he got annoyed with the game, was he's like, they're not even doing what they're supposed to do in the game. It's not the natural progression.
Yeah, but are they not? They're not doing it scheme wise or like player reaction wise. Are the routes
right? Because Ferg said they were covering in a cover two in a place they shouldn't be covering.
Look, and I mean you can learn the very basics of like offensive and defensive schemes from playing Madden or whatever else. I don't doubt that. But man, that's stuff that they should have already had an awareness for. I'll say this, even if this is true, I don't think it's nearly as bad as Ryan Day having players play the college game to get to know their opponents. Like using it as a scouting tool, like go play the NCAA video game like he had him do.
Would you not, if you were a defensive player, if you're playing up against, Florida this weekend, would you not play the game as Florida? If you're a defensive player, you play the game as Florida and play quarterback and try to figure out their offense?
No, because it's a video game. I would watch film is what I would do.
Too.
Because think about, how would they get the playbook?
That's a great question. I don't know.
How would they get the playbook down this much? So the EA people, I'm trusting to be PFF now and watch film and tape and just copycat everything exact, and they've nailed it. It's hard for me to believe.
The same EA people that had Missouri outside the top 25.
It's probably something like, oh my gosh, you're like they have this route concept down.
Yeah.
Where it's like, like we always hear, everyone basically runs the same plays.
It's a literal route tree. 9 routes. That's what people run. They run 9 routes.
They got this
in the
go.
NFL.
They got this 9 route down exact.
Yeah.
Like they're running straight vertically down the field, just like our go route.
Exactly. It's so impressive. They figured out all these different combinations. To be fair, though, a school like Baylor during the Art Briles era, they only ran 2 routes out of the 9, and so.
College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Is there some panic here from these two with a possible crisis in the Longhorn backfield?
Nope. Full French Montana. Don't panic. Don't panic. That's where we're at. There was another injury yesterday. We've lost a second running back for the season. Christian Clark, the freshman, went down with a torn Achilles yesterday. And this is after the CJ Baxter injury. So things are thinning out a little bit. But, Christian Clark was at the very back end of the depth chart. A freshman, a guy who was, out of their 2 freshman running backs they have in the room this year, was not nearly the recruit that Jarrett Gibson was. They're thinning out in terms of depth. That's a little bit of a concern right now. But, look, we're going to be fine. Still got Jaden Blue. Still got Jarrett Gibson. Still set up to run the SEC, to show him who's boss. And we're not concerned yet. But, you got your work cut out for you, Tashard Choice.
Are you worried, Pepe?
Starting to get worried. You lose your starter, then you lose your backup, and it's like, what's next? Is Quinn Ewers going to go down, or Isaiah Bond, receiver, something like that? So it's like, just keep the starters off the field.
Yeah, he'll be the Cowboys backfield soon.
He'll be throwing on that Texas Tech polo in 2 weeks, probably.
Oh, Peyton?
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh. He was set to be the honorary captain.
Speaking of Texas Tech for a second, noted that Peyton's girlfriend, too good for the fan event on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Just wanted to note that.
Oh, she had plans. She was already doing her thing.
What was she doing?
She was going shopping with her mom. And when it's family time, I'm not.
Yeah, you can never get that
middle.
back.
Yeah, you can't shop with your mom on another day.
She can't just go down the street and be like, "Hey, let's go to."
It's also an hour drive from Rockwall to Arlington, so a little different, But
her mom lives in Arlington.
No. Fan Bowl was in Arlington. We live in Rockwall.
Oh,
you do. Yeah. You do live in Rockwall. So Jim Harbaugh was set to be the honorary captain for their
weaker and weaker excuses from this guy over here. You know what happens when Kristen tells me she's not going to an event? I say, "The hell you're not. You're going." And then she says, "Yes, Daddy," and she goes.
Jim Harbaugh was said to be the captain for Michigan's opener on August 31st. This would have been one of the biggest middle fingers to the NCAA there could have possibly been, after he was just given a show cause penalty, a 4-year show cause penalty, which is the most toothless punishment ever, considering, I don't know, he doesn't work in the NCAA anymore. So he was going to do this, and they have decided to walk this back, and he is now not going to be the honorary captain.
Who got banned in the NFL, or who got punished in the NFL from college?
Was it Zeke?
What was the punishment again?
Terrell Pryor? Did he do?
I'm trying to remember. I know it's happened before where we've had play. I'm not remembering off the top of my head. I don't know if Zeke's was technically at Ohio State or not, though. I think he may have had a.
I'm just saying, what was the precedent for that? Because if there is precedent, which I hate that, by the way, but if there is precedent, Harbaugh should have to sit out the first 2 Charger games.
There's no precedent, I don't believe, from a coaching standpoint. You can maybe have precedent for the players, but that's always a different application.
There should be no difference.
Right. Unless when Jim Tressel got fired, he went to the NFL in an advisory or assistant role, and they honored it there. Maybe they did. I don't remember. But yeah, there's no, that I can remember off the top of my head, any clear-cut one. But he's not going to go back to Michigan. And Sharon Moore is the new coach there. He says he can't wait for his deleted texts with Connor Stallions to get released.
Ooh.
To which I'm like, why can you not wait? Like, what kind of coded language did you use that you would not be able to decipher to clear your name? Because if those things get released and it's like, unless he's saying it will vindicate Jim, well, what is it going to do for you, dude? What's it going to do for you?
Yeah.
I respect it. Look, there were two things. I had two different feelings about Michigan yesterday. Very disappointed that I thought they were going to be all-time trolls and continue to be defiant.
Yeah.
And then Jim Harbaugh's in the bunker, whatever the quote was.
He's in the
foxhole with the Chargers. Very disappointed by that. But then on the other end, I love the Sharon Moore energy of like, pull up the text messages. Can't wait. I want to
Bobby Kristen energy.
It's exactly. He's treating these text messages like I treat a makeup compact between the front console and the passenger seat.
They should
Bring it on.
They should absolutely say, okay, you know what? If Harbaugh's not going to be the captain, here's Connor Stallions. We'll let you be the honorary captain for this one.
When is the Stallions thing coming out? I've been waiting for this.
The doc, I don't know. I know they're doing it. I've seen some clips of it. He's a psycho, man.
Is he?
Oh, he went and found every possible hand signal, and he went and put his 2 weeks. He went and did a camera with a white backdrop, and he filmed himself doing thousands of hand signs, and he memorized them. And like, this hand sign goes with this play. It's crazy. On the one clip I saw.
Yeah, that's the kind of crap your NIL money can't buy, you losers, and the rest of college football. Be better.
College Football Kegger with Ralph James Choppy, Bobby Roberto Belt. I'm Sean Shreve here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. The most sickening, I think it's my most sickening Dallas Cowboys stat that we have to read and hear about every single year. And Choppy says, stop freaking out so much about the Cowboys offseason. The commercial-free expressway and chopping it up is next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Resway are...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
repairpower.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It's a Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are commercial free up until 8 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Shout out to Kid Cowboys, Solo, Brent, David, Gregory as well. And I've avoided this for the last 2 or 3 years. Kevin Gray sent it to me, went all over the internet. So I was like, screw it. We'll acknowledge it here for just a second. I can't stand this story. It brings zero value to me or anyone else that likes the Dallas Cowboys or follows them. As Sportico released the news that the Cowboys are now valued at $10.32 billion.
So that's improvement.
It is improvement. The most valuable sports franchise in the world and the first ever to crack 10 billion according to the evaluation. I mean, who cares? Who cares besides the Joneses? No one cares. I guess you can use it as a Cowboy fan to brag that you're still America's team and you still have that value and all that. But all this does is piss off Cowboy fans because they believe this is Jerry's Super Bowl.
Let's say they've won 2 Super Bowls in the last decade. Is that $10.32 billion number any different, do you think? Like, do you think it has...
Of course.
So you think it could be even higher? Because I think their branding is so above anything related to results that it's just, this is the brand, and that's why I think it's so valuable, is that I don't know that winning even boosts it anymore because it just is the brand of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I think it boosts it more, in my opinion. In September, Forbes valued the Cowboys at $9 billion. Have you seen the rest of the list? Don't look.
Yes. No, I did not. I think I saw who second place was.
I just saw the very back end of the list.
Second place?
Rams.
Would you have guessed that?
No.
L.A., I would have guessed the Giants probably were just because of market and prestige.
So Jerry essentially is the owner of the 2 most valuable franchises in sports because he is responsible for the Rams in L.A.
Rams, $7.79 billion, followed by the Giants, $7.65. Then
the Patriots.
Giants, you said...
Patriots, 7.3.
Oh, wow.
I'm surprised that it's still up there.
It's
the New England Patriots before Tom Brady when we were growing up.
Nothing.
They were the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of the AFC.
They absolutely were.
A horrid joke.
What they do have, though, and this is the same thing Denver has, is they are one of the only teams that has an entire region of the country. Right? They control all of the New England. Like Denver controls basically all the mountain time zone. And New England controls all, and Seattle too, right? All the Pacific Northwest, the Seahawks.
Well, that's what I mean in terms of do results matter totally? Because, like we say, the Giants being high on this list, they haven't done anything recently. The Patriots have struggled a lot. That doesn't seem to have dinged their value. Like, I think it matters in establishing, getting you up to that point, but it feels like once you get to a certain point, like that's your value. That's your branding at that point.
And then number 5 on the list is San Francisco. So the Eagles, 6.75. The Commanders, 6.3, are listed 8th and 10th.
And to be clear, that's not an NFL list that you're reading off of. That is the most valuable sports franchise. It's just heavy NFL at the top.
The 32 NFL teams collectively are worth $190 billion, including team-related businesses and real estate held by the owners. So I don't know why they say the franchises are worth $190 billion when we're throwing their real estate into it.
Yeah, because at that point,
Right.
I don't know. It's like a net worth. Like you don't separate from the owner, I guess is what it would be.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's your list that we all roll our eyes at every single year. At least I do.
Where were the Indiana Fever on this list? How much?
No, this is just football.
No, it's not. It's all sports in North America.
But the Dallas Wings have moved up the list.
The Dallas Wings have. The Dallas Wings are now the most valuable franchise in the WNBA. They have been valued at $209 million after an investment. 2 investors had purchased half a share of the Dallas Wings. And so because of the price they paid, their valuation is now projected out at $209 million, which...
That's number one in the league?
That's number one in the league.
How? How are the Wings the most valuable franchise?
I mean...
That's a great question.
How's it not Vegas? How's it not L.A.? How's it not the Fever?
The Fever. I know. Caitlin Clark, you would think, would make a difference there. In fact, this list of all sports, very last on this list, 153rd was CF Montreal in soccer. That is the least valuable franchise, 153rd at $440 million.
So where
more than
was
double the most valuable WNBA team?
Where were the Warriors and Dodgers and Yankees?
Let's see. The Warriors were second overall. They were $8.28 billion.
Whoa.
Let's see. Where were the Yankees on this list? The Yankees were third, 7.93.
Okay, so this wasn't just an NFL list.
No, NFL had, out of the top 26, they had all but like 5.
Right. And they would have, so it would be the Warriors, Yankees, Dodgers, and probably Knicks.
I wonder where the Texas Rangers are on this list.
All right, where
2.3 billion.
Why are we freaking out? Why are we overreacting to the Cowboys offseason?
We're overreacting to the Cowboys offseason because we're too worried about all the other players on the team. And we should just be worried about who the quarterback is.
The unsigned one.
That's exactly what we're worried about. It's what we've talked about all offseason.
Right. Well, in terms of this year, in terms of what they're going to do this year.
And the quarterback without his receiver.
Right, but that doesn't matter because he's paid $60 million to find CeeDee Lamb. Their odds to make the playoffs this year, what percent would you put on their chances of making the postseason?
45%.
65 or 70%.
Okay. So would you be surprised that it was 78% on ESPN's FPI, which is their football power index, which is like a predictive model? That wouldn't surprise me at all, right?
No.
The other teams, like, for example, Kansas City is 87%. That is accounting for basically Patrick Mahomes' injury. San Fran, 86. Baltimore, 79, rounding up. Detroit, 81. Green Bay, 65. Buffalo, 70. Houston, 65%. The Cowboys, 78%. Philadelphia, 79%. That surprised me a little bit. Miami, 60%. Rams, 47%. I think we went into this off season, and as we've gone through it, all the dejection of, they didn't sign this guy, they didn't sign that guy. They lost 48 players off their defense. It was a gut punch. It was really a gut punch. But as we get closer to the start of the season, it's like, all right, you know what? They're still going to make the postseason. Barring a major injury to the quarterback, they're still going to make the playoffs. And history shows us that in the NFC, it is such a wide open crapshoot. Nobody goes back to the Super Bowl in the NFC.
And
nobody.
And everybody knows and recognizes that, and that's why fans were so pissed off this offseason, is that you did nothing and you still have a 78% chance to make the playoffs because it's that vulnerable. That's the position you're in. You did nothing to take advantage of that vulnerability this offseason.
But you're right, but let me ask you this. The key competitor in the division, or in the conference, San Fran, is willfully going to move on from their number one wide receiver.
Arguably.
Arguably.
Mm-hmm.
And in his place will be a really amazing pocket knife that is getting quite injured, right? And a relative unknown.
They have Kittle, McCaffrey, and Debo.
They do it. Well, we have Jake Ferguson.
Kittle, McCaffrey, Debo, and then a first-round pick at receiver.
And they can lose.
Yeah, they do, but we don't know. We have no idea what he's going to be.
And they can lose Ayuk. They're that much better than we are. The San Francisco 49ers are 14 points better than the Cowboys.
I mean, they wouldn't be favored by 14.
They wouldn't be favored by 14.
They'd be favored by, 6.5?
They beat them by 10.
Let's forget Vegas for a sec. Would you pick, if you were just saying no Vegas odds, no betting on anything, would you pick San Francisco by fewer than 14 points right now if they were playing?
I would not. I would probably pick it by 9 or 10. Yeah, but I would definitely pick them.
If I gave you 9.5, you'd take San Fran.
Probably.
Yeah. They're that much better.
They're absolutely a better team.
I think we're talking about two different goals here. I think we're talking about two different mindsets. Your mindset and what you're quoting from a lot of these numbers is, hey, it's just a crapshoot, just get in. The other mindset is, man, do something to try to definitely be better than Detroit and Green Bay, and Philadelphia, which people are severely doubting right now.
They're doubting, no doubt.
The opportunity that they have blown, that they have screwed up since I've covered this team in this division and now in the conference for 15 years is a joke. Like, it is, they had such an opportunity. So my mindset is not just, okay, get in when I know San Fran's better. There are people who believe Detroit is better. People are wondering if Green Bay is definitely better. Versus like, all right, like try to do something to be better than those others and maybe just behind San Francisco.
They could have done something to be better than Detroit and be better than Green Bay. There's nobody and there's nothing they could have done this offseason to be better than San Francisco. Nothing. There's no player, nothing that they could have done to be better than San Francisco. Their only hope is get in, have a good day on their bad day.
Yeah.
That's the formula to beat San Fran if you're the Cowboys. You don't have another formula. They could have signed in the offseason Myles Garrett and Jair Alexander or whoever, and they still would not have been better than San Francisco. They also could have added Tyreek Hill in the offseason, and they would not have been better than San Francisco. There's nothing they could have done. So
does that mean that you don't improve?
No, it doesn't mean you don't improve. What I'm saying is that your formula is still the same. You need to have a good day on their bad day.
I thought are you citing this Barnwell stuff right now?
No. This is
no. But the segment.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, but that's the point of that. Like, they're still going to go back to the postseason.
But they're in the spot the Mavericks were in the entire 2000s, where they reached a point where everybody said, I don't give a damn that you're winning 50 games every year. Like, you're losing in the second round of the Spurs every year.
Yeah.
Or you're losing to the Kings. Like, I don't
what did it
care
take?
Anymore.
But what did it take? I mean, for them to finally win the title in 2011, they had to carve a path to where the Spurs got knocked out. Was it either Memphis or OKC that knocked them out? And then they had to go through a slightly avoid their nemesis. The same thing needs to happen. Got to avoid San Fran.
That feels like revisionist history to me. To treat it as
they needed to have Chicago lose to Miami because they matched up better with Miami than they did the Bulls.
Nobody was asking for Miami over Chicago at the time. So, regardless, it's a
somebody who worked for the Mavericks that year was me, because I watched every damn game that year, and I absolutely preferred Miami over Chicago.
Regardless, just a comparison to say, people got tired of it with the Mavericks. People are tired of it now with the Cowboys, where it's like it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't move the needle. You're just doing enough to stay. When is the last time we feel like they made a championship move? Because like an Amari Cooper trade does not count. An Amari Cooper trade is salvage your season.
Right.
When was
different.
When was the last time they said, we're in contention right now and we're going for it? We're going to be the Patriots and going and signing Darrelle Revis.
This is radio suicide to say this, but I'm just going to be honest, as we try to be. I'm looking forward to my Mike Bassick moment in the season where I say, all right, they got me. They flipped me. I believe. Because right now, today, my mindset for the regular season is I don't care. Whatever. They can beat Cleveland by 14 in the opener, and I won't care until it's the second round playoff game and they go to the NFC Championship. That is my mindset right now. I look forward to the emotional roller coaster of the NFL season to make me flip and take this statement back on August 14th at 7:35 in the morning. Because that's what always happens to Bassick, although he may have been Cowboy dead inside for the last year or two. That's the way I feel about it. Mail in regular season, wake me up after the second round win. Otherwise, I don't care. Otherwise, I'm rooting for implosion.
Oh, implosion would be, that'd be one obvious avenue to go down because, let's be fair. If Dak Prescott's better than Brock Purdy, the Cowboys win the game. He was not better than Jordan Love. That's why they lost the game. It doesn't boil down.
No, that was an all-around. I'll never
never
let anyone put one direction of blame for that Packer game. Dan Quinn, that's on his head, and that defense sucked too. Everyone sucked.
Absolutely.
Everyone sucked.
They absolutely was a team effort. Jordan Love played a tremendous game.
Yeah.
Tremendous game. I don't put the blame, I put the credit. Blaming the Cowboys defense is taking away the credit from Jordan Love. Jordan Love was the reason they won that game.
Okay, well, I mean, he was throwing to 30-yard wide open receivers, too.
The guy,
he was making great throws off his back foot on 3rd and 17.
All right.
Like, he was making tremendous plays.
Are we getting to Bill Barnwell?
We are. This is it. We're doing it. It's about the quarterback. And they have the Cowboys as the 8th most likely team to return. And he puts it there because he doesn't think that they're as good as the numbers would suggest.
The 8th most likely team to return to the playoffs.
The return to the playoffs.
That doesn't seem very high.
It does not, because he's going against, because they have like I said, 78% chance of returning. Houston's ahead of them with a 65% chance. Buffalo's ahead of them with a 70. Green Bay is ahead of them with a 65. The only teams that have a greater chance of returning to the postseason are Detroit, Baltimore, San Fran, and Kansas City.
So let me
from
ask
a
you
numbers perspective.
Let me ask you this question. When you go on the radio in other markets and they have you on, RJ Choppy, the fan in D.C.
Oh, so the VSIN yesterday.
Wow. Lombardi?
Patrick Maher.
Oh.
Stassi's guy.
You're Bravo Leverty.
Yeah, I'm a Bravo Leverty.
When you go on there, do you tell them, do you make fun of the Cowboys and crush their offseason, or do you tell the hosts and that listening audience, hey, a total overreaction meltdown in Dallas? Everyone's whining and crying. They're going to be just fine. Which tone do you take?
I mean, I do criticize the offseason. I think the offseason was a disaster, but I also do say this is still a playoff team.
Okay, so
yeah,
what?
they're still going to win 11 or 12 games.
Yeah.
And they're going to lose in the playoffs because, quite frankly, the quarterback isn't as good as Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Or Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen.
All right.
They're going to go as far as Dak takes them. And if he's better, if he's better than Jordan Love at a playoff game, then they're going to win that playoff game. And if he's better than Jared Goff, then they're going to win that playoff game. But eventually, they're going to run into a player that he just isn't capable. He's not capable of being better than Patrick Mahomes. Now, on a certain day, sure. But if you were to take your chances, Patrick Mahomes is going to be better than him on, 7 out of 10 games.
Not what the number says over the last 60 games.
Well, that's true,
You've seen
Bobby.
that graphic.
Yes.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, there it is. So Choppy is saying a little bit of an overreaction, but the Cowboys panic.
That
I just
Kool-Aid
think
tastes good, don't it, Chop?
That what?
That Kool-Aid tastes good, don't it, Chop?
There ain't no Kool-Aid. He's just fine with getting in.
She's been dead for a while,
nasty.
Chop.
You know what? Hit the button.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I wanna punch another 7-year-old.
All right, you get one punch. I thought of this last night. A very sick question in my mind. You get to punch this 7-year-old or Matt Kuchar. You get one punch, and you have to pick.
It's like you're punching a little person.
I want to take care of the 7-year-old.
Wow. All right.
So this 7-year-old golfer sunk a hole-in-one on his first round of his life, right? So I want to punch that kid.
Congratulations,
This is different than the one. So there was two. There was a 13-year-old. There was a 13-year-old in Oxnard that I wanted to knock out because he had 2 hole-in-ones on the same round. This is a 7-year-old, first round of his life, hitting a hole-in-one. We are talking about a 1 in 15,000 chance. This is not the guy who somehow holed out on back-to-back par 4s with a 1 in 36 trillion chance. This is a 7-year-old who hit a hole-in-one in his first ever round.
What was the distance?
111 yards.
111 yards.
And I don't care. It could have been 50. Could have been 50. It counts. It counts.
It feels very petty. You've had plenty of hole-in-ones in your life. Let some other people have some shine.
Any.
Oh.
Gaylord, Michigan. His hole-in-ones happen in the woods.
They do. And when we go to Michigan, right? So we
Next week?
Yes, we go. We leave. We leave. So there's a par 3 course there, the 3 tops that we play. If I get a hole-in-one there, doesn't count.
Why?
It's a par 3 course. You got to. They technically don't count that as a hole in one.
Okay, so this kid on 100 yards was a par what?
It was a par 3, but it was on a regular golf course. So you're instead of getting 9 chances, you're only getting 4.
And why would you punch Kuchar?
Because Matt Kuchar did the ultimate hardo jackass move over the weekend on Monday, really. So they were playing in the Wyndham Championship. And they had some bad rain. Obviously, Hurricane Debbie was out there and causing havoc on the eastern seaboard. So they were on the 18th hole. They had somehow managed a way to finish this round. And Kuchar's there, and he decides that he is going to mark his ball in the fairway because of darkness. The rest of his group finished. And he's like, nope. I'm marking my ball because of darkness, and I'm going to come back tomorrow and finish. So he forced they're estimating about 70 people came out there.
Wow.
Workers had to come out there to finish the round for him. From shot link guys to ushers to security to the golf course personnel, the maintenance personnel. For him to go out there
to play?
For one person to take 6 minutes to finish his round. And he finished 12th. And it was a $56,000 difference in purse between that and him finishing. If he didn't finish 12th, I think he would have tied for 21st. So it would have been $56,000. This guy's made $60 million in his career on the course, not to mention all the money from Bridgestone that he has made and other sponsorships. One guy to finish, turned out to be what? 3 shots? 2 shots?
Is he known to be a jerk?
Oh, this is the same guy who won $1.3 million in a tournament and tipped his caddy $5,000.
And what are you supposed to tip?
About 10%. So about $130,000 on that one is when he should have tipped.
So he tipped him short $125K?
Yeah, so it wasn't so his caddy, something happened with his caddy during the round, and he just pulled some guy in from the crowd or pulled a worker from the golf course there. And he's like, here, caddy for me this week. And he caddies for him and he wins. And he gives the guy $5,000 tip instead of, you don't even have to give him the full 10%. You can give him 5%. The guy gladly would have taken, $55,000 as opposed to $5,000.
You're sitting here complaining about never having a hole in one while also simultaneously arguing that people should be hitting golf balls in the dark. I don't think you're showing
dark.
I don't think you're showing yourself to be the golf expert that you've claimed to be. In fact, over on the fan text, the 469 says these entire stories just prove Bobby right about golf. About how he could just step out there and crush the game because 7-year-olds are doing it. Chop.
Fair.
That's true. That's fair. This is terrifying. Did you all see the video of the Brazil plane that just decided to leaf down, fall like a feather?
The turboprop.
Holy cow. It was absolutely terrifying that a plane could just fall out of the sky like that. They're saying the initial reports are there was ice that got on the wings, and they didn't have the systems to de-ice in the air, which ice gets on the wings a lot, but this thing just fell out of the sky, and everybody passed away. Everybody perished in the crash. But there are stories coming out that there were several people that were in a restaurant or something adjacent to the gate that missed the plane, and they were trying to get on the plane. There was a bunch of doctors that were trying to get on the plane, cancer doctors, and they 7 of them were denied entry on the plane, and now they're second lease on life. But that is terrifying, that video. Did you watch this video?
No. I heard about the whole story.
This is what happened to, I know from watching air disasters on our flights every time that we go out to Oxnard and everything else, and people chastise me for watching, airplane accident videos while we're flying. But that's what happened to, there was a flight in Indiana in the 90s that crashed that it was the same issue. Their de-icing stuff didn't work. Those turboprops, Chop, they're known to ice up pretty easily, those wings.
This thing looks like it was just a rock dropped straight down.
Absolutely.
That's it. It just drops straight down.
We're gonna go on an airplane here in a couple days. It's terrifying, man. And that wasn't a Boeing, Bobby.
You're not terrified. None of us were terrified. Flying out from DFW.
Terrified is the wrong word to say.
You're not worried
aware.
Either. You're not nervous
because we weren't on a Boeing. That's why we weren't afraid. If
I'm
you were on a Boeing, you would have
aware. How about that? Let's go to the face. Poop masks.
Man, this is repulsive.
This is repulsive. Brazilian model started this Instagram kind of hack of donning a fecal mask after reading online that it could prevent aging. So
human fecal matter.
She's got at the time
game today
over 600,000 followers on Instagram. That is well over 1 million now. So she flaunts this face mask for the camera, and it's just brown smeared all over her face, and it's turds. It's turds.
All right, so
it's feces.
I'm telling you that a 12 out of 10. All right, your favorite model, celebrity crush, you can get with her. You can get with her and date her for a year. She's a 12 out of 10, but she wears and uses a poop mask. Are you doing it? You have to decide.
No. No, I can't shower in the same bathroom that I've gone for 2 hours. I'm not kissing poop mask.
And you're like around her sometimes when she's doing it, like you're laying in bed at night. It's not that you never see it. Like you move in after 6 months. You're dating, you move in after 6 months. Pepe, what are you doing?
I'm doing it. If Sydney Sweeney is having the poop mask on, I'm doing it. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
I couldn't even open up the story and look at this girl with some of this schmear. It was a schmear.
Are you certain she's not just a troll? Like she's claiming this, but she's putting on something that's not.
It's very possible. There's no way of knowing. It's the internet. It's like there's no way of knowing. But
I'm not doing it.
I'm not.
I'm surprised you're not.
Well, here's the question. You go home. Amanda's got a poop mask on.
Yeah.
How many times does she have to wash her face before you get near her to kiss her?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. A long time. Not once.
My roommate in college said Bud Light tastes like green tomatoes. To this day, I can't even drink a Bud Light because of the hint
what a joke you are.
of the smell.
That's why he doesn't drink
I've never
Bud
heard
Light.
this one time.
Oh, I've told the story many times.
No, you have
yes,
never.
absolutely.
You never
maybe not in the air,
memory.
but I have told it many times to people. He said it tastes like green because I was exclusively a Bud Light drinker in like my freshman and sophomore year, and then after that,
college experience.
I have not been able to get near a Bud Light.
And every time he drives in the garage in the morning, I hear Kid Rock blaring.
No, you don't. No, you do not. Yeah. So
I don't believe the story, and I'm not calling out you for it because I think it was New York Post or something.
No, it's gone everywhere. Yeah,
it's everywhere.
Like, there's no way that someone could put that on without gagging themselves. You can't. You cannot sit there and put that on your face without gagging and throwing up yourself. I don't believe it.
It's pretty. I mean, I can't even. Like I said, I can't even smell that sometimes without starting to vomit.
Chopping it up every hump day during the expressway here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so this is little advice for you kids. So did you all have a lemonade stand as a child?
No.
Did you ever do a lemonade stand?
Nope, homeschooled.
Well, you should have had a lemonade stand empire then.
Yeah, really.
No, we were dressed in our Amish attire and stayed indoors all day.
So I had a lemonade stand. You make a couple of bucks. All right, it's nothing because you're trying to find people walking by with cash. But people who live like in a
I love a great lemonade, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't like making it at home because it's a lot of work, squeezing all the lemons, and I'm doing this with iced tea now. Like we have we're on an iced tea run in our house. The amount of sugar that you watch pour into a lemonade, it's not good. It's not good. It's one of those things you want someone else just to hand you in a restaurant. You don't want to see the sugar that goes in to making lemonade or the iced tea the way that we like.
I'll always buy it. If I see somebody with a lemonade stand, I don't even necessarily take it, but I'm always like, if I've got cash, I will always
But a fresh, squeezed, cold, sugary lemonade, I love it. Pepe, are you a fan?
Yeah, I'm all down. If I see it, if I'm driving down the street, I'll go for it every time.
I don't know that I've seen one.
It's been a while, but especially if you take it and you throw you add
They're
some
having
sugar
lemonade
in.
stands off Jim Miller in East Dallas.
Yeah, there's a kid yesterday with a lemonade stand over across from us.
Did you stop?
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying
how much they charging?
It was like 50 cents. I gave him a buck.
Ooh, inflation.
I had $1 on me, so I just gave it to him.
Okay, but you had cash on you. So a lot of people don't carry cash now. So what the kids are doing, they're getting their own QR codes. Or, you know what I mean? So they don't have to pay or anything.
Yeah.
And they are making bank. like I said, when I was a kid, I mean, you're lucky if somebody had cash on you. If nobody has cash. If they don't have cash on them, you're obviously not making a sale. But everybody carries their phone everywhere they go. So these people are telling stories about how their daughter or their son is making 7, 10, 15 grand over a couple of years, over the last year or so, just on lemonade stands because they've got this cashless payment. And the amount of money kids are making nowadays off of not even having actual jobs. There's kids in my son's school, in the high school, making 10, 15, 20 grand a month reselling sneakers. They go to an outlet store, buy sneakers, and then sell them on like StockX for they're finding these sneakers for $60, selling them for $300 on StockX or eBay. And the amount of money these stupid kids are making nowadays, I'm so jealous.
Scalpers. You're telling me
They're
we're
essentially
raising a
scalpers.
Generation of scalpers.
Because what the internet's done, it's allowed us to create a market that isn't really there, right? And you're getting fakes. You know, there's no difference. What's the difference? You buy it and then you resell it at a higher price. That's a scalper. It's legalized scalping, and it's genius. And why didn't we think of this first?
Oh, I mean,
Technology?
Yeah,
QR codes?
Technology makes it a lot easier. The QR code, everything. I mean, we did think of lemonade stands. We just didn't have, the infrastructure to make it work the same sort of way.
Chick-fil-A is bringing back their banana pudding milkshake. 15 years they've been without it. It sounds awful to me, but I know people like banana.
Sounds good. Everyone loves banana pudding. It could be. Let me think about this. YouTube, Twitch, fan text about to light up. It could be the unofficial or official dessert of the state of Texas. Correct me with something else.
Banana pudding?
I think banana pudding, I'm labeling it the official dessert of Texas.
Like if you're
cobbler.
I was going to say
Peach cobbler, yeah.
If you're talking about going into restaurants, banana pudding's up there, but it's also going to be peach cobbler. You're going to see you'll see pie in some instances, but peach cobbler, banana pudding.
I think it's banana pudding.
Because if you go to a barbecue joint, the most
Skillet
likely
cookie.
A skillet cookie.
The skillet cookie, that's popular.
Because if you go to a barbecue joint, is it not most like they almost always have a cobbler there? Right?
To me, it's always banana pudding.
I get banana
Everyone
puddings
has
at
a
every
banana
barbecue
pudding.
spot I know of.
Yes. I love those fried pies, though. I would nominate
tremendous.
that
Yeah.
as the official state dessert of Texas.
Yeah.
Over on the Twitch, EJL Viking, Bold Amoeba, both saying pecan pie. Pecan pie is pretty big here in Texas.
Yeah. Well, real quick, according to the Farmer's Almanac, get ready. Inches of snow this winter is coming. Winter is coming. They're saying inches of snow is in the forecast.
Give me my Comrex now. This commute from Sunnyvale be not doable,
especially on the back roads.
Now
they're not plowed.
That's right. They're not plowed.
You're going to want your Comrex next week because you don't want to melt when you step outside. I saw something yesterday where it's like, 10-day projections are 113 degrees next week in Dallas.
What? 113?
That's what I saw yesterday. Over the course of like the next 10 days.
Chopping it up every single hump day during the Expressway on DFW Sports Station. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Is our general manager really that bad here in the Metroplex? That's next with Sean and RJ. But we're sitting there, we're talking about barbecue joints, we're talking about desserts.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
$109 plus a free hallway and $75 off your air duct cleaning. Ask for the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 214-37-CLEAN or ZeroRestDallas.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here with the Hump Day edition. Choppy's got a drink in his mouth. Bobby's not paying attention.
I heard you. I was waiting for him. He goes first.
Shad Sharif, RJ Choppy. Yep, there's first. Then Peyton Russell. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station. Brian Broaddus is going to check in from California at 8:40. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com in the final hour of the show after Brett Boone talking about the absolute plummet of the Texas Rangers at 9 o'clock. But yesterday, a general manager list came out that I think is going to set up a little debate and argument here on the morning show.
Yes, this was actually something that had come out. It was actually last week, I think, is when this first little bit of research had come out on the NFL trades that are made across the league. Because we talk about the Cowboys all the time in terms of the way they draft and the success that they have in drafting and how that's a big advantage for them. But what about the idea of when you make a trade, what kind of value are you getting back? Because I think typically people think of who when you start talking about just robbing people blind in the trade market.
Howie Roseman.
Howie Roseman always gets all this ridiculous credit for, oh, Howie did it again. Howie, you madman. You're a mad scientist. Maybe he's not as good as we initially thought. This is from Stephen Patton and Colin Dunphy, who are two data analytics researchers.
Phil's brother?
Yep, that's exactly who it is.
Good reference.
They're two data analytics individuals, and they were trying to look at when you make trades for draft picks or you make trades for players, how does that impact essentially your win share? Like, what kind of win shares are you getting back? What have you given up? What's your net win share? And by stacking that, by taking that over the last 3 years to take a look at who have been the most successful GMs, Jerry Jones, not the most successful GM, but near the top. He's looking pretty good on the list.
Hey, man.
Yep, that's him right there. Howie Roseman comes in the bottom 5 for win shares.
Wow.
Now, Choppy has an issue with this list because of how it breaks down, but let me just read off for you really quickly who the top 5 are. Top 5 are Chris Ballard.
Oh, the other media darling.
Oh, God, he sucks, too.
That's Colin Cowherd's leak. I'm sure of it.
Chris Ballard. Number 2 is Ryan Poles in Chicago. Then you've got Chris Greer in Miami.
Whoa. How's Ryan Poles? We're judging the value of the players.
The trade value that you've gotten back, how it's affected. And so when they trade away for DJ Moore and then their trade chips that they got back in the Carolina trade end up performing well, that ends up boosting it up.
By the way, I forgot. He's trending this morning for some reason. I totally forgot where Keenan Allen ended up. Totally forgot. Where is he, RJ?
Chicago.
There you go.
You got it. Nailed it.
What a limb.
When you look at the rest of the list, though, it's Chris Greer at 3 from the Miami Dolphins. Probably the Tyreek Hill trade, and so that's boosting that up a lot. John Schneider in Seattle, and then Jason Licht, who is in Tampa Bay.
Or Light.
The bottom, whatever it is, it's LICHT. I don't cover Tampa Bay. We're a bigger market. Number 4, Chop or Sean. Come on. Bottom 5 on this list: John Lynch, and this is from 5 to the very worst. John Lynch in San Francisco.
Now, you've been calling John Lynch out for almost a year now. You've called out Howie and Lynch as being overrated.
It's been they're great at drafting, but they've been big on finding some dumb luck. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw turning into 2 arguably the best linebackers in the NFL, picking them in the 5th round. I don't think they picked them there thinking, yep, here they are. These are the best players at the position. And then they've traded away just about every first-round pick that they've had.
Is that not like... We give the Cowboys credit for 5th-round
for
finds.
valuing. We don't give the Cowboys credit for finding Dak in the 4th round while also trying to get Paxton Lynch. They valued him correctly in the 4th round. Good job, maybe seeing him as a higher value. They don't get credit for saying he was a first-round talent that we waited to the 4th to take. That's what I'm saying. They've still been lucky, even if they were right that he was better than where he went.
They were lucky with Romo.
Yeah, they were. But
it's kind of the same with Dak. But
we credit the Cowboys like when was Deron Bland?
Okay, there's a difference between taking Deron Bland in the 5th round and saying Deron Bland has a potential to be a good starter. That's a guy we valued in the 3rd versus he's an all-pro.
Versus Tom Brady credit.
That's dumb luck.
I'm not crediting the Patriots for picking Brady as the greatest quarterback of all time. We're putting a ceiling on our credit for 5th and 6th round picks. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I can give you credit, but you did not know that they were going to be the guy they were. That's the lucky part of it. And they've traded away all of their first-round picks. They've missed guys at the top. Reuben Foster, Trey Lance, guys like that San Francisco's missed. Monty Austinfort in Arizona is the next one on this list. Howie Roseman, 3rd to last on this list for the Philadelphia Eagles. Then it's Les Snead, and then bottom of the list, Mickey Loomis with the New Orleans Saints. Chop, you had a problem with this list, though.
I don't have a problem. I just think I think it lacks a little context. When you're Philadelphia and when you're San Francisco and those teams, you're less concerned when you're looking for that over-the-top guy with value than you are with just, picks mean less.
Yeah. The Rams, Les Snead is...
F them picks, man.
Yeah.
They didn't care about the value. They were worried about...
But don't they get credit through this list or system for the win now players and what they produce?
Yeah, it's not just for draft picks. You're getting credit for like what did the draft picks turn into? What did your players that you acquired turn into? What was like net win share versus what you pulled out on the positive side? And
like,
Howie
are they getting
Roseman,
huge points? Do they factor in a Super Bowl win?
No, it's like for a lot of it's like performance based for the individual player.
So
and
they're
what
not
they
looking at
contribute
team.
to.
They're not looking at team
Yeah, it's
success.
what they contribute to the bottom line of the team.
Because of the like Chris Ballard, the Colts stink. Ryan Poles, the Bears just had the number one. No, they didn't have the number one pick because of that. They had it because of Carolina. But 2 years ago, they had the number one pick.
Yeah.
Greer, Miami hasn't won anything. Schneider. What if? I mean, they're a good team.
Yeah, they're
not a threat. And then Tampa with Light. I mean, yeah, they get Tom Brady, and they win, and they went to the playoffs last year. That's to their credit with Baker. Nobody thought they were going to go. They're a good roster. There's no doubt about that one. And then the guys at the bottom, those are all good teams. And I think what it says to me is like when you have a really good roster or you got a great quarterback, you can take these like Kansas City can draft whatever
inmates
it possess. If Kansas City drafts a running back in the first round, I don't lose my mind over it because they can make that kind of risk and they could take that kind of move when you've got Patrick Mahomes. You've got to be perfect when you have a middle-of-the-road quarterback. And these GMs at the bottom of the list, from Lynch and San Fran and the Rams and the Eagles, who have been really good teams over the last decade or so, or maybe a little bit less, with some, you could take those risks and you can worry less about the value. I think it's a good list. I think it's smart because I love the draft part of it, which they also did in this thread. And you could take that, but it's like, all right, you're less concerned with value, I think, when you're San Fran.
Yeah, but I think you're also trying to find pieces that are going to put you over the top, though. And you're making deals to try and push you over the top, and so you're looking for that value added. You're looking for that value gain.
Well, we've been begging here for every offseason.
Yeah.
The over-the-top piece.
Look, Dallas, we just got done with a segment last hour where, Chop, you talked about how Dallas is in contention every year. They're a 12-win team. They're right in the mix of, like, right in the middle of it. They've done a good job building. But don't you still agree, we all do, the Amari Cooper trade made them a worse football team? It was a bad trade.
To Cleveland?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Made them worse. So they could be better and closer to win. So what this list is saying, though, is that these moves that Howie Roseman or John Lynch have made have potentially put them farther away. They're close, and we look at it and say, well, they're close, they're successful, but it's also like, yeah, but they might have already achieved it if some of this net value was right.
Oh, look, I love the idea. I mean, I love this from the list from the standpoint of, like, you got to get good value. I mean, I'm all about that. I just think, like, some of this may be skewed by your team needs at that moment.
And where did Jerry end up on the list?
So Jerry is basically, it's a graph. So, but Jerry is one of the higher ranked ones here. He's in the top 10. So
generally you want to be in the upper right quadrant of a lot of these graphs, and he's in it.
And so he's up in that side. So he's in the top 10 in terms of the moves they made because of different guys that they've acquired.
All right, a lot of people yesterday getting worked up over NFL facial recognition.
Yes, the facial recognition. So they're getting some pushback. So there was a story about a week ago, Bobby, I think you were out, about facial recognition at the games.
Yeah.
Where they're going to use that as your ticket, and they're going to be able to recognize your face in the crowd to see if you should not be in there. Remember how some people are banned for life from these games? Well,
shout out Dolan family.
Yeah, Charles Oakley, suck it.
Yeah. So the league is getting some pushback on this right now. And law enforcement agencies are the ones doing it. They're saying that the software that they're using could get hacked and get in the wrong hands, and it could create a threat for law enforcement. So we see this at airports. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when you went to the TSA, they would take your photo now.
Oh, we didn't notice the same thing because Bobby and I were in the poor people line.
Oh, yeah. But if you go to pre-check, like, it depends on what airport you're in. I sometimes don't even show my ticket to get through security. They just take your ID, and it's correlated with a ticket, and they take your photo, and they see it's you, compared to your ID.
Flying out of LAX, that's how they they scanned my face. Going out of DFW, I had to scan my ticket, but they didn't even need my ticket coming out of LAX.
So we've seen this happen.
They just check Bobby's armpit stains, like they scan the bottom. They're like, oh,
that's definitely you.
We got 4 inches. It can't be anyone else.
Delta uses this at the gate. They don't even scan your ticket at the gate now.
2 inches.
Some at some airports, Delta doesn't even scan your ticket at the gate. They just let you in by your face. They don't even look at your ticket. It's crazy. But imagine if that gets in the wrong hands. Like that gets hacked.
What would happen?
Well, if it gets hacked, they could let somebody through who shouldn't be there. It was on a no-fly list.
Okay.
They could let them through security, right? And they're saying that this could, in the
NFL stadiums,
stadiums, it could like be a threat to law enforcement or to the people that are in the stadium if a known felon terrorist is allowed to get into a stadium to create some kind of havoc in there, because the facial recognition could get hacked into and changed and altered.
Yeah, and there's
but you
also
still got to go through metal detectors.
Yeah, but I mean, is there ways
Like
to,
without? I mean,
you could have somebody on the inside, right? That's just one of the
a little too much
fears.
CSI being
a
watched.
lot of CSI.
There's also like part of this apparently is also they're worried about hacking the system and what kind of data they can harvest and how that bad actors might target police specifically and do so, which to me I look at it, I go like,
it's scam tickets.
Anybody who is good enough with this technology, right? Like you're telling me, hey, these guys could hack it and replicate this and that. I gotta feel like there's they know their way around Google or Photoshop or other things to just be able to get in that way, I would think.
I would think so. If you really want to get into the stadium, you're going to find a way to get in. You're going to find a way to do whatever it is you're going to do. But is also the other thing is like, is this intrusive? Like, do you have a, you know what I mean? Like, that's the other side of this is like, do you really need my facial recognition?
Well,
and how much privacy? What element of privacy and expectation of privacy do you have in public?
Raiders might have security issues, though, because if this is like the Las Vegas police are telling their officers, like, our recommendation is you do not work Raiders games as security if this is being enforced.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So their recommendation is if this is being enforced, you guys don't put yourself in that situation and do not work Raiders games.
877-881-1053. Just another step of losing all of your privacy. That's already gone, so I already gave up.
Do you assume that your home, Google, Alexas are being listened to?
Oh, listened to? I don't know. But there's definitely some weird things that happen with my Alexa. Weird things.
It's too often where Kristen and I are just talking about something, and then 20 minutes later you open up Facebook and there's an ad for it immediately. Something really specific.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
That geotagging, or is that what that's called, or something like that?
Yeah. How's taking over, man?
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Do the Rangers belong in diamond calves anymore? Protect your chicken wings. And when is the last time that you've actually sipped champagne? We may have the reason why you haven't. That's next. And Brian brought us from Cali right here on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The lefty swings, and he grounds one through the right side. It's a base hit. One run is home. Here comes Abreu. Here's the throw by Adolis. The tag. He's safe with a head-first dive. Over to third goes Smith. It's a 2-run single for Sogard, and it's 8 for Boston.
6 straight series loss. Perfect game being put up against them into the 6th inning, and the Rangers lose again to the Massholes 9-4. Who needs Duran in Boston?
Nobody.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the World Series champs. I'm going to say that as many times as I can before that evaporates, because it is going quickly. And I got a very angry...
Still got about 2 months. 2.5 months, right?
Yeah. It feels like it's like 20 games left, but there's a long time left. Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, will join us at 9 o'clock to talk about it. We have Brian Broaddus from Oxnard at 8:40 in Below the Belt.
Below.
Chop, you got some leftover Diamond Calves?
I do. So ESPN's released this documentary.
But by the way, real quick, also last night, Soto hit 3 bombs. Him and Judge are doing their thing.
Yeah, it's that's one of the storylines in the last 40 or so games. Is will Judge get to 60 home runs? He's one shy of becoming the fastest to 300 in terms of games played in the history of the sport. Now, he's old. He's 30 years old, so he's not going to get to 700 or anything like that. But
man, Soto's 25.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy how young he is. I mean, he's going to get...
He's played 8 years.
He's going to get a 10-year deal, at least.
Yeah,
maybe 12.
He'll be like Miguel Cabrera, where it's like he comes up when he's 19 years old, and you're like, hasn't he been playing for 30 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, real quick, before we do that, I want ESPN's releasing a documentary on the Jim Joyce, Armando Galarraga perfect game missed call from like 2010.
Yeah.
And he had a perfect game. There was 26 outs. He covers first, gets the guy, replay shows he gets the guy, but there was no replay. And he was called safe. And now, there's a push to get MLB to overturn that call and give him the perfect game, which is like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, do you if they do that, are you going to go back to the 1985 World Series when Don Denkinger blew the call in the 9th inning in a 1-run game and give the World Series to the Cardinals?
Go back and give Dez his catch? You going to do that?
Yeah, what are you going to do here? Yeah, it sucks. But, it's these stupid documentaries, people who've never played sports. We'll just let him have it. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. Yeah, let's just give it to him, man. I don't know. It sucks that he got robbed. He did get robbed. We all saw that he got robbed. We know he got robbed.
Yeah, he got robbed. I will say, and it's corny, whatever else, but I distinctly remember. I remember that whole situation, not for the blown call. I remember that as part of it, but what I remember is the aftermath and all of the reaction. It was all class all the way around. It was the perfect way to handle grace, guilt, remorse, all those things, because it was in the very instant where he misses it, and Armando Galarraga knows he misses. He doesn't pitch a fit. He just kind of shrugs like, man, okay. And he goes back on the mound. Everybody rips it. Jim Joyce is in tears post-game talking about, I took history away from that kid, and I got to live with that, and it makes me sick. And the next day, he's home plate umpire, and they sent Galarraga out to do the lineup exchange. And Jim Joyce can't, stop himself from crying. But just the way Galarraga gave him total grace and said, it happens, not a big deal. We won the game. It's all good. And that's why I remember that whole situation more than anything else. So I don't know that I like the idea of rehashing and potentially stirring up
Sounds like a great documentary idea.
If
we
they
just spent 3-4 minutes on it of a compelling story.
But I'm saying if they cover it from that sort of an angle or whatever, that's cool. If it turns into one of these bitter right this injustice, I'm like, man, I feel like that was handled pretty well in the moment.
Right. Guys make mistakes. Umpires make mistakes all the time. Players make mistakes. It sucks. I don't know what else you could say about it. So some storylines for the second half of the year. one of them mentioned Aaron Judge for 60 home runs again. Another 60 home run season, maybe breaking his AL record of 62. He's on pace for 57. I think the bigger one, though, is can he slug 700, have a 700 slugging percentage? Nobody has done that since Barry Bonds in 2004. And beyond that, nobody has done it outside of the steroid era, 1994 to 2004, since 1957. So that he's at 699. He's batting 483 in the month of August. It's very possible he gets to it. That would be, to me, and that doesn't have near the cachet of 60 home runs.
Right.
But I think that would be kind of a cool thing to look at.
Who did it in 57?
Ted Williams. Ted Williams. Shohei. He is on pace for 48 home runs and 44 stolen bases. What people are looking for is
where his bets are being placed.
That and a 50-50 season. He would become the first player to have 50 home runs and steal 50 bases.
And he's
Could you
going to win
imagine?
the MVP without pitching. They may one day have to rename the NL MVP for him. They might have to, because he could win 7 of these things when he gets back out on the mound.
Really could.
He might demand it with his ego. He might say, "You must name this after me."
Well, you haven't heard one other thing about him since his dog, putting it right in your face.
Because his interpreter's in jail.
This easily, like a Ohtani versus Judge World Series is easily what MLB wants, right? Like, is that?
Yeah. Do they want the Yankees and the Dodgers in the World Series with the Judge and Ohtani?
Let's just say they were playing for the Twins and Brewers. They would still want Ohtani and Judge in the final. Right?
I don't know. I don't know that MLB doesn't strike me as a league that roots for
anything popular,
but individuals. I don't feel like they root for individual players over legacies. I think they want historic prestige from the teams. Like a Dodgers Yankees with no huge names, I think is something they'd prefer over Judge and Ohtani in those cities.
Go home, Dodgers.
That's fair because outside of having an elite pitcher, if Ohtani or Judge, you see them once every 40 minutes, right? You don't see them all the time. They don't get to perform the way they should. Ellie De La Cruz, whose jersey, imagine playing for the Reds. This is how bad baseball is at marketing their stars. Where does Ellie De La Cruz's jersey sales rank in Major League Baseball?
I'm assuming not well.
30th,
15th. This is one of the most fun, dynamic.
I haven't
players.
heard anything about him this year compared to last year.
Right.
And this year he's got more home runs, more runs batted in. He's got 59 stolen bases. He's got a higher batting average. He's having a better season than last year, and it's not even close.
I know.
And I haven't seen anything about him on TV compared to last year. Guess his WAR last year.
When did he come? He came up middle.
He's half a season, so
3.1.
1.3.
This is 0.8. He's got a 4.2 this year.
Wow.
Look at that jump.
Wow, that's big.
Look at
That's
that
a
jump. And
big
I haven't
jump.
seen anything about him.
No, I haven't either.
I thought he was actually going to, because of that, I thought he was having a down year in my mind.
Well, he is on pace for 81 stolen bases. He would be the first player since Vince Coleman and Ricky Henderson in 1988 to swipe 80 bags.
Wow.
Right?
He was dressed nice during the All-Star game. I was like, oh, yeah, that's some old Ricky Henderson vibes.
He's very dynamic too. He's had a couple moments that should have gone viral this year. He had some funny interactions with the media. This is an example, though, I think, of why, when we talk about the NBA valuation and how much people were willing to pay for the NBA, the NBA makes sure their stars, all the way down the list, and so
you wouldn't miss any NBA highlight like that.
They're all over social media. They're getting in front of people, churning out these viral moments, and Major League Baseball just doesn't do it. Now I don't know if that's because of a lot of times these are players who come over here. A lot of them don't speak English, like a lot of the top stars, or maybe it's become a second language, and a lot of them aren't comfortable talking to the media. It may prevent some of that, but
well, I'll also tell you another reason, and this is Jeff Bannister. Banny told me this years ago. He told us this. He wanted
never ever quit.
Some changes that he would like to make for baseball. And
you're going to get that tattoo there.
Right. Those highlights that you mentioned in the NBA or whatever, right? You get down to crunch time in the NBA. It's the Mavericks and the Lakers. Who do you know without certainty in the final minute is going to have the ball in their hands?
Dirk and Kobe.
Luka and LeBron. Dirk and Kobe, right?
Caitlin and Angel.
Caitlin and Angel. In baseball, ninth inning.
Angel get an offensive board.
Ninth inning, you're down a run. It might be your 7, 8, 9 guy up.
Yep.
So in the biggest part of the game, you don't get to see the biggest player. So Banny had always said this. And then Michael Kay on his radio show the other day suggested this. This made a little story about allowing teams in the ninth inning to choose who they want to come up to bat, which would create, in a one-run game, Game 7 of the World Series, a lot more intrigue. Now, you're completely changing up one of the most unique aspects of the sport, which is that, hey, look, the lineup's the lineup, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need it for the World Series. That would be interesting and more exciting for a regular season game. I'm watching the World Series either way.
Game 7 of the World Series, you're tuning in. So, I don't know. Bobby Jr. on pace for 225 hits, which is an insane number. The last player to do that was Jose Altuve in 2014. Bobby Jr. is at 348. 348 on the batting average for the year. That is remarkable what he is at.
Which, given how league-wide batting averages are down, what is that equivalent to, you think, from like 15 years ago? Hitting like 380?
And what's he at, you said?
348.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like pushing 400, it feels like.
I feel like you were, in Colleyville, cover your ears. I feel like you were trying to discredit Bobby the other day a little bit in the commercial break. So, looking at his splits. Not Bobby Bell. Always discredit him.
Yeah.
You're trying to pick Witt apart?
There is, so there's it's not Bobby, it's really the Royals in general. He has got, and the Royals in general have wicked splits. Like, they are doing dominant stuff at home, and people are throwing a Houston Astros bang the trash can kind of accusation.
Who was the last player
Royals
with 225 hits?
That would be Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve.
That's weird.
So
Colleyville, that's Bobby Belt, y'all.
No, that's
not me.
Bobby's splits this year, he's batting .403 at home. Now, he's still batting .290 on the road. But that's a 110-point difference home to road. That's a massive split.
Finish up with this chicken wing story. I think we have an update.
The chicken wing? That was him with the chicken wings.
Chicken wings?
Yeah, this is the $1.5 million chicken wing theft. So this cafeteria worker was sentenced in Chicago, was sentenced to 9 years in jail after stealing $1.5 million of chicken wings.
That's probably like 300 wings these days, as much as they cost. Holy crap.
How?
You cannot order 10-piece wing. I mean, $25.
Is it really that much?
It's stupid.
Had all these chicken wings go out the back door. It's like, what's going on here?
Yes. They're fantastic in the air fryer, though.
Yeah,
can't tell the difference a lot of times. Not too much of a difference from frying them.
I didn't know. So Pittman said to us last week that you gotta cook them about 20 degrees more than what chicken's supposed to be.
More.
So is chicken what, 165?
Yeah.
He
Good
said
job. I'm proud of you.
Cooking chicken wings about 185 to get them the good crispy on the edge, because we can never, we use cornstarch, everything. We can never get the chicken wings to be crispy enough that we like them, because we're just cooking them to
165,
the regular temp. But I'm like, wouldn't that dry them out?
Right.
I guess it's the science.
Got a lot of skin. Got a lot of fat content in there. So there it is, RJ Choppy with some Diamond Calves here on your home of the Rangers. Brian Broaddus. I just got a sponsor for Brian Broaddus. It's Sagamore Whiskey, bringing you Broaddus from training camp. What does Cooper Beebe's elevation to the first team reps at center mean for week one? Double B, the cooler Double B.
Hey.
Joins us next.
Let's get you over to Hey.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What does BB think about BB? Brian Broaddus joins us live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, where we have a joint practice today with the Los Angeles Rams of Anaheim. Brian, you excited to see another one of these joint practices? I know last week you felt like you got a lot out of it.
Yeah, I'm excited because the San Francisco 49ers are so banged up that the Rams had to change their schedule, and they got the Cowboys on their schedule today. So, yeah, injuries happening at the Niners allows the Rams to come this direction. So I am excited about that. They worked really well last time together, so we'll get to see more work with the ones. And I know that Sean teased about Cooper Beebe and stuff, so that'll be exciting as well.
Yeah, Brian, that was something yesterday that felt like it came a little bit out of nowhere, where Mike McCarthy just, kind of stepped up and said, yep, Cooper Beebe, we've been really impressed with him. In fact, he's getting first-team reps. It's odd because Mike McCarthy is not the type who will usually answer a direct question about personnel or depth chart. So for him to just volunteer it in the middle of an answer, I thought was interesting. But when you see that move or that decision, do you think we've got a real competition now with Brock Hoffman? And is that more about Beebe or is it more about Hoffman?
I think that it is probably more about Beebe. And there were some struggles very early in this camp with some of the snaps. Excuse me, early morning cough in here. But yeah, there was some trouble with the snaps early in the camp. There was some trouble with his technique. There was trouble with snap, step, engage, those kinds of things. He's gotten much better at it. The work that he has, the snaps don't seem to be a problem. When you watch the tape of him playing in the game, his ability with the one-on-one blocks was good. His help with the various schemes that they had going. He missed one block back that cost him a negative play, but then he also had a twist stunt where he was just a little late identifying the twister coming around, and he was trying to help, but he just couldn't quite get there. But other than that, he's been pretty pinpoint, with, like I say, the snaps and then the functioning as a center in the reps that he's been able to get.
It still needs to get better, obviously, the snaps. There's been a lot of improvement. Needs to still get better. When you look at the strides that he's made from beginning of the offseason program up until now, do you think it's reasonable to believe that the strides can be made to where you can feel comfortable about the snapping in another, 3 weeks whenever they go out there to Cleveland?
I think so, and I think that's what they're going with right now themselves. They feel like that, the more work that they can get him, the better off that he will be. I mean, he actually got some guard work as well and didn't look bad doing that. So all of a sudden it turns into, well, now we have a capable player. If there is now a legitimate battle for the starting job. I didn't feel like that initially that was the case. The learning curve and all that looked like it was going to be pretty steep for him, that he was going to have to become accustomed to playing center again, which he hadn't done since his early days of college. So yeah, it's a situation where they're betting on him continually to get better, and we'll see if the line coach fights him on this one, because the line coach really likes Brock Hoffman. They talk about Brock Hoffman. The new talking about guy in camp has been Malik Davis. So you're kind of getting there. Well, maybe they're setting us up for, the running back room with Malik Davis in it. But yeah, with this is now a legitimate competition between the two centers.
Brian Broaddus from California, presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey here on 105.3 The
Thank you to them, yeah.
Yes, sir. How big Bobby broke the news yesterday in Crosstalk, Chuma Edoga out 4 to 6 with a broken toe. How huge of a problem do you think they view this, or does Guyton just make it, all right, this was eventually going to happen, it's just accelerated now?
It hurts you on the depth aspect of it all, because now you got to figure out the one thing that Edoga didn't have many fans after last season. The one thing he's been able to do is to come into camp and he's looked serviceable. And you were hopeful that Guyton was going to get the opportunity and take the job. Guyton played really well in the game for not practicing at all last week. So, good for him for that. But, yeah, as far as the depth of your tackle position, they're a good team, I feel like, inside. Their centers and guards, good. That's a good group right there. Where they have a little issue is on the tackle spots. And now you take a veteran guy who has had good training camp practices, didn't play poorly in that game the other day with the opportunities he got. The scrimmage, they ran the ball last week with him being at left tackle. So there were some positive things about Udoka, but it hurts you on the depth of the offensive line right now.
Broadus, philosophically, if you're a coach and you're looking at an offensive line, would you rather have an offensive lineman playing? Would you feel more comfortable with one that isn't super talented but doesn't make mistakes and always that knows their assignment, or one that is super talented that might make a mistake here or there but also could kind of manhandle an elite player?
Give me that guy. And I say that, and I say it very quickly. I've been around just okay linemen, and it really never gets you anywhere. Because then all of a sudden you get into games and you don't have the ability. Yeah, you know what you're doing, but you're getting crushed because you can't move. They can't move. They can't extend. They can't block. Their feet aren't quick enough to handle the elite rush. Give me the guy that's occasionally. You're gonna have 65, 70 plays a game, Chop, and even Tyron Smith is gonna have 2 bad plays. Now you hope those aren't the plays that get you killed. You hope that's not your quarterback laying on the ground and the ball out and you lose the game. But you're gonna have, like I gave the example of Cooper Beebe the other day. Played well in that game, but had 2 plays where you'd like to have him back. But I'll take that guy over the guy that knows what he's doing and is just okay at his job.
Brian brought us here with us on 105 through the Fan. Brian, as we are 3 weeks out now from the beginning of the season, let's just assume the Lamb deal gets done. That's going to get finished up, and he will be available and ready to go week 1. So you have everybody reported to camp. You have the current health situation you do. What most concerns you today, August 14th, about where the Cowboys stand heading into the season?
You asked me the question in a direct way with Lamb being involved.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an offensive question or is it a overall question?
Across the board, the team. So you're not worried about Lamb not being here.
Okay.
What is your biggest concern?
Okay, now my biggest concern, it really hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. They're going to try and sell us on this running back room, and I still feel like that the pro personnel guys, Alex Loomis and those guys are hunting running backs. I feel like they're hunting defensive tackles, and now they might be hunting edge rushers is what they might be hunting as well. So those are the concerns that I have right now with this football team. Can they add a piece to one of those? Maybe all 3, or can they add a piece to 2 of those? But those are the 3 areas that I would say right now, looking at this football team, that I would try and address if I were the Dallas Cowboys.
Has this camp and living and breathing it every single day changed your mind about what you think they're going to be compared to what you felt before?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because I was having dinner with John Machota and Todd Archer last night, and that was the exact question. I ended up paying for dinner, by the way.
Of course you did.
Yeah, we went. Todd found a really nice Italian place. It was really nice.
Hold on, who would be the one after you most likely to pay between the 2 of them?
Machota. Archer's a cheap Irishman, is what he is.
Whoa, hey! Was it Dominic's? Is that where it was?
Dominic's, that's where we went.
Oh, that was on
Ruben's list. We went there years ago.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Machota's driving, and we're and all of a sudden, John's like, wait a minute, left here, right here, left. Wait, where are we? And next thing you know, you're in basically a little area where you would never think there's a restaurant, but Dominic's, excellent food. You asked me the question if I feel different, and we talked about it last night. I do feel different about what they're, because I wasn't really sure who was going to be behind Cooks.
Totally.
I had some questions about Tolbert. I had some questions about Brooks. You got Croppers playing better. I've seen now kind of what's going on at left tackle. that makes me feel a little bit better. We'll soon see about what's happening at center. The secondary looks like that, it's going to be good enough. And I say good enough, but I think good. I think it's good. I love what Al Harris has done with them. I think this translates. If you're thinking a 9-win team, maybe it's a 10-win team. Maybe you get another win out of it. Ceiling on this, as they like to say, maybe 11 wins on it. But I think overall there were some questions that were answered. But those three positions that I talked about, the running back, the defensive tackle, and the edge, might be the one thing that kind of keeps them in that 9-win level that I think that they might be right now.
Brian, we've talked, whenever we talk about the quarterback position, a lot of it's on Trey Lance and Cooper Rush and things like that. I know we've talked sparingly about Dak, but this is probably the least we've talked about Dak in a single training camp that I can remember, other than his contract situation. Just in general, I guess, being out there for all these practices that you have, how has Dak looked overall to you? Where would you grade this? I'm genuinely asking, Sean.
You're so obvious, dude.
This is not obvious.
You're so obvious.
He could say that he's bad.
No, we all know
this is called leading the witness.
Yes, Bobby.
This is leading the witness.
Look, just asking him how a guy is playing is going to lead to effusive praise. Then,
Bobby, you could do this on Love of the Star and get away with it. Yeah, you're leading the witness here, but no, you know that Dak has looked well. I mean, that's the thing. And I think.
Enjoy it while you can.
Surprise!
Enjoy it while you can, Bobby.
Yeah. Whoa! I will say this though. Zimmer has challenged all these quarterbacks. He really, really has. And while Mike is trying to implement his scheme, he's working against the offense. So the offense they don't script plays, is what they do. The offense puts up some plays, defense will adjust to that. So that's what's been really, really good with Dak. There's been times out here where it hasn't been really a clean look. It's been a little muddy in some regards. They get down the red zone, this defense plays a little bit differently. You could see some blitzes, you could see the rotations of coverages and stuff. Dak's done a pretty darn good job of picking those things up. And I think the thing that's really helped him some is the ability to slide forward in the pocket. Not so much go wide, but his ability to step up and make throws. And I think it's helped him with some of his accuracy, especially on some of the deep in-break and routes that they've been able to show in some of these practices as well.
So they're kicking off today at 1, and then the coverage at 3.
Yeah, it's 1. It's 1 o'clock, and then I've got what I get. I'm going to be on the G-Bag doing they call me the guest now. I'm the guest.
Oh.
I'm not even on the show anymore.
Wow,
I'm like a guest.
They should call you the anchor.
Yeah, and I'm like. No, I'm the guest. I guess I'm the anchor bringing it down because, but yeah, here I'm the guest. Wow. But anyway, no, I love being with my guys. But yeah, afterwards I'll be on with the G-Bag Nation talking about it. I know we got a short show today because of the Rangers and Red Sox, but hopefully we'll break it down for folks starting at 3 o'clock, and we can have some good conversations about how the practice went against the Rams today.
Well, you're the sail for us. Is that a sailboat? Is that the right term?
A sail.
The bow?
Bow's the left.
No, that's the front. Never mind. Shut up.
Stern,
the front is the bow. Starboard. Port, stern.
You're the whole boat, baby.
You're the whole boat, baby. Thank you, brother. You're the best.
Yeah.
The great Brian Broaddus, presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Is it over for the world champs? We'll ask Brett Boone inside the AL West. Final hour, Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1. Swung on, that's hit deep to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's fair, it's gone. A 3-run homer for Connor Wong, and that was totally crushed. The Red Sox lead 6-0 in the fifth.
Nadell with the call. Another Rangers loss. I see everyone getting it with the fist pump on the Fan Cam. Final hour hump day edition on your home. Say it while we can, because it's about to be over of the World Series champs. And joining us on the Fan Cam, just like Brian brought us, with a smirk on his face, is Odyssey baseball insider Brett Boone via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Is it over for the champs, Brett?
I hate to say it. I think it's over. Yes, I think we're getting to the point in the season that you know me. I've always been keeping my eye saying, "Oh, I'm not closing the casket yet. I've closed it. I've been waiting. It's just not going to happen this year. I thought by this point something would click and they'd get on a run. They just haven't been able to do it. Scherzer came back. He went down. Gray's down. It's just not in the cards, I don't think, this year offensively. I was looking at the numbers from a year ago in 2023 compared to the numbers today. Pretty similar pitching-wise, but offensively, obviously, that's been the story for Texas this year. It just hasn't been that same dominant offense that was probably number one in the American League a year ago. So, yeah, I think that division now is going to go to Seattle and Houston. Houston's getting hot, so it's gonna be a battle. I don't think there's going to be a wild card team that comes from the American League West. I think there's just going to be one team this year.
So what happens in the clubhouse? What happens in the dugout? What happens on the field when you kind of reach a point where you realize that it's over? Like it's, you're at, there's a guy on second, nobody out. You're not interested in just hitting the ball to the right side. You're taking selfish at bats. Like what goes on throughout the team?
No, I think the great teams I've been on, you never stop playing the game correctly. I mean, that's what creates that unbelievable chemistry that you have on the field, because you play the game right and you play for one another. And if I do it and the guy behind me does it and the guy behind me does it, if a Simeon and a Seager and a Garcia play the game correctly, well, that 26 man on the roster is going to play the team correctly. You never stop playing the game right. And as a player, we are very stubborn. We're sitting here and I'm admitting that it's over on the radio, but these players in the clubhouse, they don't. We're kind of naive when it comes to this. Until you actually tell us it's over, we don't think it's over. So those guys in the clubhouse, they're listening going, it's not over yet. I know it's a lot to come back from, but they're holding on to a little bit of hope. When you get to a point when it doesn't look likely, you got to find something to play for. You got to get up in the morning and find some reason to go to the ballpark and be productive, and that's spoiling somebody else's chances. So I think going into September, you'll see that a lot. Playing for, it's kind of rewarding in a weird way when you knock somebody out of the playoffs. When you have have a team that's in the hunt and you go in and you sweep them in a series, or you beat them 2 out of 3 and knock them out of contention. So they're gonna play spoilers in September. That's what you got to find some reason to suit it up.
Odyssey insider Brett Boone joined us here 105 through the Fan. There's a chance that Jake DeGrom comes back still this year, even though they're so far out of it. Would you bring him back if it's in September and they have no chance to get some of that rust out, or would you give him the extra 6 months of recovery time and just pick him up at spring training?
Well, let me think. Let me put myself in the position of the player of DeGrom. He's got to do it for himself, for the mental side. That okay, I can come back from this. This season may be over for the Texas Rangers, but for him, he's got to show that all right, I can come back and I feel good. From the mental side too, from a teammate's perspective, is all right. We got DeGrom. Okay, this year's done, but coming in 2025, did you see what DeGrom did down the stretch? Man, that gives us some hope for next year. DeGrom, Eovaldi. So yeah, I think you definitely come back. You definitely don't push him and kind of force the situation. Maybe he comes back a little later than he normally would if they're in a pennant race. But I think definitely for peace of mind for Jason, absolutely comes back this year.
Brett, you mentioned that, you look at last year and the way they hit the baseball and how they were offensively. There was a lot there it hasn't clicked into place the same way this year. As they start evaluating the future a little bit, how much do they need to potentially weigh the idea that last year was a peak, that this is not a down year and you're not going to get a bounce back next year? How much do they need to consider that last year was a peak and they need changes offensively?
Well, yeah, last year was a peak. I mean, when you lead the American League in essentially every offensive category, of course, that's a year where everything goes great. That's a perfect scenario. But also, I think I look at them this year, and they're kind of middle of the pack or down in the American League in the lower third in every offensive category. I think they're a better team than that. I think they're definitely still offensively one of the better teams in the American League, just haven't lived up to it this year. So yeah, maybe they're not the number one offense in baseball, but they're definitely not the 10th or 11th best in the American League either. So I don't know how much. I think you look at the injuries that they've had, and a lot of teams have injuries. I'm not making excuses for them, but you haven't had a Young at third base or a Carter. A lot of the pitchers been on and off the IL. You lost Lorenzen, who did a great job for you this year. He went on at the trading deadline, and I don't blame him for that. Bradford just came back. Dunning's been on and off the IL. So there's been a lot of things that haven't gone their way. But then again, a lot of teams have had those struggles this year. So I don't think it's a revamping, maybe a little bit of a tweaking, but getting those pitchers healthy. And this is what I'm figuring out. The longer I watch this game, and especially in 2024, there are so many injuries that throughout Major League Baseball, it's so important now to stay healthy because nobody does. So the healthy team seems to win these days because the injuries are it just seems like every day. Let's put them on the IL for 10 days. Maybe we'll move them to the 15. I mean, it just seems like no big deal. Whereas in the past, the injuries weren't as prevalent. So today, the team that stays injury free is usually the team that comes out on top.
Brett, did you feel like the skill level of trainers was actually a thing? Like, you had a great trainer. This guy's definitely better. This one is not. Is that a thing?
I definitely have had training staffs that I preferred, but no, it's really not a thing. I think it's a culture. It's how and I had this discussion a few days ago. I forget who I was having it with, who was on air, and I was asked the question, "Who's tougher, Brett, you or your dad?" And I thought about it. I laughed. I said, well, I think I'm a pretty tough guy. But I said, definitely my dad was tougher. And when I think about that, definitely my grandfather was tougher than my dad. It was a different time. They came up in a different generation.
Yeah.
I think our generation is definitely tougher than this generation. I have a son that plays in the minor league, and I tell him all the time, you're a wuss. I'm definitely tougher than you. Obviously kidding. But No, it's the way the kids are brought up today. It's not necessarily their fault, but they're taught to, hey, if you're not 100%, we can't be playing. Now, I look at the business side, I look at the owner of the franchise, and I look at the money being put out for these guys. The money is tremendous. And if I'm an investor, if I'm a business owner, maybe I protect my $20, $30 million player a little more than in past years. But it's definitely the culture. They definitely baby these guys in the minor leagues. Oh, if you've got an injury, hey, we're going to take your time on it. In my day, hey, tape this thing up. I had a trainer by the name of Rick Griffin in Seattle who was there 30, 40 years from the time I came up as a kid, and he just retired recently. But if I had a little nagging injury, I'd go to Rick and say, here's the deal. My ankle hurts. Tape the crap out of it, and I'm playing today. Are you sure? I'm sure. Now, that comes with being a veteran player, an established player. You're going to have a little more clout than you do when you're a rookie. When you're a rookie, you're going to be told what you're going to do. But we had a little bit of latitude where we could say, I'm fine. This doesn't go past me and you, and we go on. Nowadays, it's, man, if there's an injury, come here. We're going to assess it. It comes from the top down, and you're on the IL for 10 days. And that's just the culture. That's not the fault of the player. It's just the way the game is today.
Brett, I was going to ask you about your brother losing by 10 to the White Sox, but I'll shift because you mentioned your son, and this is like a baseball question. So the sport today, when you were playing, when we were growing up, batting average they cared about, and nowadays it's slugging percentage. It's all the. Does Jacob care about batting average? Do you think we'll ever get back to a point where the players and the teams value batting average, or are we on this exit velocity or bust kind of trend?
I think it'll be back because it is a valuable tool, and you're right. In my day, I was if you were a middle of the order guy, especially, you were judged on 3 categories, and that was average, home runs, and RBIs. And RBIs maybe being the most important. I see the OPS and the on-base percentage as being a valuable tool, without a doubt. I'm not going to dismiss that. But I'm going to give you the scenario. You come up late in the game, and you're facing an elite closer. What's the one thing elite closers don't do? They don't walk you. They don't walk you. In my day, it was Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman. I'm not going up in the 9th looking for a walk because they're not going to do it. That's why they're elite closers. That's why guys late in the game are elite, because they don't walk you. So if we eliminate the walk, who do I want coming to the plate with the game on the line in a big at bat? I need a guy that can get a hit. I need a guy that's hitting 305, not a guy's hitting 212 with a 350 on base percentage, because my on base percentage ain't helped me in that situation. I think it's definitely something that's been pushed to the side. I think wrongly so. I understand the day and the age of the OPS. I think it is important, but I think you're going to see average come back, and people are going to start to respect the guys that hit for average. That's why maybe even today, with the criteria is the way it is, the guys that are hitting 300, it kind of pops off the page. Wow, you're hitting 300 in today's world. That's pretty impressive, and I think you're going to see something that it does come back.
Brett, Mookie Betts was in the news again this week because he has refused to stay at the team hotel in Milwaukee for the 2nd year in a row. He's booked a separate room because he doesn't want to stay at the Pfister Hotel, which is allegedly haunted.
It's haunted.
So that's what I was going to ask. Are you familiar with this hotel, and what was your experience?
Baby. By the way, it's the Pfister. It's not spelled Pfister.
Sorry.
Oh, there's a P.
Pfister.
There's a P.
Fist. You know what? Maybe it's haunted. Maybe it's not. It's not the greatest hotel. It's probably the worst hotel. And we have a circuit, and most of the teams usually stay kind of at the same hotels. Maybe in Dallas, one team stays here, another team stays there. But for the most part, the team hotel is the team hotel for most of the teams that come through. I don't know. I mean,
do you believe in ghosts? That's what we're trying to ask.
Not really. No, when I went to the Pfister, I started looking for him. I wanted to have a story, baby. I wanted to come out of there with something big. Never happened. As far as Mookie doing that, who cares? All I know is Mookie's one of my best players. I'm going to the postseason. I need him to be in a good frame of mind. I need him to be ready. Stay wherever you want, Mookie. Just show up at 7 o'clock and get some hits.
Brett, thank you so much for changing up the time for us today. We appreciate it, man. We look forward to doing it again.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, joining us from an Odyssey original. It's the Brett Boone podcast featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. Back out to Oxnard, getting you ready for the Rams scrimmage today with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, right after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Next up on the Fan Cam, YouTube, and Twitch is Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly, and he is in Oxnard yet again for the Hump Day edition here on Sean and RJ via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know who that was. Was that Bobby?
It was Ollie. It was not me. It was Sean's son, Oliver.
And mocking my child, my poor 4-year-old.
Hey, I like his hair. I'm not like Corey Majors.
That's right. Are you missing your kids yet, Nick?
Oh, my God, yes. And the first day of school and all that stuff.
Oh, what
yeah.
a bullet you dodged there.
No, I don't know. Yeah. But it's been we're all over the map, you know. We got one going to college, we got one going in, you know, it's 4 years old. I mean, we're everywhere. It's extreme.
Man, we were talking
senior.
We were talking about our wife guilt for being out there for 10 days. Imagine if you were Nick Eatman. I'd be divorced.
I'm going home early. I mean, after the Raiders game.
That's what you said, because I when I was at camp in 2008, I had just gotten married 3 weeks in. I was out there for the full month in 2008, and I did get divorced. So ironic you said that.
I know. They think they don't care about, and then you even bring them out there and take them to practice to show what you're doing during the day, and that it's not this crazy, amazing circus with fireworks popping off that they're putting on shells and walking through, and they still don't care. They see it for themselves, right? You've brought the missus out there.
No, I haven't.
Ever?
That's the problem. No, that's the problem.
That is the problem, bro. You couldn't let her walk the beach for one time in 25 years or 15 years?
All right, this is what I got up for. All right, I get this anytime.
All right, that's a good point. All right, yesterday, Bobby in our crosstalk broke the news about Udoga and the broken toe. Do you think that they're freaking out, or are you freaking out more? Are you going with the veteran experience, knowledge of the playbook at left tackle, or the young first-round pick?
I think, obviously going with the young first-round pick. I think he gives you a better chance to win right now. I mean, not just with walking boot or not. I think that Guyton, when he's healthy, and I say that like because he was sick last week, but I believe he gives them a better chance to win and stop or let's say contain Myles Garrett. I think if you've seen the practices here, he does a better job against Micah Parsons than Chuma does. Now he's going to have his issues too because speed rushers. I think he can handle power rushers are going to be a little bit of a problem for him early, and Myles Garrett, guys like that are both. But I do think that he's going to keep learning on the run. I think he's a better option for you. It's just with Chuma, it's your depth. It's your guy that can play both swing tackle, can play some guard. That's, I think, going to be the biggest blow.
Nick, whenever there's a draft selection, first round pick, any of the picks really, that is a group decision. Like they've come to that decision through a process that involved a lot of different opinions. So picking Tyler Guyton in the first round doesn't necessarily mean everybody was as on board as other people in there. Do you think part of the slow play for Guyton is Mike Solari still wants to see him prove some stuff to him?
Probably. I mean, I think he had to sell him from the jump. I don't think Solari was Team Guyton from the very beginning. I mean, I think you had to watch his tape a little bit more, watch him, you get to know him, talk to him pro day, that kind of stuff. And I think he grew on the entire Cowboys process there. But as far as like you said, the slow play, I kind of got the sense that was more of a Chuma thing. Like we're getting your confidence up too. You're a good player. We're going to need you. That kind of stuff. That's and maybe there's some mind games going there on both sides of it. But I think if he was sick, it wasn't sick last week, I think he would have taken all the reps. I think that the plan was to get him going. It was like a couple of days. It was supposed to be a couple of days, and that's why he, was supposed to be starting. But it took him a little bit longer. But he's the guy now. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Nick, then is that the same thing that we're seeing right now with Cooper Beebe in terms of this is the plan all along, and he's now potentially in line to win the starting job?
I didn't think so. But it does sound like that's kind of what's happening. But for him, I don't know if you can say the same, that he gives you the best chance. I don't know. I think Beebe's getting an opportunity to start, but I don't think he gives them the best chance. And we'll find out. I mean, we'll find out. It's the shotgun snaps. He's going to have to prove it there. He's going to get a chance to do that. I still feel like at the end of the day, Hoffman will probably be the better option there.
Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Oxnard, California, here on Sean and RJ. Brian brought us at 8:40, said that Malik Davis was like kind of the new hot name out there. What has he been doing?
Did
I mishear that, Bobby?
No, that's what he said.
That hit me.
Yeah, well,
2.3 yards of carries.
As I'm looking at the stats, I see 8 for 18. Yeah, I thought he had an opportunity the other day, and it wasn't overwhelming from in the game. Now I understand it's more than that. Out here at practice, I don't see where he fits. Honestly, I don't see where he fits in onto this team. I think Rico Dowdle is going to be a guy that'll help him. I do. I like the way he's running the ball. Obviously, you have Zeke. And then, something's got to give with this fullback tight end stuff. There's so many tight ends. There's so many fullbacks. I think Lipke's got a spot. I know they really like Royce Freeman when he's healthy from a special team standpoint. So I don't know where Malik Davis fits. And I'm not going to question Brian. He's scouted a lot more than I've ever done. But the thing with Davis, to me, I just like, what is special? He's not fast. He's not super quick. He's not really big. I don't know. I don't know where that is. I think he's solid, but I just don't see where he fits into the mix here.
I agree. There's a reason Broadus is on the radio, not scouting anymore. I agree with you, Nick.
Okay.
Deuce Vaughn, is he in trouble? Well, you mentioned all those names.
Yeah, no,
and no Deuce Vaughn.
Him. Yeah, I think so. I think he is. Nice story. It was great. But you got to do something and this year. And unfortunate injury for him to be out like that. I think he should be coming back pretty soon. But this was his time. It was those preseason games, the second half of those preseason games, where he was able to do some things and keep him on the roster. I think practice squad is probably his spot, and I just don't see what he's done or hasn't done that's going to let another team say, "Oh, we got to have him on our 53."
How has Zeke looked to you?
I think he's been okay. There's been some. I mean, and I say okay because you don't running backs. Every time they get the ball, they go all the way to the end zone.
Yeah.
I mean, so it is tough to tell. His style is not going to be one that's you're gonna just put on display out here at practice. There's been a couple of moments where it looks, he looks pretty good. Maybe getting to the open field. The Rams practice last Thursday, he had a couple of nice runs where you could tell, he cut it up in there and got 6 or 7. I think the first 2 carries he got like 13 yards. So, that was solid. And then Rico goes for like 35. Again, practice, and they're figuring out things too on the Rams side. We'll see that today, but I think he's looked okay. His running style is going to be one that you'll see the effects, I think, in the game.
Who's been really cool to watch up close on the Rams?
Well, it wasn't cool for Awesome Richards, but number 8 is that Verse.
Jared Verse.
Oh my God! I don't know if y'all saw the clip or the highlight where it was a one-on-one drill and he put Awesome on his back and then put it, did the basketball like little boy, like you're too small type thing, and said, "Sit down, little guy, stay down." I was like, that wasn't good. And then on the next rep, like Awesome gets up and is like, "Oh, let's do it again." I was thinking it was going to be like one of those Rudy moments where it's like, do it again, and it wasn't as good. It still wasn't good. He didn't put him down, but he went around him this time, and it was like, oh man. So when you ask me about the Rams, and again, I steal the Parcells line. I'm trying to keep my own house from burning down, but I do remember him. He was pretty good.
Nick, when we look at the roster and where things are at. You mentioned you didn't think the center position was an area where we were having a competition. What left on the starting lineup on both sides of the ball? What left is actually a genuine competition, you think, as we stand today on August 14th?
And I say that about center. I still think Hoffman will win, but it is a competition. Let me reiterate that. I mean, if you wouldn't be at this point in camp and not give those reps to Beebe if they didn't want to, make that a competition. I just feel like Hoffman gives you a better shot, honestly. But to answer your question, I think I'm not sold at defensive tackle. I just don't know what they have. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I think there's some spots out there that could be they could sign players from other teams or trade or whatever. And I just think the Mozzie and Osa at defensive tackle, I think you could get better there. And so that's one where I see, something happening. Linebackers, corners, safeties, I think are pretty good, pretty solid. Tight ends, got too many tight ends at this point. That might be your trade spot. But I think center, and I still wouldn't be surprised if another running back is into this mix. So that's why I didn't answer the Malik Davis thing. I just think that even, when you talk about Zeke and Rico and Royce Freeman, I think if those are your top 3 backs, somebody's going to be available there before camp that would make more sense.
Thank you, Nick. We'll do it on Friday.
See you guys. All right.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We cross-talk with everybody. The KMC Masterpiece joins us all next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here for the Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ, that was weak. What's
Really?
happening?
I
mean, it's just, I'm just doing
Did you help out in the cause?
That's a good point.
You know?
Can you do it again?
No. Corey, what's coming up?
Hump Day.
Man.
At 11:20, my buddy's an idiot. 12:20, not related to that, Bruce Bochy. And then
Oh, man.
I'm just making sure I separate that, Kevin. Sometimes commas don't work, whenever you're talking out loud. And then at 10, right out of the gate, Kevin wants to move all of primetime
Not all of
to the
sports.
afternoon instead.
I heard that really long tease. What was it again?
Oh, man. That is a fair critique. That is a very
What
fair
was the
critique.
topic?
All of the primetime sports, we're moving them to the afternoons. We
Y'all
have to
don't
stay
get
up late.
half shows enough.
Some of them. Not Rangers games to take over for our show.
And this is because of Olympic ratings?
I think it's partially because of Olympics, but also if you look back at like the NCAA tournament and several other things that have shown that, especially on the weekends, man, you can get a huge rating.
And has this shown networks that we don't have to start at 9 o'clock or 9:30 since the Olympics put up these numbers? Or did people just watch the replay of it at night?
No,
versus the afternoon numbers.
The live numbers were really impressive. And so I think that, and like I said, the tournament, plus you can look back at the history of the NBA Finals, like even when it became more attractive, like Michael Jordan's first final game was played at 2:30 in the afternoon. You can have these games then, and it's not a death sentence for your ratings.
Like, that's been my argument, and I love Inside the NBA and Charles, but I'm like, is it really worth the money for TNT? How many people watch them on the East Coast after a doubleheader is done?
How often do you think about that? Like, if we complain it's late, if you live on the East Coast, it's an hour later.
Oh, my God. Awful. It's just, there's no redeeming quality to the Eastern time zone.
But it brought us you?
Ooh, I don't know.
The Eastern time zone brought us choppy?
Yeah, did it not?
I mean, I did live there.
Were
but,
you created in the Eastern time zone?
That's what I was thinking.
I was created in the Eastern time zone.
That's one thing.
I think. Pretty sure I was. But, like, I do like that, back when I was a churchgoer, Sean, before I grew up.
So like
that sounded really
yikes.
Well, no, like I was forced as a child to go, but you would you would
made
get
it sound
done.
like you like grew up and matured
no,
out of it.
No, you would get done at noon.
Yes,
and then you still had an hour before the first NFL game started on Sunday.
Oh,
so here you get done at noon, and then you're missing the first 30 minutes of the game. So there
or
was
I
something
adjust when I go to church. But yes,
or
you're
you
right.
get adjust when you go to church. But I would go to the 11 o'clock.
Yep,
I was an 11 o'clock mass guy. So even when I moved here and I was still
mask.
Mass. I was never a mass guy.
Yes.
And when I moved here, I was still going to church. I was still, Mom told me to.
Yeah.
Mom said you're going to church.
I got you.
I'm just
But
mad.
you missed the first 30 minutes.
I'm
Bobby, you don't know about Mom telling you what to do.
No, I don't. I'm just mad that we get the next like 3 Super Bowls, or one's going to be in Central, and then the next 2 are going to be in West. So we're still not going to be able to experience a 7 o'clock show at Super Bowl.
And it's really going to suck when the Monday after the Super Bowl gets passed as a holiday, and it will not affect us whatsoever.
Do you want that day off?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I want any day off.
Okay, that's fair.
But
that's fair.
We can't take it off.
Why not? You can do whatever you want.
Cowboys take it
Sean.
off. We can.
Good point.
It just feels like one of those days you can't take off.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Get a comp day.
That's true. You can't get a comp day.
You can tell President's Day is very important to you.
Oh, gosh, here we go. There's a report out that the 49ers are still trying to work out a long-term deal with Brandon Ayuk, but also have agreed to parameters of a trade to send him to Pittsburgh.
I got a question for y'all.
This is what's taken so long for CeeDee Lamb's contract. This is the last leaf.
Or waiting on Ayuk to get paid.
What about Chase? How much is it worth you? How much contract value difference would it need to be to go to football irrelevancy? So, or not irrelevancy,
Like
but
Devontae?
to take a step down. So, how much money is the difference between you're like, man, San Francisco might go to the Super Bowl versus, hey, Pittsburgh is a team?
Good question.
Are they going to give him more than New England, who was going to give him $32 million, and he said no?
Let's say Pittsburgh is giving him $2 million more per year than San Francisco. It's like 33 versus 31.
I mean, I wouldn't think it's worth it, but I also, how much has he been just gotten salty over how the negotiations have gone?
True.
And what's the pressure from the union, if there is any, if that matters? Matters to some.
He seems like he wants to, with Washington being a top choice, he wants to be with his buddy, Jaden Daniels. So there must be some buddy factor with Pittsburgh.
Plus, it's his first payday, right? Go back and ask that for Devontae. That's why I was critical of Devontae Adams. I don't want to hear any crying and any whining of leaving Green Bay to go to his childhood team. I want to play with Carr. Okay, you're about to be irrelevant. And now he can't wait
where we are.
to get out of there. And we're also not the ones getting 34 versus 31. But they offered in the 30s, New England.
That was what I heard,
The report was New England had offered him 32. The A.J. Brown deal, basically.
And San Fran was at, 25, 26?
Their initial offer, yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of difference.
How much does union pressure play in, Mike? In baseball, how much does unions pressure players?
It plays because I think I can just go back to when Weaver stayed with the Angels. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, Jared Weaver.
That was upsetting to the players union because he took about, they thought, $5 million less per year. And he's like, I don't care. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to live. This is plenty of money for me. And they're like, if you would have hit the free agent market, you would have made $5 million more per year. We have projections on all the players that are going to be free agents. And now you took the market down. Now the competitive market says that a number one pitcher will sign for this much money. So now we have to fight that.
Yeah. That sucks, man. Yeah. That sucks to get that type of pressure, right? Because moving, that's one thing I give these guys credit for. This is the thought of packing up and moving.
Everything.
What miserable.
Yeah.
Miserable. Relocate, learn this, learn that.
Find a new school for your kids.
Yes.
I wouldn't imagine Ayuk would feel the same pressure from the PA. I mean, I'm sure it exists to some extent. But they're generally, I know the NFLPA has been concerned about, are you in position to potentially reset the market? If so, you have an obligation to do it. That they feel like if you are in a position to do it and you can negotiate that. Quarterbacks feel it all the time. There's this decade run of quarterbacks continuously just resetting the market that they're like, none of you are going to stop this. If you get in the way and stop, there's a ton of pressure on the quarterbacks.
What a pressure to make 50 a
I know.
year.
Yeah. Is it weird that
take
pressure
55? Man,
I'm saying
peer pressure.
I'm saying they're being pressured. They're feeling the heat for
Mahomes?
Don't do this.
But there were
a lot of people at the PA who were really upset with Patrick Mahomes.
How are they this heated about these negotiations? But when it comes to negotiations with the NFL,
their own contract,
they're like, sounds good, we'll take it.
Because it's just keep the money flowing in. That kind of stuff. That's different from I'm negotiating directly with the owner and you're going to pay me more and we're going to do that.
I think it was Jeff Schwartz. I heard him say, we are not wired. NFL players, we will not miss games. We will not miss a chance at a Super Bowl. So what baseball did where they struck at the end of the season. He goes, we will not do that. He goes, we will take a worse deal because we only have X amount of years. There is no chance we're not wired to skip a postseason. And that's the problem. And he even said, we know
about at the end of a year.
Yeah, he said, we know we are going to get worse player union deals because of it. And we just accept that.
I'll ask you because you always try to screw me in these crosstalks.
What?
Who at the fan is who messes it up for all of it? Who's the Patrick Mahomes of the fan messing it up, all the contracts for everybody else?
Oh my goodness.
The pressuring of I see head nods. Fan cam if you're watching.
I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that and get back with you.
All right.
Me?
I don't have to think about it.
I don't think it's you.
I just have to
Mike
think about
could-
if I should
Mike
say
could-
it into a microphone.
Mike could command $500,000 a year if he wanted to.
From here?
From anywhere.
He's not taking a pay
You can
cut.
command whatever you want from wherever. That's me.
He's like T.O.
I think Chop messes it up.
Me?
Yes. I mean, not like I'm not being dead serious, but kind.
You know what I got?
I don't think you know what you got. You don't even know when your deal's up. Are you and
No, I do.
You
The
and
Boston.
that I believe. No, but I know who messes it up on road trips. It's all you non-expensers. Bobby,
I expense.
Tim, Bassick for a while.
Broadus.
I tried to expense, and the computer's like, "Hey, we're not giving you any money back." And I'm like,
That's an interesting response. I've not encountered that one before.
The only one I don't
never
like
seen that.
is they're like, hold on, you tipped 16%, send it back and do it again. And you're like, oh my God.
Is it still limited at
I
that?
think it is 15%.
15%.
I don't know. I just get my $20 and move on about my life.
Look at you. Mr. Pool in the backyard and Mr. Newhouse and
Hold on, don't you have a new house and a pool in your backyard?
so I was
Wait, here's the next question. Does Sean make the most money at the Fan as a person?
Sounds like it. I mean, that's
what
I think
what
you
sounds
do,
like
and I
it?
think it's by far you do. I think Gavin Dawson's second.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that you would think that of me.
What do you think? Am I right or wrong?
Who makes the least? 877-881-1053.
Holy moly.
Put that on the Reddit page.
Oh man, Reddit. There's a guy Kite who hates us.
What's his name?
Kite.
Kite.
Yeah.
But
Did you tell him to go fly yourself?
no. He gave great explanation on our
really
shows.
did.
Have you
I
not heard this yet?
appreciated
I was
it.
like, he really listens.
Oh, yeah. Here,
I was
let me
like,
read
thanks
this for you, Sean.
I was like,
Oh my
like,
God!
I don't
You
want to
went
hear
to
this
it?
again.
Oh yeah.
You actually went to it?
I clicked because Bobby tagged us in a
Bobby's-
Facebook post yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I clicked on it, and I was
might
like,
be
"Oh."
listening.
And right there at the right there in my face was, "Oh, where'd it go?"
Well, Corey goes, don't look
You
at the
probably
Reddit
blocked him,
page.
Corey.
And then he goes, but let me read you this one thing. And
All
I was
right,
like,
I wanna hear it.
no.
Here it is from
Sure,
K
one thing.
Height.
Oh, not Kite.
KHEIT7.
You said it
I don't know.
was
It
Kite
looks like
yesterday.
kite. I don't know,
H
man.
is silent.
What's your ranking of the shows?
Oh, no.
Number 1, G-Bag Nation. Broadus is so knowledgeable about the Cowboys and the NFL of Chiafalo and Wolchuk. It doesn't annoy me when Broadus constantly interrupts everybody, but he's a goofy old guy. And
Oh, wait a second. He did this for
Yeah, hold
every
on.
show?
Sean and RJ, number 2. Sean's jerk energy is effing hilarious.
Oh.
And the way he talks down to Chop and especially Bobby is so good.
I should be paid the highest.
Bobby is like your one friend in high school who always has to say outlandish and annoying S just for effect. But it's funny enough.
This guy's deadly accurate.
And he redeems himself with good scouting info on the boys.
Kite.
And then it just doesn't. It says 3, get right with Reg.
Oh.
4,
okay.
doesn't even say 4, just says worst. KNC masterpiece.
Oh, let's hear this right up.
Holy S, this show was horrible. All the hosts are immature with their childish, and that's where I lost it. So I don't know what the rest of it is. So
he
you
likes
just conveniently lost the rest.
So he likes
I'll get
that
it for you,
you're
Corey.
a
pull it
jerk.
up.
no, I can't.
He
you can
likes
look at
that
my
Broadus
computer.
Jamie,
is
pull
a
that up.
funny old man, but he was like, but this one, too far.
Bobby, read the rest
There.
of this amazingly deadly accurate recap.
Holy S, this show is horrible. All the hosts are immature and go on and on with their childish bits. Corey's voice is like nails on a chalkboard.
I thought that was me.
Kevin, you've got your weird religious leaning, apparently.
Oh,
wow.
And Mike acts like I'm not going to read all this. Mike acts like the funny, angry guy all the time, but in reality, he's just an angry bleep hole.
Oh,
I use Odyssey to avoid listening to this show because it's that bad.
Oh, no.
man. Go fly kite.
Man.
But he had to listen to give an opinion.
He had
That's a
to
good
listen.
point.
He
As long as
knew.
you listened, I appreciate it.
He
Appreciate
just
it.
stopped listening, it sounds like.
All right.
I wonder what show he listens to from 10 to 2.
Also, how, if you think it's childish, how
Probably our
serious do
podcast.
you want sports radio to be?
Facts.
Right?
Kite, I
It's
think.
not that
He
important.
ranked us second. Be quiet.
Yeah,
Like,
Kite,
don't
I think
cost
you were
us a
good.
listener
Why are
here,
you so
Chop. What are you
angry?
doing?
Don't be angry about
not
the,
angry.
the Reddit.
I'm sticking up for my guys here.
Chop's saying this is a station, not individual shows.
Yeah,
he
there's
wants
no such
everybody
thing as
to be
individual
successful.
show.
That's right.
It's one giant show until Amy Lawrence or whatever.
Oh, my. The KMC Masterpiece is coming up next.
I don't get that.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford is with us today. I would expect to potentially see a lot more of him going forward.
Really? Yeah. Got rid of another one, huh? It's amazing how long I've lasted in multiple ways.
Man, that is for damn sure.
I want to know what's the other way.
What do you mean
Mike?
by that?
That's behind the doors.
Behind closed doors.
Yeah. And they could be open at times.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. This is going to be an interesting show already.
You always lock the door? Do you always just to make sure?
No.
Like,
probably should, though.
Lock your house door?
Your bedroom door.
Doesn't have a lock.
Oh, you don't have a lock on it?
No.
How do you keep the kids out whenever you're trying to have that time?
Just hope for the best.
There you go. All right.
It's a house built in 1910. There weren't locks on doors.
You can replace
put
a lock.
locks
You can
on
replace
there.
a doorknob. It's super easy.
I live in Oak Cliff.
They have doorknobs and locks in Oak Cliff. I'm guarantee there's a Home Depot or Ace Hardware around somewhere.
There is a Home Depot.
There you go. Or an Elliott's. You can go to a hardware store. You'll be all right.
All right. I'll think about it.
Or your kids are old enough now to know better, Kevin, that being said, Noah's just going to stroll in one day. You can lock in the door or not?
I feel like he'll learn a valuable lesson that day.
What will that be?
Don't walk in the door without knocking.
Knock on the door, and
Yeah.
if you see something you didn't like,
Exactly.
leave the door shut.
All right. We have a couple of options right here. Do you want to go with maybe how you should move sports viewership to the afternoon a little bit more, mostly in the weekend, but potentially on the weekday? Or do you want to dive right into the NFL and the best players in football, 25 and under?
I feel like you're excited about moving sports to the midday.
I am excited about
So
that.
we can watch sports during the middle of the. Is that what you're wanting to do? Because I'm down with that.
I mean, that is true. But I wanted to point out a couple of different things. You had a huge audience for the Olympics, 30.6 million viewers in the U.S. per day across NBC. That's 82% higher than the Tokyo Games and the highest viewership since 2012 for the Olympics. And so a lot of that took place during the day and even during the day on weekdays. And I thought about this a lot more. I realize we'll get to, you look back at the pandemic in 2020 and that changed a lot of things. But even before that, I feel like people's work kind of schedules were shifting more and more. And then once you hit 2020 and then into 2021, and it's carried through for a lot of people, a lot more people work at home or have like you're not traditional 9 to 5 work schedule. And so sometimes I think maybe sports are missing out by only programming for prime time.
I'm 100% with you on this for weekends.
Okay.
I think we'll see on getaway days. Now, the Rangers have a weird getaway day today as they're playing at 6 p.m. in Boston, 5 p.m. here on 105.3 The Fan, pregame at 4:30. I think you'll see the attendance at the stadium for weekday games be 20 to 40% less than a weeknight game.
Yeah.
But I think during the weekend, I do think you should do this more. I think the tough thing is we're talking about special events, and I'll go to the special event in my life, which would be the World Series. The tough thing is that is happening during college football and NFL football.
True.
So it does get tough on a Saturday or a Sunday to schedule a 4 p.m. Eastern first pitch for the World Series, or do you think that you'd be just fine with that?
Okay, and I actually think 4 to 5 p.m. might be the perfect start time because traditionally you've seen 2:30 is the big game, like on a week-to-week basis. I know that can change, and Fox and CBS.
Oh, okay, for baseball, yes, got you.
And Fox and CBS for college football.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
yeah, for college football. I'm sorry. And you've seen a push to kind of make. Sometimes you get 11 o'clock in the morning is like the big game of
for the
weekend.
Cotton Bowl game.
Yes, but you see a lot of times 2:30 is like one of the marquee games, and there's probably another marquee one in prime time. which means you have a window, and I know there will be some crossover, but you might potentially have a window for that 5 o'clock World Series game where it's like, hey, I might miss the very beginning unless this game is kind of over. Or, hey, I might miss the beginning of this college football prime time, but it's the freaking World Series. And so I wanted to start there as an idea because I'm really intrigued by that. But you mentioned the weekends. So there are a few more things I wanted to dive in about this. United States, France Olympic gold medal game, 19.5 million people. Weekend took place at 2:30. You look back at the South Carolina-Iowa women's national championship basketball game. That happened at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And what was the highest rated men's college basketball game this year?
Was it Final Four Saturday?
You would assume either Final Four Saturday or the finals, right? No.
Monday night, I think it's a little bit tough.
The first round of the NCAA tournament.
It was actually the Elite Eight. Between NC State and Duke. And I know Duke will draw some viewership, but the point is it was on 4 p.m. on Easter. And so another thing that you found is these holidays are good for viewing. So because a lot of people do stuff with their family, they stay at the house, and people are viewing. So
I'm with you.
The highest rated game of the NCAA tournament for the men's was on a Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock.
I like your thinking here, especially when it comes to basketball. If the Mavericks and Celtics in the NBA Finals, when they played on Saturday or Sunday, if it would have been a 4 o'clock tip-off East Coast time, I think people would have really loved that because they're like, this game is going to get over at 7, and then when that's over, we can go out and celebrate. We can just go out to dinner if we want to get out of the house. Like, I think there's a lot to this that they're just thinking, well, we have to put it in prime time. That's where this is the thing that I don't know. Will advertisers go, if I'm paying for NBA Finals advertising, it has to be prime time television because maybe in their brains advertising gets seen the most at nighttime, but you would have to present this to them of like, look, I'm telling you, your Coca-Cola commercial or Pepsi commercial or whatever, it's going to get great viewership at 4 p.m. Eastern time in the afternoon for this big event.
What's the news going to do, though, Kevin? The news is around that time.
Like the network news?
Yeah, they always do the news around that time. It's your afternoon news.
You know what, Corey? I will admit I did not factor in how this affects the network news.
Mm-hmm.
So I will go back.
I got this covered.
I'll go back
for
to
you,
the drawing board and look into that.
It's going to kill the news.
I will give you one thing also that could affect baseball in afternoon starts, and that's the shadows. Now, that being said, they play the first round of the playoffs. There's two games at least, being played in the daytime. One will usually start at 1 p.m. The next one might start at 3 or 4 p.m. because they're jamming in 4 games in one day. So you're dealing with shadows either late in the 1 p.m. game or somewhat the beginning or the middle part of the 4 p.m. start of a baseball game. But that's been going on in the history of baseball. It does make it more difficult to hit, but that's the only thing that maybe teams would be like, gosh, we hate dealing with the shadows, the hitting part of it.
I think that's a fair point. And I see some people on the Franklin injury attorney text line are focusing in on the Olympic part about it. And I don't want it to focus just on that. It goes beyond that. Like I said, take a look at the NCAA tournament as well. Take a look at the NFL. Viewership is far higher for that 325 game than it is at noon, and sometimes those 325.
That's wild to me.
Yeah,
because growing up, it was the noon game.
Absolutely, and sometimes those 325 games can eclipse the Monday night or Thursday night football game. And again, to your point, it is hot. It is weekend afternoon. But then I also saw this poll, and I was kind of interested because I think you can meet somewhere in the middle. This is from Sports Media Watch. What is the ideal time to have sports on? Now I'm going to convert this all to Central Time. So, everyone can consider where they live. Hopefully a lot of people live in the Central Time zone that are listening to this. 7 to 10 got 36%, but 3 to 7 got 47%. So I feel like there's a happy medium in there. For example, Michael Jordan's first NBA Finals game. It was on a Sunday at 2:30. Not every finals game has to be at 7 or 8 o'clock. What if you even said, we're going to start this finals game at 4:30 or 5? And I just saw someone on the YouTube was like, man, I would love to see a playoff game start at 4 instead of 8. And maybe that's too far. You know, like you talked about advertisers or people getting off your more traditional work schedule on the week. Maybe that's too far, but I think there's a compromise to be there where you can be like, what about 6 o'clock?
I love what you're talking about for weekends.
Okay.
For weekends.
Yeah.
That you move them to mid-afternoon games for these big events.
For sure.
I think for weekday games, you'll just have pushback, and then you'd have to really talk to maybe your season ticket holders and say, hey, do you think if we started some games at 4 p.m. Central Time, and they might say, I don't get off work till 4 p.m. or 5 o'clock, and I've bought this whole 82-game package or 41-game package from hockey or basketball, and
I got to get my kids from school.
I work so I can afford these tickets type of deal. Or, the kids getting...
Okay.
Yeah, what about the kids?
I'm glad that you brought that up. Mike, I think you're right. This is overwhelmingly is more likely to work on the weekends, and I'm just intrigued about like an NBA Finals game on Father's Day in the middle of the day. Like I feel like that could work.
I don't mind bumping up an hour in the weekday. Though.
Okay,
6
the
o'clock
Mother's
works for
Day
me.
Massacre was a day game.
That is true.
6 o'clock in the afternoon works.
That was
for
where
me.
the Mavericks hit a lot of threes. I don't want anybody to get confused who wasn't old enough and go, "What happened?"
All the moms.
That is a good point. But Corey, you mentioned something about the kids, and I'm with you. You would need further information for specific teams about some of your season ticket holders and everything like that. But you mentioned the kids. And one of the things that you said in the past, Corey, and I'm sure you're far, far from alone, is sometimes you will leave a game early, either to avoid traffic or maybe it's the time of day or whatever. I sometimes wonder if it's, now we're talking weekdays. I think we're on the same page on weekends. But we're talking weekdays. If you can move it up an hour or two, would that affect the ability for people to maybe stay the entirety of the game, or would it torpedo it because you're like, that's going to be too tough to get the turnaround from pickup from school or whatever to get to the ballpark or arena, etc.
Like how early is the game again? 3 o'clock?
No, let's say you just move up an hour or two.
Oh, 6 o'clock?
Yeah,
I think
so
that's
you're talking
perfect.
5 or 6 o'clock.
That sounds. I think what you're.
I enjoy like last night. I don't know.
It's great.
Ranger fans, I love the 6 o'clock start. Now that's East Coast. I get it. It wasn't here. Today's a 5 o'clock start, which maybe makes it more difficult for people to, and maybe I don't know how many people are getting that interested in Rangers baseball at this point. But I do enjoy the 6 o'clock start because the game ended last night approximately at 8:35.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That gives you plenty of time to, whether you need to spend more time with your wife, your kids, getting the kids down, if you have younger kids and you want them in bed by 8 or 9 o'clock and you're like, hey, this works out more. If your kid really loves the sport, you don't feel like it's 9:30 and you're like, how are they going to react the day after? And sometimes the day after that with a little bit of lack of sleep. My wife said the number one key that she gives to parents for having a good school year and making sure you avoid as much sickness as possible is sleep.
Yep.
That your kids should be getting 10 to 12 hours of sleep, and your teenagers should be getting 8 to 10 hours of sleep. That will keep them healthier and their brain ready for their day of school.
Now, there are some more radical opinions that I don't have answers for just quite yet, as in from the 260, do we really need 4 time zones? Let's split the difference. I'll have to get back to you on that.
That's the sun.
Right in the middle.
That's really, we're going to have a discussion
We're like
with the
right
sun
in the
there.
middle.
Yeah.
We don't even know what we are.
Yeah.
And so I think this affects Central and East Coast time zone folks the most, because you'll notice if you're on the West Coast, sometimes it's weird that the West Coast sports are over at like 9:30 or 10, and you're like,
Dude,
there is no late night.
Talking
sports.
to Sandler though about it, like on Sunday, he's like, it's awesome because you get up early. Everybody kind of wakes up around, I don't know, actually. You're that age around 8:30, 9, 10 o'clock, and football is starting.
Yeah.
You wake up here,
Yeah.
you got to wait 4
True.
hours. You got to watch the stupid pregame show because theirs isn't as good as what Broadus and Wolchuk are doing, by the way. And then finally maybe a kickoff happens at noon. And then you're like, okay, finally we're rolling here. But then you go all night long until that game's over, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. But on the West Coast, it starts at 10, and then you're done at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, now I can go out and hang out with my friends for a little bit before I have to go do anything tomorrow on Monday. I think the West Coast has it down, but for the weekday stuff, if you were to bump it a little bit earlier, Like they don't care though, Kevin. They don't care, and
that
they
might
got
be
so
true.
many things to do.
They love paying taxes.
Yeah,
I think we've seen, and it's not only with the Olympics, it is with the NCAA tournament. It's with a few other things. If you have the product people want to watch, especially on the weekend, it doesn't always have to start at 7 or 8 p.m. There's something to be done here.
I'm with you. Do you want to carry over the segment? Why do Californians love paying taxes so much?
I do not.
No? Okay. All right. What's next then?
You're going to like the next segment even better, perhaps. Steph, Dirk, Jokic, Kidd, Kyrie, Luka, and all the intriguing battles in the Hoops Hype Greatest Players Ever list. Next, right here in the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Restaurant Week.
Reservations are open for DFW Restaurant Week, August 5th through September 1st. Join in the foodie festivities with top restaurants across the Metroplex, with a portion of the proceeds donated to our charities. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harris, it opens up on the drive. Luka swings it to Dirk. The heave on three. The assist for Luka on a Dirk three-pointer. It's a special day.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There is a brand new list from Hoops Hype about the greatest NBA players of all time. Now, we can go through that, but I wanted to isolate a few players in particular and give you kind of battles. You know, be like, is this person really better than that player? But just so you know the top 10, and they decided, let's just get to it right out of the jump. They put LeBron James as the number one player of all time.
I'm not going to argue too much on this. I get that this becomes a huge argument in the world of basketball.
And I promise that won't be what this segment is.
Just real quick, LeBron has had the greatest career in NBA history. He's still a premium player at 40 years old. Michael was a better player in his prime than LeBron, but LeBron has far exceeded the longevity. And then that becomes a debate, Kevin, that we have based off of Hall of Fame stuff. Because you'd be like, man, nobody was better than Terrell Davis. But a lot of people are like, should Terrell Davis be in the Hall of Fame?
Shorter
Because
time.
it's a very short career. So then you go to Emmett, and you'd be like, well, and Emmett did have a great prime too. Nothing against it.
But he also had the longevity.
Right? Emmett Smith is the LeBron James of running backs.
So then they go Jordan 2, Kareem 3, Magic 4, then Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Larry Bird, Kobe, Shaq, Duncan. That's your top 10.
Yeah, I think that's a really good top 10.
Look, and number 11 is Hakeem, and I would certainly, as you can guess, you're right there. I would listen to those arguments, but here's what I wanted to do. I want to start with Steph Curry. Hoops Hype lists Steph Curry as the 13th best player of all time. He's one spot behind Kevin Durant.
Behind
Kevin Durant. Who do you think should be higher on this list, Steph Curry or Kevin Durant? And this is kind of how I want to play this list out. We'll get to some of the Mavericks.
This is really tough. Corey, I'll just say this. I think Steph Curry will be much more known and more famous in the history of basketball than Kevin Durant.
I guess because of the way Steph plays, I didn't know he was 30th in scoring, but Durant's 8th. Like that's significant for Kevin Durant. I know he's a great scorer, but look at also like the amount of like his blocks, his assists. Those are very interesting numbers in where he ranks here. I think by the end of it, that Steph could bump up ahead of him one spot.
Okay, and see, this is where I'm intrigued.
Especially after what the show that he put on in the Olympics. I don't know how much that affects it, but this is like an all-around thing for me.
No, I agree with that. Because
it does say Olympics, so there you go, yeah.
I think Steph is ahead of KD now. Because KD won 2 titles by coming and joining the Warriors. Steph won 2 other titles without him. And so I think that I think Steph Curry's ahead just because, and maybe this isn't fair, I think I have kind of penalized Kevin Durant for jumping from super team to super team and failing to win anything else like he did in Golden State.
Let me ask you this, though, both of you. If you were, and just take their careers, if you were to build a team, which one are you picking first? I'm taking Kevin Durant. The length, the scoring, the ability to play defense.
I'm probably leaning your way on that, even though you're not going to be upset at all if you get the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm building a super team too, so like I'm just looking at it
then
going.
I'm picking Steph because KD's super teams don't usually work out. I'm just kidding.
That is kind of truth.
Got a point.
But they're one spot apart. So that's what I wanted to go to.
To your point, I think after the first 4, however you want to rate, LeBron, Michael, Kareem, and Wilt. After those 4 guys, I think it gets very difficult.
Now, Dirk is number 19.
This is dumb.
Okay,
sorry.
you're gonna
love it.
Well,
no,
you're
I just
gonna
hate
hate
that he's
one
behind
particular
Kevin
aspect.
Durant.
He's 2 spots behind Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, he is 4 spots ahead of Dwayne Wade.
Good.
But the other person I wanted to focus on, we could talk about KG, but also he's 3 spots ahead of Giannis. So how do we feel about Dirk being behind KG? Because I don't agree with that. And do you think Dirk will remain ahead of Giannis?
Yes, because I think Milwaukee's going to continue to screw things up there. I don't think they know what they're doing while they're trying to do this the whole thing.
How old's Giannis?
Is he 28 now? 27?
I thought he was a little. I actually thought
I think
he was
that
a little bit older.
You're
than that.
asking a very good question, and I think it'll be very
He's
stinking
29.
close.
Yeah.
It just matters, and then it goes to who do you like? Do you like prime better, or do you like longevity better? Because if we go to longevity, most likely Dirk will win that case. But but this list says longevity's better than prime. Whenever you rank LeBron higher than Jordan, you're saying I like longevity better than prime to me, and which is fine. I'm not disagreeing with that. So I would look at Dirk and go, it's going to be really tough to beat his 21 seasons.
And also, like, the 3-point shooting for Dirk is one thing where I'm like, oh, man, I'll take that all day. But then the ability to go from the 3-point line in 2 steps and get to the basket the way Giannis does, he's a steam train you can't stop.
Let me ask you this then, since you brought that up. That's a really astute point. How much credit goes into I was more revolutionary at what I did? Like, I know Larry Bird will argue, like, hey, I was here. But, like, Dirk was there as the really, really tall person who could shoot to kind of pave the way for a lot of other players.
I'm with you because on this list so far, people of our lifetime, Dirk Nowitzki, if you weren't alive during this, like we got our guy Max over here, last day interning with us, he wasn't alive for Dirk's first 5 years of his career.
Right.
Dirk took so much heat, and so did the Mavericks, because they were doing the stupidest thing you've ever seen in the history of basketball, and that was teaching a 7-footer to be a perimeter player. It was the dumbest thing in the history of basketball, everybody was telling us. And then by about 2003, he's a rookie in 98, 99. By 2003, people are like, maybe there's something to this. And other teams are like, we need to get Dirk Nowitzki's on our team. And it was, you don't do this. This is stupid. You put him in the post. You teach him how to play the post. This is stupid, stupid, stupid. And then he changed all of that. He's literally the person. And then I'd go to Steph Curry and Splash Brothers change that you can shoot threes and win championships.
From anywhere.
Now, we're not going to focus a lot on this player right here, but if you ever forget, the most passionate fan base and maybe the most divisive fan base still exists around Kobe Bryant. From the 214, Kobe isn't, this is a text, not me. Kobe isn't a top 10 player all time. This is the first list I can remember with Kobe in the top 10. Duncan, Shaq, Steph, and about 3 others are better. And then 1 minute later from the 763, if Kobe isn't top 3, then I can't even talk basketball with you. So just to show you, in case you were ever wondering who has the most passionate fan base out there, it remains Kobe Bryant.
By far. It's not even close.
I think you're right about that. Nikola Jokic is number 29. And I know
I think that's too low.
Okay. And these players around him are obviously wildly different, but I wanted to get your thoughts. He's 1 spot behind Chris Paul, which I think is absurd, and 2 spots ahead of Allen Iverson. So in that trio of very different, Jokic is very different than the rest. Where do you think Jokic stacks up with Chris Paul and Allen Iverson?
Can I take him up a little higher on the list?
Sure.
Because I'd like to kind of discuss him versus David Robinson at 24.
Okay.
And I know
they play the same position.
That does make a lot more sense. That does make a lot more sense.
I mean, like, we know what we know about David Robinson, and I know he has the 2 titles and everything, but I would kind of have him comparatively almost as good or better than David Robinson.
I mean,
he has 2, huh?
Yeah.
I thought he had 3. But
no, yeah. He has 2, and then
retired.
Jokic 3-1 on MVPs over Robinson.
Yes. And I don't think he belongs behind Chris Paul. I think that's an homage to what Chris Paul's entire career is, minus his championship.
Yeah.
So
projecting, and I know you just David Robinson. See, now our freaking
you think about
guy.
baseball.
I know. is I would say Jokic at the end of his career will be top 15. I don't know where in the top 15, but I think he'll be top 15. Giannis, I don't think will make it to top 15, maybe top 20.
Yeah.
So where he's at right now, I'm shocked that it's that low, but he still has another, I would think, 5 years of prime left in him.
You know, it's interesting. The gatekeepers to the top 15 on this Hoops Hype list are Karl Malone and Moses Malone. And so I'm like, man, those are some damn good players.
It's tough to move them off.
Yeah, but I mean, if he wins another title, he doesn't need to win another title. If he did, Jokic, win another title, I really think that helps his case moving on up the list.
You can't, when you name the top 10 players, and even if you get a few past it, Hakeem won 2 during the Jordan
you need multiple
era,
titles.
You have to have 2 titles or more to be considered a top 10 player.
Now, let's go to number 40. Number 40 on the list is okay.
Oscar Robertson only has 1 title.
Okay.
But because of all of his other
first ever
he was
triple-double.
one of the best all-around players. That's why he belongs where he belongs at 14. Is that what we're?
But still not in the top 10. I think to Mike's point.
All right.
Jason Kidd is number 40.
Seems right.
He's 2 spots behind James Harden.
Would you put him above Chris Paul?
I think I would. He made it to 3 NBA finals. Chris Paul's made it to 1.
And he drugged those teams to the NBA finals.
Yeah, the Nets. He was lucky. I will say this. He did it. The East at that time was pathetic, but he did it. He took the Nets to 2 NBA finals. And then in 2011, he won the championship with the Mavericks as a key contributor late in his career.
Absolutely. Oh, man. I don't think so. I think I would have Chris Paul just above him, but
above Nash?
Yes.
Okay.
I think people, and this is where it's tough, because I'm about to make an argument that you just kind of already have the counter argument ready. I think because Chris Paul didn't win a lot in the playoffs, people forget how good he really was, both offensively and defensively. But then there's the counter argument of, well, Jason Kidd was really good too, and he got his team to the
9
finals.
all defensive selections.
This is so tough because when you start doing, if we just did ranking the point guards in NBA history, it gets really tough. Can I ask you, since we're doing point guards real quick, where is John Stockton? Because I think
him.
He gets underrated in a lot of these categories. Stockton, because he wasn't fancy.
33.
Okay, and that's not bad. I think whoever does this list or the people who do this list, it gets really tough to separate these guys. Because, look, I'm not a fan of Harden. I put him into the Carmelo Anthony, Adrian Dantley category of they're in the Hall of Fame, but all they cared about was themselves.
And then once you decide, okay, I'm basing this on, let's say I've decided to base it on points and rebounds and this, and then you're like, oh, yeah, but what about titles? Oh, yeah, what about... And then it changes everything as you're going along, so it's tough to decide exactly how to line it up, because they got Harden at 38.
38, yeah. Pippen is 27. By the way, if you have questions about more specific players, feel free to hit us up on YouTube, Twitch, text it in. I'll try to get back to you in the break, because I'm just spotlighting a handful of players.
Did Luka make it?
Luka did not make it.
Okay,
so,
I'm fine with that, but...
I wanted to throw it out for you. Luka is 5th off the list, so 83rd. And just if you're curious, Klay Thompson is 10th off the list. So Hoops Hype would have him as the 88th best player of all time. And so I have no doubt that they'll move up into the world. One of the issues I might have, and this might be a discussion for another day, Joel Embiid is on the list. I do not think that Joel Embiid should be ahead of Luka.
I'm with you.
Okay, one more for you. Kyrie is at 71. He's 2 spots behind Tony Parker, but 1 spot ahead of Vince Carter. So Vince Carter, Tony Parker, and Kyrie. How do you rank the trio?
Vince Carter, Tony Parker, Kyrie.
I'm sorry, Vince Carter's also 1 ahead. So it goes like this.
I would probably have Tony Parker ahead of Vince Carter and then Kyrie. That would be my 3.
Okay.
If I'm ranking those.
So Tony Parker's 69, Vince is 70, Kyrie is 71. So they're all together.
Okay. I would be Vince because of longevity.
Okay.
And then I would, I guess I'll lean towards Tony Parker, but it's really, those are three names that I do not have definitive answers on. I know one of these guys I would say is better than the other two.
Okay, so you feel good about like them all being lumped together.
Yeah,
And
even though I will tell you, I think Luka's better than all three of those guys.
Okay.
He has 5 first team.
He does.
Like, how many guys on this list when we get to 50 through 75 have already, and Luka probably will make it 3 to 5 more times in his career?
Yeah.
Like, if he doesn't make it 3 more times, something bad happened in his career.
And see, from the 4-6-9, I think this word gets thrown around way too easily. Joel Embiid has won an MVP. Don't be homers. If that's the only metric you're basing it on, you're right. Also, I would argue Joel Embiid has never been past the second round of the playoffs.
Steve Nash won back-to-back MVPs.
Yeah.
Move him up.
Luka, he went to the Western Conference Finals twice and has now been to the NBA Finals. So he has had far more playoff success than Joel Embiid. So if you disagree, that's fine. I just think
Embiid has an Olympic gold.
Homers is a lazy take. Yeah, he does. That he does. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, the Rangers played another game, and they get to play another one today.
Oh, yeah.
Next.
It's better over here.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
After 16 up and 16 down for the Texas Rangers.
How many freaking times are we going to be 4, 5, 6 innings into a game where they're like, no hitter or perfect game alert?
I don't know how many of those, but 0 runs after 5 innings, that's 50-50.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about, you're going to usually have 1 or 0 runs, it feels like, after 5 innings tonight, most likely. Like if you had, I don't do any betting on this stuff, but I guess if you're like a gambleaholic or whatever, I guess like, I don't know, whatever your odds are on betting that the Rangers have 1 or less runs after 5 innings seems to be a pretty good bet. Yeah. Most likely tonight, you're going to get to the 5th inning.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many runs Boston will score. I would say the Rangers are in big trouble tonight. Dane Dunning got up twice yesterday to pitch. Probably threw 50 violent pitches in the bullpen to get ready to go in. I get he didn't pitch in the game. And they don't have a starter today, and Bochy was leaning towards yesterday. We don't know, I don't think, officially yet right now at 10:45. We're talking to Bochy at 12:20. But he can go a max of probably 3 innings.
Yeah.
I don't know what Dane's going to do in those 3 innings, and then you have to pick up, you hope, 6 more innings. If not, it'll be 5 more innings, and you lose.
Do you think then the manager, and we can ask him this, the manager gets frustrated because they're like, I really wish we wouldn't have put it in a position where Dane had to get up and like warm up, so we could have kept him kind of clear for today?
Yeah, but it's they went for it in game 1 against Boston, and so when you pitch kind of your main guys multiple innings, you're selling out for that game, and you still lost.
Yeah.
So now the next game, you're hoping that, well, man, Cutter Crawford's given up 27 home runs. That's the most in Major League by far.
Yeah.
And then you don't hit any homers. Now, after 16 up and 16 down, the Rangers got going. And they scored 4 runs in the 6th inning. Those were their 4 runs of the game. 2 of the RBIs came off of bases loaded walks.
Hell yeah, they did.
I'll be honest and make this about me real quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had not watched any of the game, and I turned it on during Wyatt Langford's at bat.
The strikeout?
Yeah.
I was looked at Twitter, and I went, oh, I need to turn this game on. And as soon as I turned it on, it stopped the run. So
well,
I'm
Wyatt
sorry,
Langford
guys.
made 2 of the 3 outs in the 4th inning as he led off with a grounder to short, and then he ended the inning with a called strike 3 that was ball 3.
That was bad, dude.
It wasn't
bad.
close. I'll tell you what, I didn't know they were letting teenagers umpire in the major leagues.
Dude looks so young, and he's already thrown Bochy out once this season.
Oh, and now he did it twice?
Yeah, he threw Bochy out and Andrew Heaney in Minnesota whenever they argued the third base call, something about third base. And so he's already thrown Bochy out once this year. I love Bochy's line, though, as he's walking out, and he's like, what the F are you doing?
It takes him forever to get there. By the time he gets there, you're like, it feels like the moment's over, but he's like, I cannot get there fast.
I'm already here, guys.
It's going to take a while. So you know if he's coming out, you know he's getting thrown out. He's like, I am not walking. It's
going to be worth my while, yeah.
To then walk back to the dugout and not be thrown out. And he was trying to protect Wyatt Langford. Now, that was a tough call. It didn't matter. They lost 9-4. Like, I get, like, we can play out, but if they would have done this and done that, they didn't have David Robertson or Kirby Yates to help them close the game. So it was a loss. They were going to lose. Once they got down 6-0, it was going to be, like their playoff chances, a 1% chance of winning that game. It just, you didn't have the horses in the pen to try to keep it at 6, and you don't have the offense to score 8 or 9 runs. You just don't.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm going to go to Wyatt Langford, as Wyatt Langford season is tumbling and tumbling and tumbling again. After the month of June, I'm going to give you his numbers in the month of June where he was Rookie of the Month and trending upward. In his 97 at-bats, he hit .309 with an .894 OPS. He had 22 RBIs. He had 30 runs scored. He had 30 hits. He had 6 doubles. He had 3 triples. He had 3 home runs. That is a total of 12 extra base hits out of his 30. Then we go to the month of July. Not good, but not horrible. In his 97 at-bats, same number at bats, he had 7 doubles and 2 home runs. That's 9, 3 less, not the end of the world. He had 9 RBIs. Now, that's not totally on you, but he hit 216 with a 631 OPS. He had a 351 slug. His slug in June was 526. And now we are in the month of August. We are August 14th today, 30 at-bats. He has 4 hits. He has 1 double. He is batting 133. He has a slug of 167. And he has an OPS of 444. So, I'm not saying you bench him. In fact, you play him every day he is healthy enough to play. You have to watch like a day game or something, but yesterday to start the game off, first inning. If you're not watching, I understand why you're not watching anymore. I totally get it. I'm not blaming you for not watching Rangers baseball right now. Rafael Devers hits a ball off the green monster. Yoshida is on first base.
Yes.
And Yoshida hasn't even touched third. And Wyatt Langford throws the ball to second base. So then Yoshida just keeps running home. And then Simeon, who gets the ball at second base, has to relay the throw from second base to home, where Yoshida was going to be safe because obviously the fastest, this is how we try to teach relays in baseball if you don't understand. We use the just, hey, what's the shortest distance between 2 spots or 2? It's a straight line. Anytime you make a curvy line or a zigzag line, or we've now lengthened the distance of the relay, which now gives the team running a better chance to score because we have made the relay longer than it should be. We are trying to make it the shortest relay possible, not a longer relay.
Yeah.
And so when you throw the ball to second, it makes it a really long replay if you just think about the lines you're drawing. Now, that being said, Leody Taveras, as the season has gone along, he seems to be losing more and more focus. He's not throwing the ball to right bases. Yesterday in the 5th inning where the game got out of hand, there was a ball kind of hit up the middle. Simeon tries to make a play on it. I'm going to assume this, but this isn't good because there's 2 assumptions to try to give Leody a little bit of leeway here, but it's not the best. Leody assumed that Marcus Simeon was going to catch the ground ball. It was not a routine ground ball. It was up the middle where he had to make a kind of reaching, diving play for. Well, Leody playing in the left center gap, the ball's hit obviously to the right side of the field. He's like, I bet Simeon's going to catch that. I'm just going to stand here and watch the whole thing play out. And then when Simeon doesn't catch the ball, we turned a ground ball pretty much up the middle into a double because Leody's not moving. And then Leody has made a lot of mistakes. And so Dave Valley pointed this out on the broadcast. The Wyatt Langford mistake, yes, it was a mistake. Throwing the ball to second is a mistake. But you know whose responsibility it is as a person is looking at a big green monster? As he has no clue where the runners are. It's your center fielder's job to be yelling at your left fielder with his back to the wall.
Yeah.
You have to yell to him, home, 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 or 2, 2, 2. Leody was just watching the play. So yes, it was a mistake by Langford, and hopefully you don't need the help of the center fielder. This is why Wyatt needs to play. I don't care that he's hitting 133 this month. I care. He has to play left field every day. He has not played outfield but 2 years of his life. This is the 3rd year of his life to play outfield.
Yeah, when he ran up to the wall, was it the 8th inning?
And the ball got over him.
I was like, yeah, he just doesn't know how to play that wall.
So this is a learning experiment for Wyatt Langford. He needs to be your everyday left fielder for the next, hopefully, 15 years. But right now, he's learning on the job. The problem that he also learning on the job is he seems to have a center fielder who doesn't want to help him too much. And not intentionally. It's just that Leody might not know how to help outfielders, which that shouldn't be the case. At this point in Leody's career, when you give him a rookie outfielder on a corner, he should, with 4 years of major league experience in center field, he should be helping the heck out of Wyatt Langford. And no, I got to really help him on these things. And he's never played at Fenway Park. This is a different place to play.
Yeah.
And so I look at it and I go, all right. I lean towards this will probably be the last year of Leody Taveras in center field for the Texas Rangers. I think Evan Carter, as long as his back is okay, is going to be the everyday center fielder next year. And I think Wyatt Langford's going to be your everyday left fielder. And I don't know who's going to be in right field, to be honest, next year for the Texas Rangers. But I think that watching Leody here, I think his time is coming to a close as a Texas Ranger. Yeah. And I think that because he's arbitration eligible, I think they're going to say, look, offensively, you have 30-something RBIs this year, and you're playing every day. And I know that that's not always up to the hitter. He has to have runners on base to get RBIs. But I think you're now looking at Leody, his on-base percentage, his defense, and what he's now providing out there for you. And I think the Rangers are probably looking at it going, Wyatt's learning, and maybe he won't be a great outfielder. Maybe he will be. Time will tell. But I think time is running out on Leody Taveras.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus the possibility of Dr. Dre in the Olympics. Next on the Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece Show.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you want to get involved in the show, glad to hear from you on the YouTube, the Twitch, or Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. But right now, we take you out to Oxnard, courtesy of Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. For our talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Oh, it's a great morning. You guys should be here.
Yeah, what's the temperature like?
I think
65?
It's already 70. The sun is shining brightly. There isn't a cloud in the sky, and the Cowboys have a scrimmage with the Rams on top of it.
Woohoo! Now,
the high today, it just went to 100, Kevin. I'm sorry. It was only 99 earlier, but it just changed over to 100, so never mind. My bad.
Don't remind me.
Now, Mick, I wanted to bring up something that you wrote on DallasCowboys.com and kind of ask you a couple more questions for people who haven't seen it yet. You have
shame on them if they haven't.
Fair.
Right?
That is a fair point. Essentially, the article is titled, "Let's Be Reasonable Judging Young QBs," and specifically Trey Lance. What does that look like to you? And then I just want to make sure there is absolutely 0% chance he does not make this roster, right?
Yeah, he's going to be at least the third quarterback. Okay. They're going to see that through. I mean, they already, he's under contract. I think it's with the $5 million they picked up his. It was the rest of the contract that he had with San Francisco. And the thing they were looking for is to see if he could challenge Cooper Rush for the backup job, and I don't think he's close to doing that at this point. He's got 2 more games, and he just got to play football. He hasn't played much football in his career, and you can't go out and come to some assessment of what he is or what he can be after the first game he's played in, or played in a game for the first time in a year, and still hasn't played in a real football game since 2022, the second week of the season when he suffered the broken bone in his ankle. So I think the Cowboys knew going forward they were just going to have to assess, and it was basically you had to do it in a hurry. Because if he didn't win the backup quarterback job, then he wasn't going to be able to, you probably weren't going to see him play again in a year, and you had to decide, being in this last year of his contract, what are you going to do? Are you going to try to bring him back? You're going to let him go? And so that's the kind of the pressure this organization is under, trying to find out just what this guy can be or not be. But you can't judge it off of, I think, one game. And again, this will be another important day for him, another important preseason game on Saturday. You got to see if he feels comfortable in the pocket. You got to see if he's seeing the field. You got to see if he understands his progressions and he's not staring down receivers that he has a tendency to do at times. And the other thing with his footwork, and they've been working on that since he's gotten here, is that you got to get your feet right. Otherwise, it affects your accuracy. And one of the things that he has trouble with is when he misses throwing too high. So those are things that we'll be looking for against the Raiders when they come Saturday night for the preseason game.
Mickey, one of the guys that stood out to us from the game on Sunday was Marshawn Nealon, and I know Micah talked a little bit about Marshawn. Is it too much to ask him to grow up too quickly?
Well, they have no choice, right? Now, we forget that if how much Mike Zimmer wants to play Micah Parsons at linebacker, he still can be your second defensive end. They would like to lessen that. And have another guy, and Nealon has to be that guy. They need him to step up. I think he will prove to be very good against the run, and as Greg Ellis has told me, he's a developmental pass rusher, meaning he needs work.
Yeah, he does.
And he's not quite there yet. But I think if you saw him in the game, you saw that he has the potential to be another Greg Ellis. And I think everybody forgets Greg Ellis finished his career with 80-some sacks. So, 1 year he missed the entire year, breaking his leg. I think it might have been out here in training. Well, no, it would have been in maybe Wichita Falls. It's the second year, I think it was. But anyway, I think he's made an impression, and certainly made an impression on Micah Parsons when he said, I think Marshawn is going to be a great player. And he said he asks all the right questions. And he wants to learn, and so
he said a young Cam Jordan is who he compared him to.
Yeah, and he said he's a dog, and so I think and Micah usually doesn't just say things to say things.
Does he
when
not?
you hear stuff? No, he's usually pretty mean. He's usually spot on when he says stuff about guys when he gives an assessment about them, right?
But outside of football, sometimes he says things.
Well,
just to say,
outside
right?
of football,
like
right.
he said he wants to be in the 2028 Olympics, but
right. Well, that was when he was walking off,
but
He
doesn't
was
know
just-
what event yet.
Yeah, he'll find an event to compete in, right? And he figured that if he's close to retirement age, he still wants to play running back.
Yeah.
And everybody made a big deal that he got snaps at running back. It was in a walkthrough.
I'll tell you, Mickey, I had friends texting me all weekend. Is this real? Is this really happening? And I was like, guys, this is no.
And he said,
look who's in front of him. Look who's around. No.
Well, and what he said was, he said his pad level was too high. Well, he didn't have pads on. It was a walkthrough.
That makes sense.
But he's pretty entertaining. You gotta admit that.
Okay, I agree about the entertainment factor. I do have kind of like a serious question about this, because he also tweeted out, after 2027, I'm going to take a break from football to prepare for the Olympics. Is it stuff like that you're like, maybe he's having fun, maybe he's serious? How exactly do we get that next contract signed?
Yeah, I don't think you have anything to worry about
Okay.
that. Or maybe you just say so. I mean, think about it. He's under contract next year, right? It's
Yep.
the fifth-year
Yep.
option. They could franchise him
yeah.
and then franchise him again.
That's true.
And then you're at 2028.
That gets you to the Olympics.
And that gets you to the Olympics in some sort of event. Hey, who knows? He may be one of those guys that learns to push the bobsled.
There is precedent for that.
Isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, connected with the Cowboys, right? And speaking of Herschel Walker,
Oh.
did you guys realize that 38 years ago yesterday, they signed Herschel Walker to a 5-year, $5 million deal, which was the richest contract in Cowboys history at that point.
People
$1
probably
million
thought it was
a year.
outrageous. It's
right?
outrageous, Mick.
And not only that, I remember I was there because it happened in Thousand Oaks, and somebody asked Tony Dorsett what he thought about it, and he goes, I feel like $1 million man, because he wanted a raise, and he was hot as hell that they were going to pay Herschel Walker, who hadn't done anything for the Cowboys yet, more than he was in his 10th year with the Cowboys. He asked for a trade immediately. By the end of the evening, he kind of calmed down and understood why the Cowboys had to hurry up and sign him. It was a thing with not only the USFL, but he had signed with the New Jersey Generals a personal services contract with who?
Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Going to be huge.
Guaranteed 4 years, $6 million deal to play for the USFL. And then the USFL lost their suit against the NFL, although they won.
They won their suit.
And they tripled the to $3, right?
Yes, they did.
So
they got
anyway,
$3.
a little history there, right? And I remember Everson Walls. He was another guy, and he pointed it out. He goes, "I can't believe they're paying that guy before they pay all the rest of us, and everybody else is trying to get more money." He goes, "But that's the Cowboys. They're always slick." Everson never. He would say what was on his mind, and a lot of the veteran guys were not happy, right?
Yeah.
And so, but anyway, if you think about it, that day was a red letter day because 4 years later, right, in '89, they traded him for all the draft picks that put this franchise back on the map.
Just sensational.
And one other thing, by the way, that week, the day before, they signed some guy named Nathaniel Newton.
Oh, he'll turn out well.
Right?
Even though
Six-time Pro Bowler.
Even though the Hall of Fame doesn't think any of our linemen were good besides Larry Allen.
Yeah, what is up with that?
Yeah. They
turned out all right.
they listed Nate at 329, and we were just talking about it on our podcast, and Nate goes, "Yeah, it was probably closer to 349."
Okay, all right.
Appreciate the honesty right there.
Yeah, right.
Just got to be able to move them around.
Well, actually, the line coach, Jim Myers, said that, he goes, he just needs to get in condition. He probably needs to lose about 40 pounds. So, anyway, both things happened within days 38 years ago this
We're
week.
making some good personnel moves. I like it. Thank you very
Let's do
much.
that again.
Good, sir. Yeah, let's do that again. Can you find us some more good offensive
Go
linemen?
see some more. Well, and by the way, having said that, a backup offensive tackle now needs to be a priority.
Yeah.
With Adoga out for maybe till Thanksgiving, I was told, with a dislocated toe.
I think Kevin brought up the guy who I want, and that's the guy who played against Duke in the Elite
That
Eight.
guy is not playing football.
Oh, DJ Burns, the basketball player.
6'8". I feel like 6'9". He's even an inch taller than Guyton. Same weight.
We can put a basketball team together in the offseason.
There we go.
Well, let's work on this football team first. Thank you
Yes.
very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, since we were talking about the Olympics a little bit in there, I wanted to throw this out there because at first I thought he was joking, but it seems like Dr. Dre is ready to make a, quote, dead-ass serious run to compete in the 2028 Summer Olympics at archery. He's got some things working for him. He said, I have it set up in my backyard, and I heard that Olympic qualifying is at 77 feet. I practice at 90 feet. Also, Dr. Dre was on his high school archery team. Do I think that's the fanciest thing I've ever heard? Yes. I don't know if my high school had an archery team. In
We
fact,
didn't.
I don't believe they did.
Did Duncanville have an archery team, Mike?
As far as I know, no.
See, wow.
If they did, it would have to be more of a club.
Yes.
Because I don't think they were competing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are some times where there's clubs, like the chess club
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, there was no way that was UIL.
Seems dangerous, too.
You don't trust those kids? Oh, man.
Well,
Actually,
I have a
it was
story.
in junior high.
When I was a kid, my cousins were like nationally ranked archers, numbered like top 2 in the world, and they got us bows and arrows one Christmas. And so I took a pizza box and drew a target on it, and I put it out in the backyard, and I'm back there shooting my bow and arrow, and my sister walked right in front of the box. And I let that thing fly on, like, as she was walking, and my dad was standing inside watching it all happen, and just, 2 inches missed her head.
Oh, my God.
And so then those were locked away for a while. So archery is dangerous. That and yard darts, very dangerous things that exist in the world.
Do you like Dr. Dre's chances now that I've given you
I think it's
some
cool.
of the background?
I think it's really interesting. I have no clue. I've never seen him shoot before.
Yeah.
So I've never seen him do this. But if he's saying he's practicing at 90 feet, like he's good at
He
it.
has no chance.
Dude, the people that
He
shoot,
can have fun, but he ain't making the team.
they'll throw like rings in the air and shoot through the rings and then still hit the bullseye on the target. And you're like, how do they do this stuff? It's wild. Archery's crazy. I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC. Delicious. Spend your lunch.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mahomes underneath, Rice on the move, deep block by Marquez, Scantling. That is a Kansas City touchdown. 39-yard strike, catch and run.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Tom from My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. And I actually want to focus on the NFL because Mike Florio put out a report yesterday that the NFL has yet to interview or even meet with Rashee Rice.
About what?
About the looming suspension.
For what? For driving fast?
Yeah, and causing a wreck and then a hit and run.
Why would he get suspended for that?
Because all of those things are against the law.
But not against, are they against NFL policy?
Well, he seems to kind of make that up as he goes along, right?
The Roger Goodell and his policies?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, because Zeke, his whole situation is found everything. No, we looked into it. Law says good. Well, hold on. We're the NFL. So we're trying to stick it to Jerry Jones this year.
So the next 3 weeks, we'll see if they do something. Otherwise, maybe they'll just be like, I forgot. You're good.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. What's the president?
That's Joe Biden is the president.
Yeah, currently it's Joe Biden.
But what is it for doing what he did? Has there been a person?
Precedent.
Okay.
Yeah. Has there been a person that's done specifically these things and we know what the NFL has done to these things?
Yeah, because I don't think this exact situation, because obviously with Henry Ruggs, it became a criminal situation.
Somebody died.
Yeah. And he's lucky. Rashee Rice is lucky no one died in that accident.
Who's the guy from Georgia that?
Oh yeah,
I mean, was
Carter.
getting drafted.
Yeah.
So like that's another thing there. So, but there's did he get suspended for something he did in college, like Zeke?
I thought he got punished in college.
Okay, all right,
but it didn't carry over to the NFL.
I think everything's going to be fine for Rice, Kevin. If they don't do it now, when will they do it?
Yeah,
It's not like they're going to wait until the playoffs.
Yeah, when are they going to do this? Because it seems like they're going to let him play.
It kind of does.
And Marquise Brown got hurt.
He did. He did.
So all they have is Xavier Worthy and Travis Kelce right now.
Now,
does the NFL take that into consideration?
They got Patrick Mahomes. They'll be fine. They'll figure it out. Now, this next one is devastatingly sad and once again confusing about the justice system. Former NFL player Sierra Wood was sentenced to prison. He got a lifetime prison sentence for the death of his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter in 2019. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and felony child abuse. He'll be eligible for parole 10 years after the murder charge. Now, he also has to serve the child abuse charge, which could be out in as little as 2 years. So he might have to serve 12 whole years. Obviously being responsible for anybody's death is really terrible, but per the police reports, Wood had forced the 5-year-old girl to run sprints and do wall squats at home because, as he told police, he was trying to get her on the right path because she was chunky. She died of blunt force trauma and a lacerated liver, and the coroner also noted that she had multiple fractured ribs that probably weren't recent.
So, like, the wall squats and the running had nothing to do. I'm just trying to figure that whole thing out. That's sad.
With dehydration, and then you have to wonder, like, blunt force trauma, broken ribs. And so he did get a life sentence, but when you see, or you could be paroled in 10 years, that is a pretty big difference right there.
It's a lot of time to think about that, for sure.
It really is. Now, I wanted to get y'all's take on this. If you think Machine Gun Kelly is an idiot, or you're like, I support this decision. He threw out the first pitch at the Guardians game. He autographed the baseball and pivoted off the mound and threw it into the crowd. Do you like this as a move, or are you like, throw out the pitch and then throw a baseball into the crowd?
I bet the Guardians and Major League Baseball didn't like this.
I could see that because they want. I mean, they want a traditional first pitch.
Yeah, well, the other
out.
thing too is if a person's not paying attention to this, I'm not saying he throws the ball super hard, but I'm guessing he threw it. He looks like he can throw a baseball, so I'm going to assume 70 something miles an hour is what he threw it. By the time it got to the person who might not be looking and it hits them in the head, it's going to be like 60 miles an hour, but it's still not going to feel good. So they're probably like, this is the last thing we want. I guess it was entertaining. It made our story here.
Yeah.
You showed me the video
It was on
of it.
Sports Center and all that.
So, yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend doing that.
But the thought is pretty cool. Like I'm with Mike on this. Like, my first thought was, who did he hit in the head? That was my first thought.
Yeah.
And then after that, I was like, I guess that is pretty cool. I don't know if you're a fan, if you're not a fan, but you get a ball.
I would think it was cool even if I wasn't a fan.
You show up to the game and you're like, I got a ball. This is kind of cool. How many times have you showed up to a game, Kevin, not gotten a ball?
Most all of them.
Even if it's signed by him, you're like, okay, I'll take it.
If you had a pen,
yeah,
is there any chance you would write Eminem destroyed your career and toss it back?
Just write kill shot and just throw it back to him?
Probably not, right? I'm just checking. From the 214.
Probably not in Cleveland. Maybe if he was in Detroit.
Okay, that's a good point. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks it's going to be better to work in Houston than it is in Dallas.
Yeah.
That's about Reggie.
Well,
they also said they're going to miss him. We're all going to miss him. Remember, Friday is going to be our Reginald extravaganza.
What's that mean?
Can't tell you.
He does the whole show by himself.
That would be his most hated extravaganza.
We just give him extra work.
He hates extra work.
Be like, hey, here's more work to do, Reginald. I like this idea.
See, I'm always thinking outside the box.
You really are. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks Robert Horry is better than Scottie Pippen because he has more rings. Does that person also think Bill Russell is the greatest
7, huh?
NBA player of all time? Because if so, then at least they're consistent.
I think I look, man, when it comes to Robert Horry, I do buy in. He did something for those teams.
Sure.
He didn't just show up. He had made some big plays on the teams that won
Big
those.
shot Bob.
Scottie Pippen was a better player.
Yes.
Doesn't have as many rings, though.
From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks Anthony Richardson is better at quarterback than Lamar Jackson. What the hell is that based on? I'm not
like 2 games?
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't happen, but Lamar Jackson has as many MVPs as times Anthony Richardson got hurt in his first season. Like, that's a tough argument to make.
Yeah, and I mean they haven't been into the playoffs under Anthony Richardson yet. So you're projecting and predicting something that you can't. Like, that's, if you're saying I think he's going to eventually be better, I can get that, but not better right now.
I just think it's tough when we look at draft class and we have to, like, I don't know, collecting Trevor Lawrence cards, and he's the best quarterback of that draft class. All the other ones are finished.
Yeah.
Like, and you just keep doing it. And it's, I guess you go to 2020, the year before, and it looks honestly somewhat pretty great because you have Joe Burrow. I know he's been hurt, but great career so far. Herbert, he's underwhelmed, I think, a lot of people, but yet a lot of people still think he could be great. Tua T has done pretty solid. And then Jalen Hurts has made it to a Super Bowl and has become a starting quarterback probably for a while in Philadelphia. But that's rare.
Yeah.
Most of these things, when we look at it, maybe one becomes a starting quarterback who's pretty good.
From the 940, my brother is an idiot. He just spent $10,000 on 4 tickets to the Texas and A&M game this year. Seems like too much.
How much?
$10,000.
Holy moly,
those seats better
that's
be
a lot.
on the 50-yard line, not just the line, like at midfield. I don't know, man. $10,000 for 4 tickets for that game.
I mean,
depending on where the seats are.
And depending on what kind of money you have. Because maybe you're at the point where
Spend your money on experiences, Kevin.
I am not at that point. But maybe you're at the point where you're like, $10,000 is fine. Whatever. Who cares? I am not in that situation.
Yeah, maybe you're the person that's just like, no, 10,000. Yeah, I'm a millionaire.
Wow.
I have $10 billion.
Oh.
$10,000, nothing for a ticket. I'll buy the stadium.
Now, Corey, are you ready for what will perhaps be your favorite My Buddies and Idiots story in recent memory?
I am now.
All right. Is Brewers owner Mark Atanasio an idiot? He and his company are accused of stealing sand from Malibu's Broad Beach. A lawsuit claims that they have been using excavators to dig up sand as part of a personal construction project and then I guess keep the sand.
Hold on. So
Or
they're
just
not
take
the
it away.
Brewers owner isn't taking the Malibu sand and moving it to the Milwaukee Stadium and saying, "Hey, this is what our dirt's going to be."
So you think
sand is an interesting product?
Tell me more about that.
Mike, you're totally right about this.
Do you think hold on. Do you think it's called sand because it's between the sea and the land?
I don't know. Is it? Like, is that?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask Adam.
Okay.
I think he was just in charge of naming animals, so
Okay.
not the dirt. Because it's dirt. It's just beach dirt. And so it's really worthless in a lot of ways. Like if you go to Oxnard,
yep,
endless amount of sand.
Yeah.
You can't take all the sand. It would be impossible, it seems like, to take all the sand. You'd be like, this ocean just keeps giving me more of it. But then it can cost so much money.
A bag of sand's expensive as
Yeah,
that.
go to Home Depot. Like this sand, I was just at Oxnard. Not me, you guys were.
Yeah.
Just in Oxnard.
So
You'd be
much
like,
here.
How stupid do you have to be to pay for this sand?
Yeah. I can just collect that. That's what I need to do.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Collect Oxnard sand.
It's like clay here. Plenty of clay dirt.
So much clay.
Just dig a hole in your yard.
Yeah.
You'll find clay. But it's kind of expensive
He's
if
not
you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or Elliott's or I don't want to leave out any of the hardware stores in the Metroplex.
That's why I tried to name all three earlier.
Yeah.
Mike,
So, what do you think?
brings back the
Idiot
moment
for paying for sand
where he's not paying. Yeah, we're the idiots for paying for it.
Well, I mean, he is being sued, so maybe it'll turn out that just keep
No,
paying for
we're
your
the idiots
sand.
for paying for it,
Okay.
Kevin. It's the book Who's Your Caddy by Rick Riley. When he caddied for a bunch of different people, and one of those being Donald Trump. And he was at one of Trump's golf courses.
He can play golf. I watched Trump and DeChambeau play.
He said that the whole time he was there, it was a sell. We have this grass is actual Kentucky bluegrass. We just painted it green. The sand, the bunkers are full of the finest Italian sand. We shipped it here from Italy. And that's what Kevin brought the moment where I asked Mike Fisher if he thought the Oxnard sand, because it was so nice, if he thought it was fine Italian sand. And he was like, I just thought you were a dumbass. I didn't know you were talking about a book written by Rick Riley. I was like, oh my gosh. So inside jokes don't work well with fish. So
Man, and he thought that for years.
until last year when I told him in Oxnard, I was like, Fish, I need to explain this whole
Because you
story
told him
to
in
you.
the tent?
No, it was in the car. It was in the car one day.
Inside. I thought if you were on the football field, it would have been an outside joke. Or the golf course. Yeah, because inside joke. I get it. As you're in the car.
I don't think Kevin's in the mood for your jokes today.
No,
Mike.
actually, I was debating
I wonder how that
because
kite guy's thinking our show's going right now.
yeah, I was debating because I made a joke once that this guy, one of our friends was dating, who was the worst, was like, I don't think that's appropriate at the dinner table. And another time we were having lunch and we did the same kind of joke. And I looked at him, I was like, I wasn't sure if it was more appropriate at the lunch table. He did not think that was funny.
Inappropriate.
I'll tell you what, if I would have been there, I'd have been like, you knocked it out of the park, man.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
You just on his face.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Coming up next.
Well, the saying.
No, I get it.
Well, it's different though when It's the drop that Alec has rather than with the way you just said it. So
Eventually they broke up because he kicked the crap out of her truck. Weird story.
Your face.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the best QBs in the NFL at preventing a pressure from becoming a sack. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Save on easy winter dinners at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off with Prime on no antibiotics ever air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breasts through August 20th. Marinate, grill, dice, done. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Just announced 0% APR financing on a new AC system.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket, going to take off and run. Has the first down and more. To the 40, to the 35, 30. Breaks away. 25. Touchdown, Josh Allen.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, Mike, I brought you positive Chiefs news potentially earlier. Here is negative Chiefs news.
Is it about my guy Mo?
It's about Juwan Taylor, the right tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. He was carted off the field today. Today. So we'll continue to look for updates about that. But obviously, anytime you get carted off the field, you fear that it's going to be a lengthy injury and recovery process.
That should hurt the Chiefs because I saw at one point in Patrick Mahomes' career, he only had 2 starting offensive linemen and made it to the Super Bowl.
That is true.
And lost.
He did lose.
Oh,
he lost.
That is a good point.
Yeah, if he was a winner, he could have done it with only 1 offensive lineman.
Which affects you because it kind of stamped Tom Brady as the greatest quarterback of all time. Because then he beat Patrick Mahomes on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I guess.
Oh.
Well, and he should have lost to Mahomes with the Chiefs if not
What are
for
you-
the
why are
bogus
you-
penalty
what are you
call.
doing
Never mind.
here?
I'm not doing this.
And a coin flip.
I'm not doing this. All right. One thing Patrick Mahomes is really good at is making sure a pressure doesn't become a sack. So we talk about this all the time. Like, what's your pressure rate versus what's your sack rate? Patrick Mahomes is the second best in the NFL. Only 11.2% of the pressures against him get turned into a sack.
Wow.
Who do you think?
You know what that is, too? That's the ability to see it coming
True.
and know what your outlet is once it's there.
I want to compare that to Daniel Jones, who 31.6% of the time he's pressured, it's a sack. So that is
He can't see anything.
A shocking difference.
He can't
right
see
there.
anything. He has no clue where to go.
It's because people from Duke think too much. People from Texas Tech don't think. We just do.
They just go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Just
went
let
to
it
Texas
fly,
Tech.
yeah.
How many times do you think I think?
A lot.
Okay. I just proved my point.
Hold on. You did go to Tech?
3 semesters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always thought for some reason you decided
Fall
to go.
of 96, 97, and 98. I got 45 hours at Texas Tech.
Proud of you, man.
In your face, Corey.
Look at you.
All right. The best in the league at it is Josh Allen. Josh Allen, only 10.3% of the time does a pressure get turned into a sack. Are there any other quarterbacks who you think would be pretty good on this list? And where do you think Dak is?
Better than average?
Okay.
10th, 11th. 11th.
Okay.
6th.
He is actually tied for 19th.
All right.
That's
along
exactly what I thought.
with Trevor Lawrence. Although this does factor in, I think, about 40 quarterbacks. So it's not just 32 quarterbacks.
I would still, I don't know. What did you have to do to qualify? Does it say like you had to throw this many drop back or throw this many passes to qualify?
With a minimum of 150 attempts last year.
So that's not many.
Yeah.
That's
like Trevor Siemian is on this list. He's apparently really good at avoiding the sack.
So that's 5 starts pretty much.
I could see that. Yeah, probably. So it goes, the top of the group is Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Flacco, Jared Goff, and Geno Smith. Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy are pretty high up on there. So are Justin Herbert and Jordan Love. Then you move down. Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence are tied at 18.4%, just ahead of Kyler Murray, Tua, and Joe Burrow. So this is not necessarily a reflection of you're a bad quarterback, because CJ Stroud's even lower than that. And I feel like people will agree there's some really good quarterbacks in that mix there. So that's not to say that you're bad. It's just to say that Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and then obviously back in the day, Tom Brady was phenomenal at this, at making sure a pressure, while it might change the play or the outcome, doesn't end up in a sack.
All right. Josh Allen think I've been thinking about him a little more this year.
You think he's going to turn it up?
I think it's going to be different.
Okay.
Because I think they saw Dalton Kincaid, the tight end's ability to be a pass catcher, and they were like, we don't necessarily need Diggs. Dalton Kincaid can take this over. I think they might be more of a receiver than he is a blocking tight end. He's very good. I think that they're going to kind of tighten things up a little bit, try to run the ball a little more, and try to take less off of him striking downfield as often as they did before.
Just thinking about that, it's such an interesting list because I think there's so many factors that go into it. I'm not I am a big Brock Purdy fan, as in, like, I do like watching him. I don't think he's special, like, oh my God, like when you watch him. But I do think that he has a coach that gets the ball out quickly. He has a system that helps out Brock Purdy. Yeah. But then you have Joe Flacco, who probably is scared to death to be touched by a human being at this point in his life. And so he's just getting rid of the ball because he doesn't want to die.
That is a fair point. Somebody asked about Russell Wilson. He's got to be the worst, right? Wrong. Now, Russell Wilson is pretty low on the list, 20.6% of the time. So essentially twice as frequently as Josh Allen. But I told you Daniel Jones was the worst. He's only the second worst. My apologies.
Dude, hey, look, man, he is the worst.
Tommy DeVito is the worst. 37.4% of the time he gets pressured, turns into a sack. So good job, Giants. You have the worst two quarterbacks.
Nothing will ever make me not like Daniel Jones.
Because he's siphoning all that money.
It will ever make me like him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
sorry about that, Mike. I know that was confusing
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I'll never like
Not
him.
the Kay Adams rumor.
I was like, what did he do? I was like, what did he do that was so positive?
No, yeah, sorry, I said that wrong. I'll never like him.
Pro Football Focus gave Tyler Guyton a grade of 80.7 for preseason week 1. That was the highest among all rookie tackles.
Impressive.
If you need more positive preseason news, that's what I'm here for. You might not care, but we'll see. Dallas tallied a league-high 4 interceptions in its preseason opener against the Rams. No other team had more than 1 interception in the first week of the preseason.
Wow. Lots of people not taking very many risks.
That's probably true, and the Cowboys still lost. Trey Lance threw for 188 yards in his Cowboys preseason debut, which is tied with J.J. McCarthy for 4th in the NFL this preseason.
Well,
yeah, well, obviously, we talked about it
tough for
yesterday.
him, yeah.
I didn't watch the second half of the Cowboy game. I watched the first half. It just feels like he reads things. It takes him too long, and so then he throws when guys are running routes towards the sideline. It literally either waits too long or he throws it right when they're having to really chop their steps to stay in bounds to stay eligible.
I agree. He does read defenses very slowly. However, the NFL points out he does lead all quarterbacks in rushing yards this preseason with 44. So, boom. I got to tell you, not happy story. Mike Hall Jr. with the Browns.
Yeah, this stinks.
Now, we heard rumblings of this yesterday, and now we've gotten more details per the police report. Alleged details, I guess I should say. Per the police report, Mike Hall Jr. was arrested yesterday, and the charge includes that he went up to a woman, pulled out a gun, they had an argument, he put the gun against her head and said, "I will effing end it all. I don't care." Now, I shouldn't just say woman. They have a past. They share an 11-month-old kiddo together, and so clearly they have some semblance of a romantic past. Police were told that they had been arguing over the financial needs of the daughter, and the woman claimed that Hall screamed at her to leave the house and dragged her by her feet down the driveway. Now, those are the allegations per the police report. Obviously, I wasn't there. I can't confirm that, but that is what is in the police report as of now.
We were talking about it earlier with Rashee Rice.
Yep.
You got to be on, the NFL has to be all over this.
And, I mean, I hate to do this. There's a little bit more. Hall allegedly hit the victim in the head with a baby bottle, choked her, and pushed her head through a wall.
Wow.
And police did say that there were signs of a physical altercation at the house, and there were 2 guns lying on a mattress. So that doesn't mean that all of these accusations are true, but certainly it would feel as though
If you're trying to paint the picture,
yes,
it's definitely there for you.
And that is just, it's horrifying. And I know people will say innocent until proven guilty, and I understand that, but this feels like a situation where I'm curious if the Browns are like, yeah, no, we talked to enough people. We've seen
Step
enough.
away from it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that will happen. Now, we made a joke about how anyone who is ever on the Cowboys gets labeled a former Cowboy. So, Corey, I'm sure you saw the news that former Dallas Cowboy Tavon Austin retired from the NFL. Do you remember the glorious 2018 and 19 seasons of Tavon Austin?
No.
I know we pumped him up at one point.
We did.
Because he was a first round pick, am I correct?
I think that is correct.
I thought he was already retired.
Well,
this is one of those.
So did the NFL.
Okay.
You could argue, did he retire or did the NFL be like, hey, just a heads up?
Nobody's picking you up anytime soon.
We're done with you. And then finally, the Nevada Supreme Court said the NFL has to respond to John Gruden's petition for a full court review. So his hope of getting this in front of people is still alive, but
Dude,
I think this might be his last shot.
I love the option of, we're not going to do it in this city that we know is not going to take the case. We're going to do it in this city that we know will take the case.
Or I'll take it to the Supreme Court. And yeah, he's got plans.
I'll take it to the president or God.
We're the okay. Well,
I mean, who's higher up?
If that happens, I'll report back to you.
Thanks.
Yes. We're the KNC masterpiece
You can
right
take
here.
it to God anytime you want.
Hey, he already knows
Good
probably
point.
anyway. He's already judged it.
Yeah, he's not like, wait, what's happening with Gruden?
Yeah.
Coming up next, the Cowboys are the most valuable team in the NFL. So why don't they act like it? Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Football coverage on 105.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
This Odyssey Sports.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to thank everybody for listening and getting involved in our conversations all day long. Also want to thank Rhino Shield for bringing you Gridiron Gravy. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, we mentioned that yesterday, the rankings of the most valuable franchises from Sportico. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys come up at number one. In fact, I believe their valuation year over year jumped $1.1 billion. The difference between the Cowboys and the second team on the list is the same as the second team on the list, down to 21. That is how huge the gap is that the Cowboys are the most valuable franchise in the NFL. So the top 10 goes like this: Cowboys, Rams, Giants, Patriots, 49ers, and then Jets, Dolphins, Eagles, Raiders, Commanders. But the question that got kicked around here is, if the Cowboys are the most valuable, and they definitely are, why don't they act like it? Now, Corey, I'm going to go over to you first because I really thought this was a great question by you.
Doesn't it feel like the teams that are the biggest teams in sports will move mountains to make their team a winner?
Yes.
They look, man, we need to get Shohei. Let's go spend the money to get Shohei. As a matter of fact, Kevin, since the year 2000, the Dodgers have been as low as 10 on payroll, but consistently top 3 in payroll.
Okay.
The Yankees consistently top 1, 2, 3. Actually, Kevin, 6 is the lowest they've been. That was in 2018.
Wow.
Other than that, it's ones across the board in a time, and for that time where it was all ones, they were a dominant team. The Steinbrenners would go out and get whoever it was. Look at him right now. Who hit 3 home runs last night?
Juan Soto.
Because they said, is he one of the best players in the game? Let's go get the best player in the game. And they went and paid for it. And here we are haggling with Dak and CeeDee Lamb and potentially Micah down the road, instead of saying, look, we're going to do everything we can to ensure that we have the best competitive team on the field. You know what? We're going to go higher. We're going to go draft small because we're a small market team. No, you are in one of the top 4 markets. Are we moving into top 3 at some point here? Probably so. Maybe. With the way things are about to turn. You're in one of the top 4 markets in the country. You are the most valuable team by miles.
Yep.
By countries. Like, you're like that far ahead of people that you can make these moves, and it's not going to hurt you in the same way. So I don't understand why the Cowboys act like they are poor. Like they are scrapping for pennies all the time, much like Cincinnati, and saying we can't build a winner the same way as all the best teams out there.
I'm really glad that you brought up Cincinnati, because I know the argument is going to be made, well, yeah, there's a more strict salary cap or a more realistic salary cap in football.
I was thinking this as he was comparing baseball and football. I like you're bringing this up.
Okay, and I did think about that. But then you brought up the example of Cincinnati. Cincinnati was like, we have a player that we're sure that needs to be around. Let's go ahead and get that done.
Joe Burrow?
Yes.
Yep. Get it done.
The other one they're still working on. They're like, oh, we'll see. How much practice are you willing to miss? But for the Cowboys, it feels like they're always dragging their feet in contract negotiations. They say it's because of the cap. I have never been able to shake the feeling that they think that the deal is somehow going to get cheaper. Like, that is how I feel. When they talk about all the leaves falling,
we're going to pressure them into getting a cheaper deal, or somebody out there is going to sign a cheaper deal, and then we're going to get the benefit of signing them for less as well.
That is exactly what I think. So I understand if people are like, yeah, but the salary cap. I agree with that, but I also do still think the Cowboys sit here and they're like, yeah, but they'll take a discount because we're the Cowboys. And then to your analogy about the Dodgers or the Yankees, they're like, I don't care about getting a discount. I'm going to go get that person because that's who the hell I am.
They're the best. Whenever there are free agents out there that are available that can be added to your team, the Cowboys aren't really interested, and they're barely even making real offers to those players.
Yeah.
Like there have been defensive ends, there have been war daddies out there to go get and pursue. And the Cowboys are like, we're going to, okay, you know what? We're going to go make a push at it. How about $4 million? And you're like, that dude's probably going to make 16.
Yeah.
And you have the 16 to spend on the guy, but you just refuse to for whatever reason because you got to keep your powder dry. Is that what it is? It just doesn't feel like, for me, it feels like the Cowboys are like, it's the cheaper way. It's the more functional way to draft our guys, keep things here, and then whenever we have stars that we can spend on because they're actually benefiting our $10.32 billion, we'll invest in them, but we're not going to invest in other people.
So here's my question to you. It's only a question. Is this Stephen Jones or is this Jerry Jones?
I don't know.
That is a great question that I can't quite figure out because it does seem like there are times that they have very different philosophies, but then there are other things that they say and do that it feels like they are exactly in lockstep. And then I know people will bring up the actual cash spent by teams over a 5-year period, and people will try to use that as an example of why the Cowboys are cheap. I don't think that shows why the Cowboys are cheap. I think that shows why the Cowboys are bad at the salary cap. But then they continue to put one foot in, one foot out. Like when it comes to Dak and CD, right? Well, we got to wait and figure this out because the salary cap and the future and everything. Okay, but we brought Zeke back and paid him some additional money, even though you had to cut that other contract. And their response is, well, those are two different contracts and you have to see that. And I'm like, I do see that, but you have to see how you got cost the dead money on your cap.
Is the fear there because Zeke's contract, he still had 2 years? Yeah,
correct.
So is the fear there that if we go ahead and renegotiate with you early, that you're going to demand on the next contract, once the money starts going up, you're going to demand to renegotiate that contract again too? And we're just going to be in this perpetual cycle of renegotiating every year with you because you're just going to threaten to hold out on us after we gave you the most money?
I think that was a unique situation specifically with Zeke in terms of his agent saw the way it was going and it's like, there's no way you'll continue to get better, as you can argue with most running backs. And the Cowboys were in a spot where they're like, we're primed to win now. There is a tiny part of me that wonders as the CD thing goes on longer, if they're like, we want to get the deal done, but it doesn't feel like the Zeke deal because we thought we could definitely win a Super Bowl that year. Maybe this year they don't think that.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm going to now ask another question. I know I'm kind of changing this to I'm asking the questions on this because I think people, being honest here, I think people get tired of my opinions on the Dallas Cowboys. I've given up on them.
Sure.
So I'm not going to express my dissatisfaction right now. I'm going to ask you guys questions, and I think you guys are 100% engaged in like this team being great again.
I am engaged in that. Absolutely.
And, I've given up on it, but I'm asking this question, and it's a real question is, do you think if it is Stephen Jones, if I'm going to go to that, if it is Stephen Jones, he's a younger guy. Obviously, like Jerry is getting close to the end. Stephen has, we think, decades left of life. Do you think that he's studying this tremendously to become better at it, to maybe beat people to the punch on what people are going to look at Stephen Jones maybe 3 to 5 years from now and go, hey, we need to look at what Stephen's doing here. Do you understand what I'm saying? That you're putting your heart and soul into trying to figure out how to be the best at this so that your team can be better on the field?
I don't. And here's why. I hope I'm wrong. And I'm just going to base this on one particular thing, as well as all of the interactions we've had over the years. It's the thing that he said about Micah's deal coming up that boggled my mind. Is we brought it up to him and he goes, well, yeah, but that just happened. Like he just became eligible for that deal. And I'm like, I know that. He knows that. And so does his agent. Surely you must know. And he plays a position or a nebulous position at which the price isn't going down. Mm-hmm. Like if he played one of the positions, like maybe center, you can make an argument. Some of those prices are going down a little bit. Not where Micah plays, not where CD plays, not where Dak plays. So I don't understand why if you were sure Micah Parsons is a part of this team and you need to keep him around, why you don't strike immediately, because then you have more room to flatten out some of the signing bonus money. Instead, you wait until the fact that, well, now it's going to be a lot tougher. You have one less year to flatten out that CD money, and you've already got them locked in at that $18 million. And I know the argument is, well, you can use the franchise tag. Well, you're going to run out of franchise tags at some point, especially with those two going at the exact same time. So that's why I think the answer is no, because I really hated that answer. I was hoping that he would go, you're right, and we have begun to engage in those conversations, but it feels like they want to see how the market plays out. Maybe that's just not how people talk, and that's too much information. But then I would be like, that's a fair point, because it takes both sides. Like, you can't force Micah to sign a contract if his agent's like, no, I think we can get 38. Let's wait another year.
From the 830, there's a cap limit, Corey. I know this. I've been doing this for a minute. You can't give everyone $50 million a year. But you sure can go and say Mozzie isn't good enough, and we have to be better at that position instead of saying, you know what, we just have to settle on Mozzie's going to have to grow up this year. And that's where, okay, you know what, we decided that we're going to go with Sam Williams this year, and that's going to be our guy. Unproven commodity.
Sure.
Potentially chaos whenever he makes a bonehead move on the field. But we got to go with him because we invested a draft pick in him. He's cheap, and we got to see what he can do. And then he gets hurt, and your backup is a rookie. And that's what I'm saying is your level of talent across the board dipped during the offseason, and you didn't do the things that that were necessary to take that talent to the next place. That's what the best teams do. They say, we have a hole, we got to patch that hole up immediately.
And here's another argument I'm going to make to the you can't pay everybody $50 million. Like, obviously, on the actual surface of that, I certainly agree with that. But here's the rest of it. I actually don't agree with that line of logic because the Cowboys trot that out a lot. Remember back in 2021 when Dak Prescott signed the 4-year, $160 million deal? Oh, my Lord, $40 million per season? We're done. We'll never be able to compete. Here is salary cap hits. $17.2 million, $19.7 million, $26.8 million. Because they kept backloading it because they were like, he's going to be here for a while. Now they're stuck in a spot where they don't give him money and he walks. You have to pay him $40 million. I agree that you can't pay everybody all of the money. But if you got the Micah deal done now and then you did the CD deal. Now, the fact that those three are all available for extensions at the same time is less than ideal. But if you would have done CD last year or done Dak last year and then handled Micah this year, you actually can absorb that hit much easier. I'm not arguing everybody gets to be the highest paid at their position. The Jones family is right about that. But if you stagger them out better and you do it before their contract is up, you absolutely can afford to do some of these things.
Yeah, that is for sure. I look at the team that said, you know what, we're not good enough at cornerback. Or actually, we're pretty damn good at cornerback. Let's go get Stephon Gilmore so we can be even better at cornerback next year. How did that help you last year? Well, Trayvon Diggs goes down. Your star that you just signed a big contract to. Well, guess what? You were able to say we still have Stephon Gilmore, and he's very good. And now, Bland, we have a lot riding on you. But you had Stephon Gilmore there. You said, you know what, we're not good enough at wide receiver. Let's go get Brandon Cooks. I give them credit for what they did last year. For backing off of it this year is where I look at it and say, I don't understand why you're backing away from it. And the pursuit of the championship is the other thing too. If Mike has been, you've said this a number of times, that you feel like a lot of this CeeDee Lamb thing, this Dak thing, headlines. Let's keep ourselves in the headlines by having this. We'll wait it out. We're going to get the stories. We're going to get the questions. We understand those things are going to happen. You are by far the richest team. What do you need? What do you need that presence for still? You're the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And that should be the thing too. We're the Cowboys. Because of our class, because we win all the time, because we do these things, that's why people want to be associated with our brand. And that's and that part of it, I understand, because you are the cream of the crop. You're the top of the ladder. That's why people want to be with you. That's what I want whenever I see $10.32 billion and we act like it too.
Somebody asked this question. I do think this is a fair question. How many teams that don't have a rookie or Hall of Fame quarterback are like kind of acing the salary cap? And so a couple of things. First of all, I think that's a great point. I'm glad they brought it up. That is one of my issues with the way the Cowboys do business. They long ago should have decided if Dak was the guy or not, instead of waiting for the last year every single time. But just take a look at the NFC last year. Here are the last four teams in the NFC. San Francisco, I get it. Brock Purdy makes no money. That makes life significantly easier. Green Bay. Remember, at this time, they had already spun out of the Jordan Love contract, and that was a different deal now. Detroit and Tampa Bay. Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield. I mean, we'll see what the future holds, but I don't think anyone would argue that right now those are Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and they're certainly not on their rookie deals, and yet Detroit made it to the NFC Championship game. So I understand that person's point. I think their point is very well made, but it is possible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But right now, how about we do some Mike Likes It?
All right, so MLB.com have officially re-ranked all the prospects. So we have a new top 100 list. Obviously, guys like Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, who to start the year were on the list, are off the list. They don't qualify anymore as prospects because they have enough Major League service time. Number 1 is Jackson Holliday. Yes, he is up, and probably by the time we get to the new rankings in the offseason, he'll be off the list. But right now, Jackson Holliday still is number 1. Number 2, Junior Caminero. He is a middle infielder, even can play third base for Tampa Bay.
I saw him play third base last night. He made a really good play.
Yeah. Then you have Dylan Cruz, who was the second overall pick in the 23 draft from LSU. He is number 3 on the list, outfielder for Washington. Then we get to kind of younger guys. Walker Jenkins, Minnesota, high school kid we were talking about that maybe the Rangers would get. Marcelo Meyer, who is the shortstop, who the Rangers were from what we understand, at number 2 in the 2021 draft, they had 2 guys they really liked. One, Jack Leiter, pitcher from Vanderbilt. And number 2 was Marcelo Meyer, high school shortstop. He right now is 21 years old. He is the number 5 overall prospect in all of baseball as a shortstop. He'll probably be the starting shortstop next year for the Boston Red Sox. Carson Williams, Tampa Bay shortstop. Max Clark, outfielder, Detroit. We talked about him in the Wyatt Langford draft. Then Detroit has a right-handed pitcher here, top-ranked pitcher on the board, Jackson Jobe for Detroit. Jordan Lawler, the Dallas Jesuit kid who we saw, he was with Arizona. He's been hurt a lot this year. And then number 10, another Baltimore Oriole. By the way, number 11 is also another Baltimore Oriole. Kobe Mayo, and then Samuel Basali, if I'm saying his last name right, catcher, first baseman. Now, okay, I gave you the top 10. Probably you're listening going, who cares? But I wanted to give you the top 10.
I would never.
Obviously, there's no Texas Ranger.
I didn't hear any Rangers in there.
At number 38 is your top-ranked Ranger, and that is Sebastian Walcott, the 18-year-old shortstop. They also have him as dash third baseman. Now, I want to talk about him for just a second. If he's not going to be a shortstop, and I keep hearing this, and I get he's only 18, what are you doing then? Why are we wasting our time?
Yeah.
This would be my main question if I am Kip Fagg, the kind of head scout running a lot of things, or if I'm the head field director in the minor leagues, or if I have a top job, Why are we playing a young man at a position we know he's never going to play in his life in the major leagues? If I'm getting that answer from everybody, if everybody's telling me he's never going to be a shortstop, why am I wasting my time? I just gave you in Baseball Nuggets, Wyatt Langford is trying to figure out left field. Well, if I know that Sebastian Walcott's going to be an outfielder, stick him in the outfield.
I agree with you 1,000%. I absolutely do. And maybe their mindset is, hey, just baseball players play baseball. They go out there and play. But, Mike, is a shortstop more valuable in trades than a third baseman? That I feel like that's the only thing.
If the other team believes, if everybody's telling, if all the Rangers don't believe he's going to be a shortstop, then probably the scouts on other teams don't think he's going to be a shortstop either. So yes, if I'm looking for a trade for him, which I think the Rangers, he's a no-go for any trade.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's.
I wonder if they've talked to him about that too. If they're like, look, man, you're not going to be a shortstop, and if he's just like, well, okay. I don't know. I
don't know either. I don't know either.
Should you talk to the player and say, nobody really sees you as this?
I could see how that would.
Your avenue's probably going to be better here.
I could see how that would hinder your confidence, or maybe in some cases be like, the hell I'm not. Watch.
Now, here's the bad news. There's nobody else on this board for the Texas Rangers. So there is 100 prospects ranked. You have number 38, Sebastian Walcott. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't think anybody even deserves to be mentioned for a top 100 prospect. Kumar Rocker has been hurt for his whole career, pretty much. He is now healthy, but I can't put him on a top 100 list. Brock Porter, off the board. Brock Porter struggled so much, they refused to pitch him in front of anybody because of what has happened to his development. That's scary. If you're wondering where Brock Porter and Kumar Rocker are from your last draft, your 2022 draft, right?
Yeah.
2023 Wyatt Langford. Hey, he's struggling tremendously right now in the major leagues, but that's a good pick if you think he's already major league worthy very short into his career. But literally, there's nobody else. Everybody has gone off the board. And I will tell you, I don't know this, but probably when they're getting to number 80 through 100 and they're trying to make these decisions on who should be on this top 100 board, which is a big board. Remember, as far as I can recall, nobody got traded off of this board from the trade deadline. Nobody was willing to part with any of these top 100 prospects because that's how valuable people think they are in baseball today. You're almost off the board for getting traded if you're a top 100 prospect, and the Rangers have one on the board.
Hey, that's not good for us at the moment.
Not at all. Now, I guess the good news is, as I was scanning through here, I don't think I saw a Houston Astro.
Good.
Yeah,
They're
their farm
depleted.
system's not good either.
They're depleted, Kevin.
I liked it a lot better, though, when I could be like, yeah, and we have this person and this person and this person.
And then on top of that, we're at the top of the food chain.
Yes.
While we also have a great farm system.
I don't enjoy it as much when I'm like, hey, we're
not good, and our farm system's not good right now.
Yeah, not the best news as I'm scanning through. Seattle, who is much better than you this year, they have number 30, number 37, number 48, number 53. I know there's one more down here, number 73. So, number 94. Was that six numbers? I think I named 6 guys.
That's a lot.
So Seattle, who has a nice team.
Yeah.
And they're having an okay season. They're having above 500, but not a great season. They have 6 dudes on the board. So now, I think Anaheim, LA, whatever you want to call them, the Angels, they don't have much on the board. They're 5 years away from being 5 years away. Now, I will say this. If you haven't noticed, and you shouldn't have, the Oakland A's, I believe, have the best record in the American League in the month of August.
They do? I definitely did not notice that.
A's are kicking ass.
So the A's are getting, I'm not saying they're ready to compete for a division next year or whatever, but Oakland is playing pretty good baseball of late. And they're, I think, going to play in Sacramento next year. That's supposedly the plan.
Right.
But I think that's where we're at with the prospect situation. So as we look towards 2025 for the Rangers, to me, I'm in total. This is my philosophy, and I think the Rangers are very close to this. I think they're a couple games away from this. If not, they're there already. 2024 is over.
Yeah.
What do we need to do to get ready for 25 in our farm system, at our major leagues? Who should we give the ball to? I'll tell you what, he's not on this list. The young man, why is it Tinoco? It's
yes.
not Tinoco.
Jesus Tinoco, right?
Put him in the major leagues.
Because you want to see what they've got now.
Yeah.
This is the worst record that the Rangers have had this year in terms of games below 500. And so I'm probably with you. The one thing I wonder, and I don't know if you can touch on this right here for us or not. I see the appeal of whether it's him, whether it's just sticking with Leiter and see what you got for a little bit longer. How much is there a concern about damaging a young pitcher's, I guess, confidence? Because I know at some point or another you got to do it, but it's usually a slow process for the pitchers. Is there any worry about, like, man, he got rocked and we might have broken him?
Yes. Yeah, I do believe in that. But if you're on a rebuilding team, and you're not totally rebuilding right now, but the season's over for competing for a playoff spot, sometimes it's easier because that person knows. I'm not saying it's easy, it's easier. Jack Leiter, you're getting the ball every fifth day.
Yeah.
You can give up 20 runs a game.
Yeah.
You're going to get the ball every fifth day. We're going to put you on the routine. You're going to be on the major league schedule and pitch every fifth day, no matter what happens, unless you get hurt. If you get hurt, then you're out. But I do think it helps guys out develop when, let's just say Tinoco. I don't know if he's going to start in September for the Texas Rangers or relieve for the Texas Rangers. But if they trend towards more of a reliever, or you're watching his innings, then give him the ball in the 6th or 7th inning.
Yeah.
If there's a game on the line, let's see how he does. Now, maybe the first game you put him in, you're down by 3 runs in the 5th inning. Great. I agree with that. Let's ease him in. But we get to September 20th. Right now, Kirby Yates, David Robertson, Leclerc, Spores is, I hate saying this, he's always hurt. Like, you don't have anybody for the 6th through the 9th inning next year on your team. Literally, there's not a human being that we know of that can pitch with a 1, 2, or 3 run lead in the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th inning on the Texas Rangers in 2025. What if you give the ball to Tinoco and he looks like Emmanuel Clase?
Yeah.
I'm throwing it out. Now all of a sudden you're like, hey, I don't know if I have a definite yes, but dang, that looked pretty good to give him the ball in the 7th inning in 2025. That's what the Rangers need to start doing. And this list of the top 100 isn't inspiring. And then you need to give the ball to Jack Leiter, to me, starting September 1st. As long as he's healthy.
I definitely
You give the ball to him every 5th day. He gets 5 starts in the month of September, and you just see what happens. It could be, if it's okay, I don't know if it'd be good, like a 3.5 ERA or better. I'm not expecting that. If he puts up a 4.5 ERA, you're like, all right, man, like, let's run him out there as our 5th guy next year. Because you're limited budget-wise. I think that they're going to try to trade John Gray in the offseason. I think John Gray had a lot of interest before injury, and then the Rangers weren't going to go into selling at 3.5 games back. So I do think in the offseason that $13 million, 1 year, $13 million for 2025, I think that they're going to look to get that off the books. Not that they don't think John Gray's good. I think that they think they get something back for him, and they can use that money and not use it, but they're going to be like, we're going to replace it with a $750,000 pitcher.
I know it's easy with hindsight to look at it this way, but is there any part of you that can reflect now and be like, ugh, maybe Bobby was right, and we all wish that they would have just been like, sell.
I'm going to be stubborn about it and
well,
say no.
I don't think it's stubborn because you can still say you were within striking
distance. If the Rangers would have done that, I wouldn't have disagreed with them. Does that make sense? Yeah. But I also didn't disagree with where they're at going, hey, because Eovaldi not coming back next year, most likely. Like, it's coming. Max Scherzer, career might be over, but probably not a Texas Ranger next year. Andrew Heaney, probably not a Texas Ranger next year. Yates, Robertson, Leclerc, probably not Texas Rangers next year. It was kind of, when you look at it, yes, I can go down the Bobby route, but I can also go, this might be our last chance to push for a playoff spot again for the next 3 years. I don't know. I hope not. But if you're going into, we cannot afford starting pitching. It has to come from the farm system. Remember, I just named our farm system Sebastian Walcott, who's 18 years old. That's the tough part of it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much for that edition of Mike Likes It. If you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce for the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold and brings you our interview with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are we doing?
We're doing all right. I'm curious, can you give us an evolution of managers talking to umpires? Because it feels like you used to be able to argue with an umpire a lot more. Now it feels like they'll just kick you out straight away.
Well, that's, when you're talking balls, balls and strikes, that's automatic. So, you know what? Daggone Wyatt's had so many calls go against him on those and they're somewhat close calls, but they're balls. And, he does a good job of laying off it. He doesn't get rewarded, and it's a big situation. And but anyway, you're getting thrown out at that point once you walk out there.
Have you had a conversation with Wyatt about, like, hey, we appreciate that at bat. We know you've been getting some bad luck with the umps. Does that conversation take place at all?
Yeah, there's been conversations about that with him, but he knows what it is. Tell you, he's a man. He gets it. Sometimes they're going to go against you, and he doesn't complain about it. But last night you could see it get to him. That's why he went out there. It's like, man, I did a good job laying off that pitch. It's a big situation, bases loaded. We're 2 runs down, and he gets rung up there. And granted, it was close, but still, it just seems like it always goes on the other end with him. And with how things are going right now, we had a heck of a rally, and bases loaded, 1 out, the young lines out, and came up short again.
Boch, there's this commercial on during Ranger games, and it's the players having quick blurbs about you and why you are a great manager to them. And Travis Jankowski says, no matter what, he's the same every day. He doesn't let the ups and downs of a game or a season. He's the same guy. How long did it take you to maybe not let a loss show how it affected you to your team, to your players, or when wins happen that you're not too high and the players notice a difference in their manager in those situations?
Well, I'll start with, don't let, what that perception is or what externally is showing what belies what's going on underneath. I mean, I don't care who you are, you getting something like this, yeah, it bothers you. But my job is to try to be the same, walk in the clubhouse the same. You gotta show emotion, whether you're getting on them or you're trying to calm them down. That has to happen. You just can't be the same guy. But I'll say this: when I was younger, I had different managers, different styles. I had the yellers, screamers when we lost, tipping over the spread. And you know what? I don't think that really served a lot. And I did that in the minor leagues coming up. I thought that was the way to go. But I had a couple players, they talked to me, guys that were really close that were teammates of mine, and later became their manager. And so I just realized the importance of trying to keep things calm, because you don't need them, to tighten up. You don't need tension in the clubhouse. This game's hard enough to play. Now, if it's lack of hustle or just continued mental lapses, yeah, that's a different story. But if they're going out there, they're doing their best, they're trying as hard as they can. I think my job is to try to keep the ship in calm waters and just try to steer it in the right direction.
Well, my co-host Kevin, his go-to is to throw his phone across the room whenever he's upset about something. What's your go? Do you walk into your office after that, kind of close the door quietly, like kick a chair or something, or how do you let off steam, Boch?
Man, you know what? I'm a phone thrower.
Okay,
I'm pretty good at it. Yeah, I come in here and I've gone through a couple phones. Glasses too. You know, I've had to get some new glasses. You know, throwing those, and you know, after 5 minutes of it, you know, you got to let it go. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to keep you up. It's going to compound, you know, the situation because the next day you're going to come in miserable. They're going to see that. They're going to, you know, maybe feed off that. But yeah, the phone's always a good one to throw.
I'm glad you brought up the glasses too, because I was just talking with Mike about your glasses. Mike has the same. I think you both have the same pair of Oakleys that you're wearing, and that's a different glasses that I'm used to you seeing. Was it because they were broken, or were you just like, you know what, I'm ready to make a change here?
No, I did break my other Oakleys that they made for me last year, and they were really good luck Oakleys. And so it took me a while to get these. And so anyway, I got them, and I was hoping they would bring that same luck. They haven't quite done it yet, but, you know, it's not over, and I'm still hoping. But, yeah, they do a nice job for you. You know, they'll make sunglasses for you, prescription sunglasses, or the ones I'm wearing now.
You said it's not over. Do you see your team feeling that same way right now, that they kind of come to the park every day with that, we can do something special?
Well, we talked about it a little bit in New York. You know, we're fighting for our lives. You know, we have to play like it. And, you know, this has been a tough trip, you know. Pitching's there, you don't hit, or vice versa. But we're trying to figure out this early struggle in the game. I'm talking about the first 5 innings. This is crazy what's going on. And so anyway, we change up the lineup, we change up the routine, how we get ready, bring them in later, trying to let them catch their breath, doing what we can do, hopefully, to break up the monotony of not hitting much the first 5 innings.
Now, I know yesterday the opportunities weren't there, but there have been times in the first 5 innings y'all have had opportunities early in the game, and they just don't get converted. I know you were just talking about that, but anything that you think has led to the lack of conversion in these early innings too?
I wish I had an answer for you. You know, It comes down to the guys coming through for you, you know, getting a clutch hit. You know, I just, you know, I'd like to see, you know, some hard to hit balls, you know, getting some better swings off. And that's what we were used to last year. And, last year it's gone. You can't lean on yesterday's headlines. That's done. But still, you know, these guys they're just better than what's going on right now. And really across the board, we're just having a lot of guys with down years.
When it comes to Wyatt Langford, I know that lately he's been struggling offensively, but defensively, I've liked a lot of things that I've seen. Obviously, yesterday was a tough game defensively for a couple reasons. Is Fenway Park one of the toughest places to play left field if you've never played there before?
Well, I think you said the key word, never. If you've never played there, yeah, it can be. That wall's right on you. You're learning to play the ricochet and end up making a nice play, you know, with a perfect throw to second base, you know, to nail them. But yeah, this outfield, it's got 7 or 8 different angles that you got to be prepared for, mostly in that center field area, but left field too. It just gets on that wall quick. You go back, and then it can ricochet past you. Have you ever seen the game highlight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like you learn to play highlight. You know, they call it a rebote highlight, but it's to bounce back off the wall. And the guys that have played a lot, man, they get so good at it, it's hard to get a double.
When it came to in the first inning, is that Leote, when your back is against, you know, you're not seeing where the runner is that the center fielder's job to be yelling at Langford or whoever the corner outfielder is on where the ball's supposed to be thrown?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a great game for us in the outfield yesterday. They're supposed to communicate, help each other. It's loud here. It's packed. So, you know, it's a little bit different with such a short left field. And, you know, you got to realize most parts, it's a sure double. We had to tell our players, you hit a ball off the wall, don't think it's a sure double. You go hard, but you got to watch the throw. And same with the outfield. They're used to getting the ball and maybe just thinking of hitting the cutoff man. They got to come out and fire that ball. And for relays, I thought we could have been a little bit better, but, we just got to, get the ball in as quick as we can because it's so short from left field.
Is it, in fact, I believe, is Dane Dunning getting the start today? And then how much was he affected by having to get up and warm up a couple of times yesterday?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. We were in a tough situation yesterday where, we don't want to overuse anybody. Guys have been up. So we check with him. He's good to go. We'll watch him, though. If we have to shorten him up, then, we'll do that. We think we got some coverage. With Dane, he got up twice. Yeah, he got, he was ready to go in, too. So that's what you have to realize. He did get hot.
We were talking a little bit, and you just mentioned it's loud there, and we were talking about the Andrew Chafin moment. That crowd was going nuts because they were excited about what Chafin wasn't doing at the time. They were feeling like they could rattle him just a little bit. And I was kind of curious on that front when it comes to a crowd like that. Is it more the communication that is the distraction, or is it nerves for guys? And what do you talk about with guys whenever they're going through something like that?
You know what? You got a big crowd. You got to look forward to it, whether you're on the road or at home, and you got to you really should feed off it, even if you're on the road, man. It should get you amped up. That's how we try to get these guys to play. Hey, this is why you play the game, and so a guy with Chafin, I don't know if that affected him. He's been pitching a long time. He's played in front of big crowds a lot, so he's one of our leverage guys, and I don't see that affecting him. But last two outings, he just is not getting the ball where he needs to, so he was definitely off yesterday. We'll see how he's doing today.
We heard about the live bullpen for Jacob deGrom. I wanted to know, how positive is it for you when deGrom bounces out of that and he's like, I feel really good. It's been a long time since I've been out there. I feel really good.
The way he was throwing, I was sitting there going, man, we should have saved this for an inning or two tonight. His changeup's 90, and slider's 92, 93. He bumped 99. Locating well. It's been really cool to see his progress down this long road that he's had to go down, and he's excited. So anyway, I think he throws Friday. He'll throw the hitters, and then we'll decide what we're going to do on the next one.
But I assume everyone's on the same page that he said, I intend or want to pitch this regular season.
Yeah. I think that would be big for him. We're not going to do it just to say, hey, we did it. We're going to make sure he's ready. But I think he will be. The way he's throwing right now, he'll be starting to rehab here probably in a couple weeks.
Excellent. Appreciate the time as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
All right, guys. Sorry I missed you. I'm in a dungeon down here in Fenway, and I missed your call.
It's all right,
problem.
Folks.
No
it's all
problem.
right. Thanks a lot, man.
All right. We'll see you.
You'll get Rangers.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. If bold flavor is something you're after, grab a bottle or 10 of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold.
Spicy.
Now,
Bayou.
We got some big football news while we were doing that interview.
We did it.
I don't know if that is the proper
CeeDee
reaction.
Lamb's been signed?
Nope.
Oh.
While doing the surgery, they discover that J.J. McCarthy does, in fact, have a meniscus injury, and it will end his season.
Dang, that stinks.
So he is out for the year.
That means they got to deal with Sam Darnold the whole season.
Bring back Kellen Mond?
The only other option, I think.
know.
Yeah.
They drafted him in the second round just a few years ago.
I think that's the only option, Kevin.
What's Mond doing?
I feel like he's bounced around and not stayed on with many teams.
Tell you what.
Who's their third?
I'll do it. I'm going to throw out this hypothetical.
Oh, Nick Mullins.
Would you trade Trey Lance for their 4th-round pick next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're willing to do it, I mean, I would absolutely take a pick from him.
I mean, no, I know it's early, but think about something Mickey said earlier. He goes, hey, Trey Lance is going to try to compete or was going to try to compete with Cooper Rush for the backup quarterback spot. He's not even close. Like, so, yes.
5th-round pick?
We gave it a shot.
Sure. Not right now.
Oh, here goes Kevin.
You know what? Not right now because I'm going to give him a start. I'm going to give him 2 more games. I'm going to probably give him as much as I can at the next game and a start. I would hope he would start 2 games, but I want to see him get out there, start, go through a game, experience that, get as many reps as I can, see if he's grown. If he's grown a little bit, maybe I got something. And if he's grown a little bit in those 2 starts, maybe I got something that's even more valuable I can trade. Yeah.
I'll be curious to see what the Vikings do, or if somehow this will weirdly lead to a resurgence of Sam Darnold.
They're going to lose. And then you know what else? Justin Jefferson's numbers are going to stink. If you're in fantasy football and you haven't drafted yet,
time to bail.
I'm taking Justin Jefferson down quite a few spots in wide receiver. Nobody's going to pass him the ball.
I am not counting on the Sam Darnold resurgence either. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess so. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, can we all just get a day off by telling our coach we're going to play with Tiger? Next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm really glad Mike Likes It is over. And it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
We could start Mike Likes It back up if you want to.
Son of a gun.
All right, so, Kevin, did you want to discuss the marathon runner now, or did you want to wait till later on that?
I'm fine if we talk about it now.
Does that mean we have to discuss the murder thing with G-Bag?
Yes, maybe. All right, just real quick.
All right.
There's this Olympic distance runner named Rose Harvey. She was in the Olympics. She finished 78th in the marathon with a time of 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 3 seconds.
That's amazing.
She put out her post on Instagram, and approximately 2 to 3 miles in, she got a stress fracture in her femur. And she kept running. She said
only stress.
Yeah.
Just a fracture.
Not a whole fracture, just a stress
fracture.
Yeah, those are different.
She said, in any other race, I would have stopped. And there were so many moments I thought I couldn't take another step. The downhills were hell. She ran another 24 miles after she got a stress fracture in her leg.
She didn't know, though.
She said she knew something was wrong.
I know.
But she didn't know it was stress fractured.
Yeah,
that's true.
She just thought it was stress.
This hurts really bad.
Just like the Vikings didn't know how bad it was for J.J. McCarthy until they operated, and now out for the season.
Yeah, like with Teddy Bridgewater. What is it about Vikings quarterbacks?
What is it about?
They never know until they open up their knees.
The last Michigan player who was good was Charles Woodson.
There is no Michigan player that's been good since then?
I don't know. It feels like they are all really good in college and then just don't do
Is that just
good.
because the Cowboys keep drafting them?
Well, that's my number one team I follow. And then I wasn't crazy about J.J. McCarthy, and then he immediately ends his season.
Yeah.
From the 817, David from Fort Worth, I ran a half marathon, no fracture, just stress, and I almost gave up.
Yeah. See, almost everybody gives up running a marathon.
What keeps you, when you have that kind of pain, what keeps you going? Like, what are you telling yourself that's like, it'll go away, it's not actually, it hurt? What are you doing in those moments?
If they were like, if you finish your event, you get a clear medal, then maybe I would finish it. But if
glass? Or?
Yeah, if I was just finishing it for the sake of, I'd be like, people will understand.
That'd be funny if they gave everybody invisible medals.
Here
They're
you
like,
go.
oh, 4th place, here's your invisible medal.
you
Well,
go.
and that's why Kevin kept going, because he just wanted them to put on the invisible medal.
Exactly.
Well, that's a real injury.
Just don't lose it.
But Jeff Francoeur said that he faked an injury because Bobby Cox told him to. Let's listen to Jeff Francoeur tell this story.
I've been lucky enough. I've met President Bush, President Obama. I was not nearly as starstruck as I was when I met Tiger Woods for the first time. But what the coolest Bobby Cox story is, guys, is Bobby during spring training loved us to play golf, loved this. We were playing the Yankees at 1 o'clock on a day game. And I was 22 years old. I'd been playing for 3 months as a starter. I was not going to go up to Bobby and be like, hey, I need the day off, right? But he comes out to stretch and goes, Smoltz said you had a chance to play with Tiger today. There was a 150 tee time. And I'm like, Bobby, I'm fine. I'm playing today. He goes, no, I'll make you a deal. He said, after your first at bat today, run through first base and kind of rub your ankle a little bit like you hurt your ankle.
Wow.
And he's like, in 2 days, we're going to Bradenton. And Tim, you have to have 3 starters make a road trip.
Sure.
And he's like, I hate Bradenton's infield. I don't want to get any of the guys hurt. So if you go to Bradenton, I'll let you go play with Tiger today. So sure enough, man, we're playing the Yankees, 13,000 people in Orlando. I ground out the first at bat. I run through first and I start, rubbing my ankle. And, Bobby, he waddles out there with his cleats. And he checks on me. I run inside. I literally throw my golf clothes on. I didn't shower. I get to the golf course, and they're on the first fairway. So I hit my tee shot. We end up playing 27 holes. And about 4:30, my wife sends me a little thing that there was an update that said Francoeur day-to-day with a high ankle sprain.
Kind of looks like Sean and RJ laughing in the background.
It kind of does a little bit. That's fun. And I think it's pretty cool of Bobby Cox to recognize,
yeah.
How often are you going to be able to do these once-in-a-lifetime things? I will also say playing a baseball game at the pro level is still kind of a almost once-in-a-lifetime. You don't get to do that career all the time. Not everybody gets to do it. But being able to go play with Tiger Woods, your manager's like, hey, man, that's a cool thing. You go do that.
That is super cool.
I know that Bobby Cox, listening to some of my teammates that got to play for him, especially, let's say, in the late 90s through mid-2000s, spring training, they were like, there's no other spring training like this. It's you get yourself ready. There's going to be morning stretch and the throwing program and our routines of doing fielding practice and all of that stuff. But you know what you need to do to get ready. Now, he had Glavine, Smoltz, Maddox, Chipper Jones, Javi Lopez. You just keep Andrew Jones. He had a lot of veteran guys who had been through a lot of seasons and had known how to get themselves ready. I'm sure he didn't do this in 91 through 94 as that team was growing and developing. But they said, hey, you feel like running today? Do running. You don't feel like running today? Don't run. You feel like doing weights today because it'll get you better? Do weights today. But he's like, you know who you are. You know what gets you ready for the start of the season and for the grind of 162 games. And they were winning the division literally, I don't know, it was 15 or 16 years in a row they won the division.
Wow, that's the Corey Seager approach, right? I'll do my thing.
Yeah.
But Mike, we've been to many spring trainings with the Rangers.
Right.
And I don't know, I just don't know all their stuff. I don't feel like anybody's walking around demanding anything out of guys. It seems like they all kind of know what they're supposed to do.
I think spring training has changed a lot, probably in about, I'm going to guess about 2000. Derek Holland would be a good person to ask this because he was there in spring training, let's say 09. I don't know, about 14 or 15, the year 2014, 15. I feel like it changed a lot into more individual spring training rather than team spring training.
Okay.
And in a way, I think that's good. In a way, I think it might be a little bit negative. I think iPads and all of these things in the dugout has disconnected teams from being teams. I think there's very little team stuff going on in baseball. I can speak to baseball, but I think in other sports too, we see a lot of more individual stuff rather than team stuff. But I do think it's good for the individual. Hey, you got to get ready this way, where it'd be like, no, I'll be like, hey, I was throwing 60 and 80 pitch bullpens with breaking balls and everything. Like, doesn't matter. Today, 8 minutes, 70%, and you're throwing 30 fastballs and 8 changeups. And you're doing it for a week. And you're like, I'm going to lose the feel of my breaking ball. I'm going to lose a little bit of velocity because you guys aren't letting me air it out. And they'd be like, doesn't matter. Everybody's doing it the same way.
Okay.
And now they're like, dude, you want to come in and you want to air it out because you've been airing it out? Let's see what you got. If you want to ease more into it, like David Robertson's, like we interviewed him, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I've come to spring training, I ain't picked up the ball yet.
Yeah.
I'll be just fine. My goal is to throw 1 to 2 innings every other day. I will be fine in these 6 or 7 weeks getting myself prepared for April 1st to do that job, you know? So I think it's more individualized. It does. I like it more this way, but I can see where people could knock it going, we've lost a little bit of the team aspect of it.
By the way, the texts have come in, Mike. They said Tom Brady is from Michigan. Also, Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson's good.
Oh, that's right.
He's a good player. So those are
they named 2.
At
You're willing
least
to
2.
concede now.
Yeah.
One in 2000 and the other one in 2021. They have had 2 guys.
I'm sure there's an offensive lineman somewhere. There's got to be at least one offensive lineman out there.
Back in the day, they could produce running backs. Now they ran the ball 80% of their plays, like Tim Batuka, Tyrone Wheatley, Rodney Harrison. They were producing running backs.
I was thinking of Tim
Amani Toomer. He was a good wide receiver, but we're talking about 90s. That's back when Michigan was great at football.
They just won the national title.
I was watching the big-eared guy. He said that they're not going to make the top 12.
Paul Feinbaum?
Yep.
Man, good figuring
He has big ears.
Has
Mike's right
huge
about
ears.
that.
He has the biggest ears in television.
Huh.
That's not bad.
I don't know.
Oh, somebody has bigger ears?
I'm Mickey Mouse.
He's not a real person.
Uh-huh.
Eric Chiafalo is now stepped into the
I have no
studio.
idea.
Talking about Michigan
with
football?
purpose, ladies
I'm not
and
sure
gentlemen.
what's happening here.
Pay some respect to the size of Andrew Siciliano's ears.
Oh, there you go. That's who I was thinking right there.
Is he
Thank
on
you.
NFL Network?
Yeah,
Yes.
NFL Network guy.
And Olympic guy.
He does the Sunday ticket thing or whatever when they're going around the league.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's good stuff right there.
The red zone.
Yeah,
The red zone.
I don't have that channel.
Yeah, the red zone. Now,
I tell you, on Sundays you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Whatever they put on the main channels, they put on.
he's the main guy, but on the red zone channel, it's Hansen, right? Or it's that guy. He's good. Scott Hansen, that dude's good. I enjoy the way he does it, especially when they go to the witching hour. It's always fun. Speaking of football, Kevin, I'm not saying that fantasy football is the way to go with things, but whenever you're looking at where rankings are, it's easy to go to the rankings on fantasy football and go, okay, that kind of puts you in an idea of where these guys are. I have 2 different lists. The safest players to pick after the 4th round this year.
Okay.
And the riskiest players to pick.
Ooh.
And I want to start with the safest players to pick after the 4th round. Here's why.
Of course you would.
And here's why. Amari Cooper. If he's in the 4th round, yes, of course he's a safe pick. But then they get down on this list, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott, usually a lot of people aren't picking quarterbacks until late anyway because of you're trying to get running backs and wide receivers early in drafts, and then you go get your quarterback. But they have Dak Prescott, Jake Ferguson, and yes, Ezekiel Elliott as safest picks after the 4th round.
What?
And here's what they say. Now, they did say round 9 for Ezekiel Elliott is a good place to pick him. So, and I don't disagree with that. He's going to get a lot of usage. And he did receive the ball a lot out of the backfield for the New England Patriots last year. But they said Elliott might not be as fast or efficient as he once was, but we can't ignore that he's in line for a big workload this season. Yeah, he shares depth with Royce Freeman and Rico Dowdle. But they got 96 carries over the last 3 NFL seasons. Last year with the Patriots, Elliott not only led the team in receptions, he led the Patriots in receptions? That's how bad Mac Jones was? But he also showed he still had juice left in the tank.
Heck yeah. Starting
the final 5 games of the season. Over those 5 starts, he averaged 16.4 fantasy points, which ranked 10th among running backs during that span, and he finished as a top 6 running back in 2 of those 5 weeks with an RB1 overall performance thrown in.
And he's wearing number 15.
This is where it's tough to distinguish between fantasy sports and real life. That's an amazing number to me because here are his yards in those games: 68, 25, 27, 39, and 54. One time he averaged more than 3.1 yards per carry. Yikes.
3, though. You have 3 of the safest bets after the 4th round.
After the 4th round.
Yeah.
So they're like, I guess.
Now, here's what I really wanted to get to, though.
Zeke is back.
The 6 riskiest players to pick not in the 4th round.
JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy.
The riskiest players. And they do have the like overall safest and the oh my God, what did I just do?
Overall riskiest.
There we go. I got back to it.
Don't draft JJ McCarthy.
Well, JJ McCarthy's definitely
keeper league.
Devon A. Chan.
Oh yeah.
He gets hurt. But
Drake
really
London. Nico Collins. DJ Moore, who last year jumped off the page. You were so happy about that. But him with Caleb Williams now is becoming a risky thing because you have a lot of question marks. Justin Jefferson from Mike has become a thing.
Who I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Now, not after the 4th round. I still think Justin Jefferson's going to go. If people are smart, it'll be more late first or like when it snakes back. Because you have to be scared to death now that Justin Jefferson, you're going to be like, dude, 6 catches for 58 yards is not what I drafted you for.
He went number 1 overall last year in my fantasy league, and this year, it'll be people will be going with other people before they get to him just based on that. But here's where I was very interested. CJ Stroud, one of the top 6 riskiest players to pick in fantasy football this year.
Is the concern the sophomore slump?
That is, yes. It is the excited to watch him grow with an explosive Texans offense. Lack of rushing production is going to mean that he's going to need to throw the ball 35 or even 40 touchdown passes to come through on what's going to be a lot of people are going to draft him high. Because he had a really good year and everybody's looking for one of those quarterbacks that you can get, that you kind of sneak out there and snag him. But CJ Stroud, I think a lot of us believe he's going to have a really good season. And I'm not sure exactly what risky is because when it comes to wins, I don't think he's going to put you in position to lose a lot of games.
Yeah.
And then Dalton Kincaid was on that list too. And that's where I was as I was reading about Dalton Kincaid and what their offense kind of looks like now with him and Dawson Knox out there, it started making me think, are they going to bring things in a little bit for Josh Allen? When it was Gabe Davis and Diggs, they knew they could chuck the ball downfield because those guys could run like that. And I do wonder if they're going to be like, no, we're going to work our way downfield. We'll strike big at times, but we're not going to do it as often. We're not going to put Josh Allen in position to throw as many interceptions and have as many turnovers as he's had. We're going to give him more opportunities to work our way down the field and score the football.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NFL top players 25 and under. How many Cowboys make the cut and which team is really on the rise? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, earlier today, The Athletic put out the top NFL players 25 and under. Who do you think is the best NFL player who is 25 or younger?
Micah's under 25? Or
he is. He's second on the list.
Wow, that's really impressive. Are rookies involved in this?
Is CJ Stroud?
CJ Stroud is number 8
on
the list.
Is I'm throwing this out, Corey. You might know ages more than I do. Justin Jefferson is right on that border of
Justin Jefferson is number 1 in all of the land.
Say I don't know football.
So the top 5 goes like this: Justin Jefferson, Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, and Patrick Surtain. Now, or
the
Surtain
future's
if you're
bright
fancy.
in Dallas.
Yeah, so the Cowboys have 2 of the top 4, and
where's Sauce on that list?
I will have to check on that. But yeah, the Cowboys have 2 of the top 4. He's number 13. And they're one of a handful of teams that have multiple players on the list. Would you guys like to know about any other players, or do you think another Cowboy is being shortchanged?
Is St. Brown on that list?
Oh, you talking about
Or did
Smith,
you say St. Brown?
Tyler Smith, or you saying he's shortchanged?
Just curious. Amon-Ra St. Brown is number 10. So the rest of the top 10 goes like this: Penei Sewell, Tristan Wirfs, CJ Stroud, Kyle Hamilton, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're your top 10.
That's fair.
You think so? Okay.
I mean, maybe you'll say somebody that I'll be like, oh, they didn't put him high enough.
Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, 11 and 12. Then Sauce, Aiden Hutchinson, who, Mike, he went to Michigan. And then
Sauce Gardner did?
No. Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh, Aiden Hutchinson, yeah.
And
I
then,
was like, Sauce Gardner, where did he go to school? Why am I? It's not Cincinnati, right?
Isn't it?
Is it? I'm going to say Cincinnati, but I don't.
Look at you, Mike.
Correct.
The other thing that I thought about Sauce, I know this is the way my brain works. I don't want my nugs over-sauced.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's what they're saying at Wendy's.
His sauce.
They're like, oh, saucy nugs. And I'm like, I need sauce.
Yeah.
But I don't need it over-sauced. And they're selling the over-sauce. But that's, neither here nor there because we're not at Wendy's.
And yet you still talked about it.
But Buffalo Wild Wings has the sauced ones.
Somebody's using.
Those are very good.
There's a sandwich place using Buffalo Wild Wing sauce now. I think it's Jimmy John's.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
No, they're not. They don't have a sandwich shop.
Yeah, they have sandwiches.
They don't have their own sandwich shop.
Oh, like Jersey Mike's?
Yeah. The Jersey Mike's uses the juice.
Oh, my gosh. So
now, when we talk about Tyler Smith, Kevy, do you think, hey, Corey, do you think throwing in Kevy at the end took it over the top?
Didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't help.
Well, no, like to throw him over the edge.
You're going to send him out that window soon.
Does he hate Kevy more or Kev?
Kevy.
Okay.
All right, so here's what I want to throw out there. There are 5 teams with multiple players on this list.
Cowboys.
The Texans, yes. The Cowboys have 2. The Chiefs have 2. The Jets have 2. The Texans have 2. And the Detroit Lions have 5.
Jahmyr Gibbs, Penei Sewell.
We just told you one of them.
St. Brown.
He's at Hutchinson. He's
trying to think of the defense at Hutchinson, and I can't think.
Oh, they drafted the kid from South Grand Prairie. He is a super bust.
Not Sam Laporta.
Oh yeah, Laporta. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Dude, he might be one of the top tight ends to take this year.
He
I
is
think
number.
Wolchuk's still upset about that.
He is number 18 on the top 25 and under for the NFL.
Remember the dude they drafted third? What was his name? I'm sorry. He was I thought he was going to be great.
Yeah,
he just wasn't
I
good.
did too. And you mentioned he was from South Grand Prairie. Son of a gun. That is going to bother me now.
Is his career over? Is he even playing?
Man,
he got hurt.
I saw that kid in high school. Dang it, this is really going to bother me.
It was a different name. I know that sounds weird, but it wasn't like Tony Clark.
In what year? I'm sorry. What year? 2020,
I believe.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Let's just move on.
People
all right.
it out.
What does that say about the Detroit Lions that they have 5 of the top 25 players under 25? Like, I know I've joked about
They're
how
in
that's
trouble
Corey's team.
financially in a few years.
I guess, but before that, wouldn't you be like, holy cow, here we go?
It means they just went to the conference championship game, and they're likely going to be in that situation for a long time. And Okudah is the name. That's exactly what it says to me. They built that with a young core already. They had picks to work with. They weren't a good team. They were working on that. So yeah, man, as long as they can keep it together and continue to add little pieces that make them better, it tells me that you should fear them.
Now, I want to shout out the one person from the 903 who said, "I'm pretty sure you're talking about Kerry Wood."
I played against Kerry Wood.
Jeff Okudah was.
He's the 4th pick. Okudah was 3rd pick.
B.J. Johnson,
Trent McDuffie,
and Kerry Wood never lived in Grand Prairie. He didn't go to South Grand Prairie.
Irving.
He lived in Irving, but they all got fake addresses for the 1995 team.
What?
But UIL, we called them out at Duncanville, but UIL still let them play, and they still lost to whoever they did in the semifinals because they pitched Kevin Walker instead of Kerry Wood.
I've definitely seen that happen before. Trent McDuffie, number 15 on the list. I'm going to give you the rest of the list. Jalen Waddle, Trevor Lawrence. We'll get back to him in a second. Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jalen Carter. That gets you to 20. And then the rest of the top 25 and under. Garrett Wilson, Bijan Robinson, Puka Nacua.
I was going to say, where's Puka?
That feels low. Creed Humphrey, that also feels low. And Will Anderson Jr. Trevor Lawrence, I'm not saying he's not still a good player, but for somebody who was the generational quarterback prospect, this feels like quite a fall from grace to be like, well, on the list of players 25 and under, you can be 17th. And maybe he's like, I don't care.
I'm with you. I thought he was going to be unbelievable. To me, he was the one thing that really impressed me is his junior year. He was calling the plays.
Yeah.
They were letting him be part-time offensive coordinator. When we talk about Caleb Williams, when yesterday, or I can't remember if it was yesterday or not, but you guys have talked about this before, kind of the Oklahoma system is you just look to the sideline and they give you some note cards and then you call out the play and then you just first read, throw it, get rid of it. If the first read isn't open, then run the ball or whatever. Like it's not very complicated. And so I thought, boy, Trevor Lawrence wins the national championship his freshman year, competing for it in his second and third year. And he's smart enough that they're allowing him in a championship window here.
Yeah.
They're allowing him to call the plays because he's that smart. And then Clemson head coach?
Dabo Sweeney.
Dabo Sweeney's like, I've kind of never had, like, he's like Deshaun Watson, really great quarterback, really smart, all these things. Like, this dude takes it to another level. I'm like, dude, if this dude takes it to another level than Deshaun Watson at the time, how unbelievable is this guy going to be? And 1 year, it's produced something somewhat special, and that's it.
Now, people are asking about Trayvon Diggs, who is 25. He does not turn 26 until September 20th. He did not make the list.
What about Tyler Guyton?
Those are the only two Cowboys on the list. So any other Cowboys you name, they did not make the list.
No Marshawn Nealon?
No. He can't be on the list.
You don't know that.
If Tyler Smith didn't make the list, Marshawn Nealon didn't make the list.
How old's Brandon Aubrey?
I think he's too old for this list. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh, man. I don't know how old Brandon Aubrey is.
All right.
Do you think who do you think is most likely to crack the top 20 next year for the Dallas Cowboys who's not on the list?
Tyler Smith. Because Tyler Smith.
CD will graduate the list, right? Isn't he 25?
Yeah.
So
maybe Mozzie.
I mean, look, I'm serious. I heard your reaction. I understand that reaction. If Mozzie were to crack this list, then it
would change
feels like
everything
you're
about-
coming off a phenomenal season.
I'll bet you $10
I would not like to take that bet.
that he will not get a second contract with the Dallas Cowboys.
I will not take that bet. I think that is potentially a very savvy bet.
Corey?
I just don't know how you can get in shape now. If you I don't know how you didn't come into camp in shape after last season.
Yeah.
Then maybe it was a little injury. I don't know. I just don't know how you can't be, how you're that gassed right now. Doesn't make sense to me.
And yes, for people asking, Deron Bland not on the list. He's also 25, so he wouldn't make the list next year, but I feel like Tyler Smith would be...
No Kalen Carson, huh?
My definite pick. No, there are no other Cowboys on the list. And I know we're excited about these players from training camp, but we should probably wait, right? Until
On
they
what?
do something in a game, like a real game.
So I'm in practice.
Okay, that is true. Now, can I take you to another football story?
No Overshown?
Heck yeah.
No DeMarvion Overshown either. No other current Cowboys on the list.
He's the one doing it now.
I know. It is a maddening turn of events. Chris Jones. No, because I never meant to say somebody else.
No Cooper Beebe, huh?
Chris Jones. Oh, yeah, he made it. Chris Jones has an interesting thought for the justice system. Did you see the lady who got sentenced to 9 years in jail for stealing wings? Now, on the surface, that sounds outrageous. Until you find out she stole 11,000 cases of wings, and she was a cafeteria employee at an elementary school for nearly a decade, who got busted for stealing all this over the span of 19 months when she was in charge of ordering the food, when eventually school officials discovered, you know what? This is way past what our food budget should be. It took them a year and a half to figure it out, but they eventually figured it out. So she got 9 years in jail. She stole about $1.5 million worth of wings.
What? From the school system?
Exactly.
Who's she feeding? The whole neighborhood every night.
Selling to the wing market.
Who's at the wing market?
I don't know. That's a good question. I have not been, so I couldn't tell you. Chris Jones
Guy over there.
tweeted out, I'll pay for the wings that she stole to get her free. Do you think there should be a justice system loophole? Some would argue there already is, where if you can pay for whatever was stolen or damaged or whatever, that you can just spring that person out of jail like a Monopoly club.
Yes, I do. There are some of these things that I mean, like, this is the Wings, the school lady. I really do need to look at more of this, though. Like, what was her life like? You know, was she struggling? Was she well off? You know, like, that's...
Hold on, wait.
No, if she's well off, I really have a problem with it.
What if she was struggling? At what point?
We need to help her out more here in America.
At what point, though, are you like, she's probably not struggling anymore because she's now stolen into the hundreds of thousands of dollars of food?
She ate that every night for dinner is what I'm thinking. You know, that's how much she was struggling. She was like, I'm hungry.
So
I'm lunch lady.
In 10
hungry.
years, she ate 11,000 cases of wings.
Yep. Because that's all she
Corey,
could
I don't even know if you could eat 1,000 cases of wings
chicken,
in
dude.
a year.
It's chicken, bro. Like, that's all it is. You eat chicken every night. Nobody died. Here's the situation, though. When we were in middle school band, our band hall was right next to the lunchroom. And they would bring those things in and drop them off. They would bring all the stuff in and drop them off. One day, we saw the Snickers ice cream bar box sitting there. A whole box of Snickers ice cream bars. And me and my buddy Cody and a couple other people ensured that we were able to steal said box, and we stored it in the band hall where we didn't think that it's going to melt, Kevin. Guess what happened? Mr. Foster found out. And Mr. Foster found out who it was that did it. He brought us all out of class down to the band hall and made us eat every single one of those Snickers bars and then pay for them too.
Oh.
And we did not
he said,
feel
you're
good.
banned from coming in here.
Yeah.
Get it?
So
Because
Kevin
is in the band hall.
Obviously, this is why
And I use the word band in a different way.
Hey, Reggie, if you're listening, will you let me know if they have any other open spots in Houston?
You don't want to go to Houston.
You like the humidity.
And so that's why I think that she ate all these wings, because I was punished that way once, and I had to eat all the Snickers ice cream bars, which, by the way, were delicious, but I had a terrible tummy ache.
Okay. Now, I hate this.
She's working at an elementary school cafeteria. She's probably not well off, Kevin, is what they're suggesting.
But to a point. Eventually, when you've stolen $200,000 of wings, you need to figure that out.
How did nobody know?
I don't
Nobody
know.
was seeing her walk out with a bucket of wings.
It took them 19 months to realize they were over budget. So if you ever wonder about like the budgets of school and just throwing more money at the problem, maybe that doesn't help. And from the 903, Corey, she didn't have a plan. She was just winging it.
Because the wings is
No,
what
I
she
get it,
stole.
Mike. I got it.
Punchline had wings in it.
Your joke was funny. The one Kevin read.
I mean, can you imagine, though, if she did have like a smoker and she was selling these during the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Like she'd go to some random parking lot. That's good money. And
Heck
your
yeah.
product's free. You have to sauce them. Just don't over sauce them.
Uh-huh.
Wendy's. I don't want them too saucy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you tie it together.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Do you
right
see
here.
how
That's how you tie it.
Max, remember that in life.
Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hagee, how about you?
Excellent. I'm doing well, and I wanted to see if I could dive into a criminal justice question with you guys as part of Crosstalk.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Our wheelhouse.
Lumumba Sayers, who is a former UFC fighter. Are you familiar with this?
Lumumba?
Lumumba.
No, I have no idea who this person is. It sounds like a ball sacking.
He is alleged by the Commerce City Police Department to have killed somebody. The person he's alleged to have killed is alleged to have been involved in the murder of his son. Now, if you've ever seen Is It Time to Kill, where Samuel L. Jackson stands up, do you think
McConaughey
that there should be some sort of exception that, like, vengeance killing, like, if
absolutely.
if they killed your kid, then, like, I don't have to wait for the court system.
I mean, you could wait for the court system if you want, or you could just kill the person. And as long as their killing was unjustified, I believe yours would be justified. Now if they killed your son because your son had it coming, then
you have to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would factor into my decision.
Which might help if you just let the court proceedings handle themselves before we fully get to the.
Doesn't that feel like as a parent,
it takes years and years in these court proceedings?
Feels like as a parent, though,
It's a
it
lot
would
of
be
steering.
tough to go, well, he had it coming. Like, that would be hard to accept as a parent. Right?
One of the parents in the Michigan State case, the doctor with that? Didn't
Do you
he
remember
say,
that?
Give me 5 or 15 minutes alone with him. They said no, and he just broke and said, all right, I'm going after him anyway.
He stood up, and then he goes, I can't do that. And he goes, okay, just 1 minute. And they're like, no. And then he was like, the hell with it. And he, like, ran. He got tackled by the bailiffs. The bailiff's doing his job and stuff, but I bet a lot of people could watch that and be like, yeah, if you would have let him slip by, that wouldn't have been the worst thing ever. I mean, the
At least
bailiff,
a few punches.
the bailiff has to do his job, but that is something that crossed my mind. All right, I just wanted to.
I think there'd be a justifiable rage in there. Like if you saw it happen and it was an instant reaction, right?
Yes.
Then I think 9 times out of 10 the judge would and the jury would see it your way. But then consider that as a parent, that feeling of rage would never leave you.
Yeah.
I am constantly in the state of a crime of passion, if you will.
Well, it's like Cain Velasquez. Same thing happened to him, right?
Yes.
But this was like a guy that he chased down who assaulted his son.
And it was a family member. I didn't know if it was a kid or a family member that was underage. And so they were like, well, he was carrying a gun. And then you hear more about it and you're like, well, the allegation is
attempted murder. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a young person and he was doing inappropriate stuff. I know a lot of people will be like, don't take the law into your own hands. And I get that. But I just wondered if it was your kid, if you'd be like, I don't have time to.
It sounds like we need to stop messing with UFC fighters' children.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea.
That is a good takeaway from this. That really is. All right, the Dallas Mavericks are going to open the season against the San Antonio Spurs. Do you care at all? We know that. Do you care at all about that, or do you care about the renewed push to get people interested in the in-season NBA tournament? Because Klay Thompson and the Mavs, they're going to play Golden State. That has already gotten a lot of play, and people are like, oh, and it's part of the tournament. Do you care yet? Because I have not been able to muster up the ability to care.
No. Yeah, I could care less about that. Very excited to see how the Mavs start the season. In the finals, now you have Klay and Kyrie as sort of veteran leaders. I want to see this team get more focused in the regular season.
Yeah, and then just the idea of seeing like what's the second year level up for Wemby, and how good are the Spurs looking
and
even
lively
at this yeah, lively as well for sure. I'm much more interested in that. The in-season tournament, my gosh, that's
don't care.
The most useless thing.
Probably
in the
will
history of
never
sports.
care.
Also, the first 20 games, I want to see how Jason Kidd uses, I don't know in what order, Exum, Dinwiddie, and Hardy, how he's using them off the bench or not using one of them off of the bench. Is Kyrie going to be ready for the start of the year with his injury? To me, my dad was watching the France-USA game, and the kind of heavy-set guy who had a great game for France, he's like, hey, if he's a free agent, could the Mavs? And I was like, dude, the Mavs are loaded. Yeah. Like, there's not a available spot on the Dallas Mavericks. I'm not saying they have 15 premium players, but there's not like a spot to just bring somebody in because there's an open roster spot to compete for. It's a heck of a team.
So this isn't one of those teams that like they played above their heads like they did a couple years ago to get the Western Conference Finals, and they're going to fall back down.
I hope not.
It's going to be a tough conference. I mean, at the end of the season, Denver, Minnesota, Dallas, Oklahoma City, 2 of those teams won't be in the Western Conference Finals. Yeah. And maybe there is another team that we're like, dang, they got whether it's, I don't think Phoenix, I'm just throwing it out there, but like it's not going to be easy to make it to the Western Conference Finals.
But playoff basketball is so much about matchups, and I think 2 of the last 3 years have shown us this team can play just okay in the regular season, and when you get to the playoffs, they match up in a way. Then you add Gafford and Lively on that. I think they have now the ability to really put teams in checkmate in these long 7-game series. As every series went on, other than the finals, it got easier for the Mavericks as they figured things out. I'm taking that as a sign that they're going to be a very, very tough out in the playoffs for, 5-7 years. This is going to go on for a while. I mean, Luka did this even before he had Gafford, Lively, Kyrie, and Klay Thompson. He took a team, to the Western Conference Finals. So I'm more excited about the Mavs and how they can dismantle teams in the postseason, I think, than even when we were in the middle of that run. Just as everything has sort of coalesced and, I have my big picture takeaways, I think regular season could still be an adventure because I don't know if Luka is going to focus. But once you get there, it's going to be beautiful for the foreseeable future.
The big NFL news of the day, because we'd heard about J.J. McCarthy. It didn't look like he would be ready for the beginning of the regular season, or at the very least, he would now lose the quarterback competition to Sam Darnold. But then when they do the surgery, they find out it is a tear. He did get the surgery. He's out for the entire season. That feels like a pretty stunning turn of events.
Very much so. I mean, meniscus is usually, hey, you can come back from that within a few weeks. I mean,
I think it's menisci.
Yeah, the menisci. Sure.
There's 2 of them.
Because there's 2 meniscus? Yeah. But this is tough, man. I mean, I did see a stat from Ed Werder. Vikings are just 1 of 4 teams that haven't had a rookie quarterback start a season opener. So this is maybe just ever.
Kellen Mond.
Curse.
We should have known.
He's not a rookie anymore.
I know, but I'm saying he couldn't do it. Everybody thought he would.
We should have placed bets that, hey, J.J. McCarthy ain't playing week 1.
Yeah.
But I didn't think all season long.
Next time they draft one, that's what I'm thinking.
Hey.
I mean, they had Teddy Bridgewater some years ago. They just had Kirk Cousins with the Achilles, and now you're dealing with this. My goodness.
What does this do for fantasy value of Justin Jefferson? Are you like,
I don't know. I don't know if McCarthy was helping that. I think does Darnold actually help the Jefferson thing at this point in the proceedings? No, I mean, yeah, I hear you.
He probably doesn't. Maybe he's just a receiver that can be good with any quarterback. I don't know. But hey, the Trey Lance thing, Minnesota liked him, and he's a Minnesota native. So if you actually did want to flip Trey Lance, the Vikings are on the short list of teams that I think would be interested.
If they called you right now and said, we'll give you our 5th round pick for Trey Lance, would you do it?
Yeah, I think I would. I don't think Trey Lance has it, man.
Yeah, easily.
Maybe you could say it turns into a 4th if he starts 12 games or something.
If I could recoup that 4, which they probably really wanted when they were on the clock and were like, man, I'd love to take a running back right now. I think I'd take that back.
I would be surprised if a team wants to give something like that, though, after what we just saw.
And hey, Corey had a good idea.
Yeah. Give him 2 more games. Give him some confidence.
What if the next couple games are good for him?
Yeah, if that works out, then you do it.
But I'm sure Minnesota would want him somewhat getting into their practice.
Sure. They'd want him sooner rather than later, yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, the Cowboys and Rams are in the midst of that joint practice again, only legal in California. And Broadus is going to join us at 3 o'clock, step onto the tennis courts and do a full report.
What about right off the show? I thought that was great yesterday.
He's going to be watching practice, and today it's going to be an actual real practice.
Okay.
Yeah, not the mock game, the
and then
mockery
he's
of
be a great
the game.
guest
So y'all just going to kill him for the first segment like you did yesterday? Because that was
we might.
It was entertaining.
It's how he's just a guest on y'all's show because he's like y'all's show.
I enjoyed
that. Was jarring.
I enjoyed the first 15 minutes yesterday.
Thank you. I think we did too. It's therapeutic.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. See if they crush Broadus again. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So not Marquise Bell. He wasn't on that list.
No, none other Cowboys.
Saucy Nugs. Say it.
Saucy Nugs.
It's amazing how long I've lasted in multiple ways.
Man, that is for damn sure.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Another live practice with the Rams. Broadus is watching. He'll have a full report on that. It's a half show today as Rangers-Red Sox finale is coming up with the pregame at 4:30. Sands is already in. I don't know if I've ever seen him in this early for an afternoon game, but it's the odd 5:05 first pitch out there at Fenway today, guys. How the heck you guys doing?
Dude, I'm getting geeked watching some of these clips of your Dallas Cowboys offensive line.
Get it done.
Tyler Guyton over here just pancaking fellow first-rounder Jared Verse. Nice little chip. Deuce Vaughn's in full pads. Gets the chip. Here's Guyton putting Verse on his ass. And BB's out there working with the ones. Now, I will say, I have seen a couple of snaps. Not his best work. Needs to clean this up. But it's just nice seeing some of the movement that Cooper Beebe and Tyler Smith can generate. Power combo blocking to open up some running lanes.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, I'm willing to reimagine what this team is capable of with you, okay? If you can give me the rookies performing in the run game.
Yeah.
Beebe and Guyton. I was a little bit unsettled by the fact that Hoffman was ahead of Beebe there for, 3 weeks, but maybe that is transitioning. Maybe they just wanted him to earn it. But Broadus was telling us about the footwork, and I was like, oh, man, maybe this guy isn't ready to help. But if he is, you can make out of these runners a decent running game. You know Dak's going to handle the passing game. You know you're going to get points. But obviously not being able to run is huge. All the eventual champions can run the ball to some extent. And, at this point, I would say the running game has been trending towards about 3.7 yards per attempt, which would be horrific. But yes, that's why I was, excited about the idea of moving on from Tyron Smith, because while he was still good in pass protection, those bones were too old and creaky to get out in the run game. And sort of restarting it, I thought you were going to be limited in how balanced your offense could be as long as you had those old dudes on the team.
Yeah, don't disagree at all. I think having some youth in there and having some guys that can continuously be getting better and better, hopefully throughout the season. I mean, man, that's exactly what you want, because like with Smith and with Martin, you're like, I got two bona fide beasts at guard. So like, we're good here. As long as we have somebody who's capable in the middle, who's not just getting pushed around and thrown around like Biotish would, then man, we should be able to get a nice push here. And then Guyton, like that speaks for itself as a first-round pick who's an absolute physical freak show. And then Terrence Steele, now another year removed from the ACL injury, are you getting a little bit better version of him? You can start to talk yourself into the idea that maybe this offensive line can be decent, and then it opens up everything for the offense, as you mentioned. So it'd be awesome. That's the biggest question mark. Can you run the ball? Can you stop the run? And if you can just be top half in the league in both of these, then you're going to be extremely capable of winning this division by a couple of games.
I don't think those things are unrealistic either. And I forgot about Steele. I mean, at the peak of his game before the injury,
he's a road grader,
a really good player in the run game.
Blocking tackle.
If you could snap your fingers and make one thing come true right now, jump in on the Franklin injury attorney text line if you'd like, that Broadus is going to tell us about in 1 hour. Like, hey, this guy was awesome today. This happened at Cowboys practice. What would that be?
Oh my gosh, I think it would have to be, I guess it would be Beebe and Guyton, because I think that's huge, or Mozzie Smith being a monster.
Mozzie would be nice, right?
Those are the two big questions. Can the young guys that you're depending on now on both sides of the line of scrimmage, can they be impact players? Because you have impact guys everywhere else. At every level of the defense, you got an impact guy.
Yeah.
And that's the only spot. Same thing with the offense. Like, your running backs are going to be not good. Okay. But you have an elite tight end, you have an elite wide receiver, and at times you have an elite quarterback. So give me an offensive line, and this is all of a sudden a different ball game.
Yeah, Homer Gavin says the 2-5-4, 15 seconds in, no games yet. Already forgot about Green Bay, drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm willing to go down that path. I think this team's going to be not as good as what it was last year, but that could still be easily enough to win this division. And then if you throughout the year get Guyton and Beebe to a point that going into January they're no longer rookies.
Yeah.
They're just really young veterans who can help you in the run game. Then you're talking about something. Kendricks and the young linebackers on this team. How much can they shut down the run? I think to be serious, they need to go out and get Linval Joseph.
He's on the short list of guys.
They need a defensive tackle who can still help stop the running game, but. I feel like I lead the charge in being cynical about this, and it's funny to be called a homer. But I just want to see, the line between just pretty good and really damn good is thin in the NFL, and you only need positive answers to 3 or 4 questions. Maybe that's too far-fetched for you to imagine Guyton and Beebe both being good enough to be on the all-rookie team. That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I didn't realize giving analysis on okay, we're seeing this. If this happens, if that happens, man, the Cowboys could be better than we think was Homer.
Yeah,
right? I don't think
you.
any of us are saying, oh my gosh, when they get into the postseason, we are very confident that they're going to do anything. The answer would be no. The Cowboys have not proven that for 30 years. So if they get into the postseason, are any of us going to be like, hell yeah, this is the year? I fooled myself last year. It won't happen again. But yes, if you hit on a rookie left tackle and Cooper Beebe slides in and can be a good center for you, best center since Travis Frederick, all of a sudden you have a good offensive line, you win in the trenches. This team can actually be pretty good this year. Right now we're like, can they win the division? Or are they a playoff team? I don't know.
Micah Parsons says he's confident CD will be with the Cowboys week 1.
Yeah.
Very confident as well. I think going into year 5, it becomes interesting, though, because you're really only 1 year away from being in that franchise tag danger zone. And if you're going to hold out, I think now's the time to do it. I think he would win if he held out for 1 game. But at the same time, I don't want to miss game checks. I mean, year 5 game checks are nice.
Dude.
So there's a lot that goes into it. I would put my certainty at 96%. I think there's a slim chance that maybe CD could extend this into the regular season.
I'll still be shocked. I'll still be shocked if it gets to week 1 and he's not in the building. So I'm confident this thing's getting done as well.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, says Jason Witten's son Cooper has been ranked as the number 25 recruit in the country. Just saw that before we came on the air. In the 2027 class.
That's wild.
Going into his sophomore year, he's a 6'2", 210 safety.
Safety?
And already has a state championship to his name, along with 6 offers.
6'2", 210 safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, and he's
old.
going into his sophomore year. That's going to be 6'4", 245 before you know it. This guy's going to be either he's going to end up being a tight end or a linebacker. Absolutely.
Liberty Christian.
If he really is a defensive monster, that body's growing into a linebacker body.
A lot of talent in that body.
What a monster.
Red Sox beat the Rangers 9-4. We've hit a season high 10 games under 500 now. How you feeling out there, Rangers fans? It's there's no Rangers Kool-Aid for you. Their pitching staff is now decimated by injuries. Urena got rocked. Pennington was good, though.
Here we go.
Gave up 1 hit in 2 1/3. No walks for the young lefty reliever.
No walks.
Tonight is going to be Dunning and Houck. Dane warmed up twice yesterday, Bassick told me.
Yeah.
And, I think he threw 50 pitches. But they have no other options. So they're going to, if Dunning gets rocked in the first or second inning, they're just going to be like, go get him, champ. You got this.
Hang tough out there.
Rangers question of the day. What if they release guys to save payroll? Would that tick you off? I just hope that it would be to spend money in winter. Like
Boom.
You're building a war chest.
Boom.
Then I'd be okay with it.
Yes. I mean, this season is clearly going in a direction that nobody wanted it to go, and they hung on as long as they possibly could. But at some point, if you're talking about moving on from some pieces so that you can gear up to spend a little bit more going into next season, then I'm fine with that. I'll be fine with that.
I like the positive spin. If they're dumping salary, it's because they're not planning on spending, and they're just being cheap.
Really?
They're just dumping to dump.
It would make me feel very, very nervous about them really spending some money this offseason.
Well, it's fair. It's fair to be nervous about what they got cooking there and what their desire is to save as much money or to win.
It's like, dude, all of a sudden we're talking about cheap ownership. Really? Come on. You just won a World Series. Now's the time to not be cheap.
Make it rain, Ray.
So would their plan be to just have 5 superstars and a bad roster around them and try to hope it wins big? If you're going to do that, you might as well trade your superstars, right?
Yeah.
And actually try to rebuild through the draft. If you want to go cheap, there's a template for you. Trade for prospects. Wait until those prospects start to show some signs of life, but they're still very much under control. Throw a little bit of dough at it. You can win with not the biggest payroll in baseball if you want to try to do that.
Could.
I just like to know that my front office has a plan. But the more we talk about this kind of stuff, the more it seems like people are cynical and maybe thinking that Ray Davis is going back to his miserly ways. Like, all right, I got that World Series for the fan base, and now I can become a cheapskate again. If that's your plan, Scrooge McDuck, just go ahead and sell the team. We don't need more owners like you who are trying to just make money off your sports team, right? This is about community. Man, these billionaires, they get so used to not considering the common man that I think just bleeping on them and tell them it's raining becomes quite instinctual for them, and quite a part of their modus operandi. Okay, what else do we have going on here? Mavs going to face the Spurs in the season opener. That's a fun one. Talking basketball. Are you guys as bullish on these Mavs and their chances of dominating postseason series moving forward as I am?
Yeah, I feel good about the way that we've seen Jason Kidd maneuver some of these series with Luka over these last few years when they've been good enough to get into the postseason. Then I think the proof is in the pudding from that standpoint. If you have healthy Luka and just general health amongst your other guys, I think this is all working in a great direction right now. Derek Lively, what he's going to be doing defensively and everything like that. Like, hopefully the Klay Thompson move is not one where you bought the guy right as his bottom is completely dropping. But assuming Klay Thompson is about what you expect, getting a guy who can score 15 points a night for you or whatever, I think this is absolutely a championship caliber basketball team.
100%. And look, you were talking about the regular season stuff. I wonder if some of that, it's like Jason Kidd sacrifices at times wins in the regular season because he's constantly tinkering with lineups. CA's talked to us about that all the time. Like, how many times are we watching a Mavs game and we're like, this is the 5 you're rolling out here in a closing fourth quarter situation? It's because I think Jason Kidd's trying to see, hey, playoff time rolls around, who can I actually rely on? But that's proven to really work because when the playoffs do roll around, that dude's made it to at least the conference finals in both of his times with the Mavs. So I'm super pumped. I think they're going to be much better than they were a year ago, and that was a finals team.
They were so great in the final 25 games of the regular season after they got Gafford and Washington. Yeah. Maybe it was just an inconsistency factor in the regular season up into that point, and they're about to go lay waste to the regular season and be the number one seed. And but I think that you're onto it, that Jason Kidd played in an era where, Phil Jackson was notorious for not really caring about the seed. We'll get in, we'll be a 2, 3, 4, 5 seed somewhere in there. We can win on the road because we're going to have the better matchups. Yeah. And we're much more interested in finding out about our team and resting our team in the regular season than proving that we can be the better team over the first 82 games, because really legacies are determined by what happens in the postseason.
No doubt.
But yeah, we just saw the Celtics win it, and I think that says a lot. I don't know if this is we're about to watch the absolute greatest teams in the history of the NBA compete for championships because of the model that the collective bargaining agreement has built. It's stopping teams from making these super teams. It's impossible to build a team like what LeBron did with the Miami Heat or what any number of the former dynasties had.
Yeah, there's not one team that you're like, oh my gosh, but every round of the playoffs is like, hey, this is not going to be an easy out. Like your road to the finals, like what the Mavs just went through. Tough teams, solid teams, but there is no real Bowser. Even though for this year, Boston was that.
Yeah,
they were absolutely nasty.
And
but how
Boston
long is it?
Benefits? If whoever wins the East, I think benefits greatly from that. Like the West is such a juggernaut. Every single round, you're going to be tested probably 6 or 7 games. Boston, how many games did they lose till they got to the finals?
3.
Right. And Brad Stevens talked about that afterwards. The path to get there matters. The battle of attrition. Mavs didn't really have their legs in that final series.
Is that Bowser reference a Zelda?
That's
Mario?
a Mario.
Mario deal.
Mario.
Is that your own?
Yeah. Well, that's.
Or is that a pop culture thing now?
I don't know how pop culture that actually is.
Huh. I love it.
I don't know.
I love it.
Bowser's
I'd
like to think I
boss.
made it.
I think Bowser's the bad guy in Mario for sure.
Mario
Right there at
Party?
the end. Yeah, it's.
He's a tough guy. You get to every level, and then boom, here's Bowser.
Bang! I love
Can you
it.
handle that?
G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. It's a G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call next, Wolchuk.
Yeah, several things have come up when it comes to weddings in the fall during football season. We'll talk about all those and more. That's next in the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, Broadus is going to jump back on with us coming up at 3 o'clock live in the tennis courts. Cowboys-Rams practice going on right now. His continued coverage brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, from grain to glass. Segment of the Nation's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And here's Wolchuk that G-Bag Nation presents. You make the call.
Yeah, I was seeing several things today. I'm like, man, I think these would be good talking points, and we can discuss how we feel about this. 877-881-1053. Your thoughts welcomed as well. YouTube, Twitch, we love hearing from you. But I was seeing yesterday, and this has been a topic of conversation in my friend group, a lot of them now married with children. And it was like, dude, if you have a wedding that is on a college football Saturday, an NFL Sunday, the likelihood of me attending, not high, right? So I guess we had, I think it was Barstool that brought this topic back up. They were talking about, like, okay, even if my sister had a wedding on a college football Saturday, she knows I would not go. And they called the sister up. Sister says, like, yeah, I'm aware. He's not attending the wedding. I don't think I would go that far. Like, if my sister schedules a wedding in the fall, I'm going to hate her for it, but I'll be there anyway. It's my sister. But I think
just hate watching her walk down the aisle.
It's like, go bleep yourself. And you bet, like, I'm going to be watching on my phone. You know, I'm going to have the games up.
Volume's on.
But how do we feel about...
I'm listening to Gus Johnson and Joe Klatt.
Damn right. I'm going to ruin the entire ceremony here, okay? Because you scheduled a wedding selfishly during football season in the fall. Football fans, we're not doing this. This is a no-go. We're not having Saturday college football weddings, Sunday NFL Sunday weddings. You get a small amount window here to enjoy your football. Have them in the spring. Have them in the summer. Fall, unless it's something like it's Army-Navy weekend, that's the only game that's going to be on, sure. Otherwise, I'm against this.
Yeah, maybe you could get lucky and have some great weather in early December or something, you know, if you want to throw down a Saturday game, although you might be starting to get into those NFL Saturday games there as well.
Yeah.
I think you got to know your family especially. You know, some of these families, it's part of the fabric, the culture of, you know, what makes you you, and you don't want to violate that.
Well, this is funny because there was a guy named Fred at Red Dead Fred yesterday on Twitter who, unprovoked, just random dude tweeting out, I cannot stand the, quote, no weddings during football season crowd anymore. Grow up. You're 26. And this dude got ratioed in a nasty, nasty way.
Damn right,
completely viral because of this awful take. It's the worst take on Twitter right now.
Take.
And, I mean, some of the responses were great. Like, one girl named Emily said, you are weak AF. My husband literally asked me to try and give birth to our twins on a bye week. In response to this guy.
That's how it goes. And hey, if you want to work around, maybe it's a Sunday, you want to do a Sunday wedding, you schedule it around your favorite team's bye week. Okay. Even then, it's like, ooh, I'm sacrificing a red zone Sunday.
Now I'm assuming everybody that is attending my wedding is also the fan of my team as well.
254, I scheduled my wedding 5 years ago in October on a Cowboys bye weekend. 940, my wife's B-Day is October 12th, loaded with great college football games. First day, I won't be attending Texas OU since 04. Oh, my goodness gracious. That's a rough one. But no wedding, right? I guess a birthday. Maybe you could schedule a dinner. You still go to the game. You go to dinner afterwards. Maybe there's a way around this, 940. But the wedding thing, unless you're somebody that doesn't care, your family, to your point, doesn't care about football, okay, fine, understand. But to us that do, don't do this.
I mean, I think it's you got to take care of the main team, right? If you're an OU family, a TCU family, for me, as long as you're not trampling like on a Cowboys game or something like that, I think we're good. I can live without like other top 25 games or random NFL games, but like working around the local team schedule, I think is a no-brainer.
Other G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Thought about this a couple weeks ago. Was listening to Bobby and RJ. It was last week when Sean was out, and we had the no-hit bid from Framber Valdez. Chop was at the game. And he ended up actually rooting for Framber Valdez to get the no-hitter once it hit the eighth inning. So, G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Is it okay to root for the team that is about to no-hit your own personal team just to see the MLB history?
Not in this situation because you're still within striking distance, okay? The game was not out of reach. Number one, you at that point were much more in contention for this division still. I think that's being like a look at me, I'm more evolved as a baseball fan than you guy.
Yeah.
You know, like, no, it's actually very sophisticated to root for the opposition to throw a no-hitter against your team.
You never know if you'll see another no-hitter.
Respect for the sport.
You know, to me, his pinstripes are showing, if you know what I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, especially with this, in this instance, being an Astro.
It's also Houston.
It's like,
that's why for me it's a no.
Like that's a easy. We don't even have to talk about this. I'm actually disrespected by the question. No.
Yeah.
Now, if it was just name that random team, then I would perhaps feel a touch different. But as well as Dawson mentioned too, like at that point, still in striking distance, still like needing every single victory possible. If this is in September and you're just completely out of the standings and your season's useless anyway, and it's some random like interleague game, then sure, maybe.
I couldn't do it. Like even watching it at home, like I get it. You're at the game. I got a chance to witness history. No. It's the Astros.
Yeah, and that's only if you're at the game and you just to be able to be like, I witnessed it in person
come on.
or whatever.
No,
but.
this is a bleep no here. I mean, maybe if it's some random team like the Padres or something, fine. But
and you're 20 games out.
Yeah,
yes.
and this is something where it's not like we're in the
20
race
games up.
here. Yeah, 100%. Or maybe it's like the first couple weeks of the season. You don't, and nothing's really been established, but 100%.
I can't stand the feeling of losing so much. You know, it really resonated with me when Josh Young said that yesterday. It's a horrible feeling, you know, and maybe it's toxic and weak of me to hate losing as much as I do.
No, it's not.
But it bothers me in a visceral way. It changes my energy, my attitude about life and everything after I lose.
Mm-hmm.
And watching my team lose is, you know, a very comparable feeling. Then getting embarrassed like that, when the other team is like high-fiving and smiling and being like, yeah, that's right, we got him. Dude, that makes my blood boil.
To screw you.
Yeah.
What that is.
And then for that to happen against a rival?
Absolutely not.
This is signaling like much higher estrogen levels in RJ than I ever fathomed existed.
Yeah.
With a take like
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Maybe he needs some men's tea clinic with that blue chew.
Sleep RJ in this situation. F Houston, I hear you. All right, last one, G-Bag Nation, you make the call quickly. Michigan, first time, big house. They are going to be selling beer. They are charging reportedly more than $12 for a domestic 16-ounce beer, and they will be having specialty beers that might be a little bit more expensive. Local breweries would come in. Those could be up to $13 a pop. Michigan fans losing their minds over this. Do you think that it is fair to be ticked off at these beer prices? Because I see this and I'm like, I kind of know what I'm expecting going to a sporting event. It's going to be bad.
I don't know what would surprise me at this point. I want to put a number on it at like $21 for a 16-ounce beer. I think at $12, that's about standard with inflation.
Yeah.
I saw the consumer price index numbers earlier today, 3.2%. It feels like 30%. I expect sticker shock on everything. And it's crazy that, like, for the first time in my life as an American thinking about retirement, you have to consider, okay, would $3 million be enough? Would $5 million be enough? Or would inflation deflate the buying power of those dollars so much? Will I ever be able to retire? You know, that's for the first time, I think, in centuries, Americans are having to consider that.
Yeah.
Will I be able to save hard enough to beat inflation so when I'm 65 plus, I'll actually have a nest egg? Or will it require millions and millions of dollars, for regular things? Okay, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius Alexander. How's your G-Bag today?
All right, woosah, woosah. Calm down a little bit.
Good.
Yeah.
What happened?
Mike Bassett got my blood pressure up, bro.
What did he do?
Just being him, he can't help it. It's just who he is.
Mike was miking?
That's why he was miking. Yeah, I'm sitting up here trying to get the show ready, and I hear, GP, up and down the halls of 105.3 The Fan. Did this fool go to Duncanville?
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
What's happening here?
I don't know what he did.
What we talking about? GP. I need some more context to that, Mike. I don't know what we talking about. It's GP over here, bro. Jeez. Duncanville and South Grand Prairie has a good rivalry anyway. We've always had beef.
Yeah.
Always had beef.
Might have been trolling you.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. I mean, I don't even think he knows what he was doing. This is Mike Bassett, so I got to calm down.
He was on one today. Listen to the show on the way in. It was hilarious.
All right, our winner right here for G-Bag of the Day is the Redneck Brawls. Yeah, we got an Oklahoma man that went undefeated in the Texas prison system. This man can fight. not box. He can fight, and these are just brawls. But he met a good old Texas boy, put some hands on him. Listen to this commentary.
He got speed.
Here we go.
He got speed freak on his leg. I like that. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He's tearing that ass up.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
He
Hilarious.
has ripped a bunch of people's ass. There ain't a doubt about it.
Buddy, if he can do this right here for 3 rounds,
buddy,
he's gonna be tough.
buddy.
He came in there with sheer confidence.
And other boys starting to come back. Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my
Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my
God!
Oh my damn.
Oh my damn.
Hey, sometimes it don't matter how much you want it, son. Oh my damn.
Look at the replay.
Damn.
That boy's about to go home.
Here's the shot right here. Them boys are moving so fast they're glitching.
Yeah.
That's good,
Here it
too.
goes. Boom! It was that right.
That right ended
Buckled him.
Buckled him. Buckled him.
I love when that little guy says he come in there with sheer confidence.
Yeah, dog. It's hilarious stuff. Did RJ Choppy have any Rangers merch on? Any Rangers paraphernalia at the game that he was cheering for the other guy to have
I bet he's wearing a Rangers t-shirt.
Nah, that is really foul. If we out here cheering for a no-hitter and we got a Rangers shirt on, that's crazy.
It's wild.
That is wild. Wow, my guy, you are speeding.
In a playoff race.
In the school zone.
In the school zone. Let's go to the Cowboys radio broadcast here on 105.3 The Fan. Hall of Famer Brad Sham wanted to know why they were showing a baseball game, the Dodgers game, at SoFi Stadium on the big screen. We got Chrissy Scales right here with a nice little zinger.
Mike McCarthy takes a timeout here.
Okay, he's got 2.
I believe it was McCarthy.
Well, the scoreboard is showing that the Rams called it, but on the other hand,
Los Angeles.
scoreboard also showed the Pirates and the Dodgers.
Hey, I thought McCarthy was running down looking for a timeout. So they may have beat him to it.
Seriously, I mean, you know, we don't take everything as seriously as
we will.
Why
in the
would
regular
they show the Dodgers and the Pirates highlight? Can you tell me that?
Yeah.
We're in Los Angeles.
Because they wanted to see some scoring, and we're getting more in baseball than we are in this game.
Christy with the dunk.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, she seen it coming off the rim.
Yeah.
She did, dude. Yeah, she seen that coming off the
That's a
rim.
damn good flush.
I got this one. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it's back to school time. Does that bring anxiety to anybody in that room?
Yeah. Anymore. I think I finally passed it.
Pass what?
The anxiety with the first day of school stuff.
Oh yeah, no, not yet, bro. You ain't even got started yet, fam.
No. Oh, with the kids, it'll get way worse.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Yeah, I guess you're
and
right.
it flies by. Take photos.
Everything's on you.
Take photos.
I have drop-off line anxiety because after elementary school, they don't have the teachers out there basically doing traffic policing.
Oh, yeah.
So people will just stop at the front of the line and have like a 5-minute conversation with their kid.
Yeah.
And not give
People
any
are
indication that you should just go around.
People are selfish.
You can't do that. The line. Hay's got to be in the barn. Okay.
So then I tell Abby, look, I'm going right up the middle. I'm going up the gut. I'm going right to the front of the line. I'm cutting everybody. Get out of the truck. And she's like, no, you're embarrassing me. I'm like, I don't care. I don't have time for your 8th grade sensitivities.
Get the hell out of the truck.
It's exactly what I said.
Go.
Yes. I love you.
Hey, LA.
Have a great day, honey.
I think we got some update to Mike Bassick over there talking about GP. Hey, LA. He was talking about Jeff Okuda not being with Detroit. That is SGP.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So I don't know what Mike doing over here.
I think he's a Falcon now, huh? Okuda?
Oh yeah, he's out there at ATL, shawty. Right?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
is
he is.
Yep.
I feel like Houston might be next.
Oh no, wait.
I feel like
It says
Houston.
Your current team. It says Houston.
Okay, I feel like Houston was there.
Yeah, he's a Texan. Excuse me.
All right, yeah, back to school time. I don't know this gentleman's name, but he has some game for you teachers out here via the Boyd Teachers Comedy Tour.
would always stress out when I get observed by my principal, right? By admin. That just always stressed me out. Anytime you get observed by your boss, it's stressful. I started bribing my students. You can use this. I told them, hey, you guys make me look good when the principal's in the room, pizza party. Here's what we're going to do. Anytime the principal's in the room and I ask you guys a question, you're all going to raise your hand. You raise your right hand if you know the answer.
Let's go. The teachers love that
one. Your left hand if you don't. Guys, can you say teacher of the year?
Game in the system. It's a real education right there.
Yeah, real talk. Learn how to game the system, kids. That's really the name of the game here.
In my early days of radio, me and my buddy, who was also super young, noticed that the important people walked fast.
Yeah.
So we'd call them fast walkers.
Yeah.
And we'd like buzz out in the hall and be like, dude, I'm going for a run. Watch this. I'm going to be really impressive. Go flying around the boss through the cubicles,
Yeah.
pointing at people.
Yeah, no.
Mover and shaker.
So you
dude.
picking up on
Very
things.
busy.
Yeah, in the military, it was all about having a clipboard.
Okay. There
Yeah,
you go.
have that clipboard in your hand, and you just look at somebody, and you look at their name tag when they give you a question. What? Johnson. Okay, Johnson. Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy. Yeah, man. That clipboard, people just let you on by. I guess we're up against it. I got one more, but I can wait till tomorrow.
All right, let's do this. Is it redneck brawls as Texas whipped OU in that situation? They were moving so fast they were glitching. There's so much gold in that.
There really
I feel like we
is.
should run
Every
a poll.
time.
Like, what's your favorite part of the G-Bag of the Day clip? Sham and Babe with the capper from Christy Scales.
Yeah, that was good, too.
Back to school anxiety. I'm going to give a vote for Christy because she deserves it, Chief. How about you?
She does. I got to go with the rednecks, though.
Lucius?
Oh, yeah, redneck brawls.
Walter.
For sure.
Shout out to Christy, but it is the champ.
By a score of 3-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. 3 looking for 4 now. It's the Redneck Brawls. Okay, coming up next here is a sports hodgepodge with the Chief. What's cooking?
We got a broadcast foot in the mouth situation. We have a chicken wing lady update and a fast food news for you. Next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we will have Brian Broaddus check in live on the tennis courts, the NFL news of the day, anything major that happened in Cowboys-Rams practice. We'll talk about that. Chuck will also deliver everything from pro football. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
All right, we got a couple of clips in the world of sports here. Guys that would probably like to, maybe they'd like to have that one back, and we'll get to both of those. But I did want to first give an update on the chicken wing lady from yesterday, the one that had, over a period of time, stolen almost $2 million worth of chicken wings from the school that she was working for. Well, upon hearing this news, Chris Jones, the defensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs, responded by saying that he would be willing to pay for the wings that she stole to get her free.
She got sentenced to 9 years.
9 years. She got sentenced 9 years. She's an Illinois school worker. 9 years in prison, stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings over the course of a few years. And Chris Jones saw this news on Twitter and quote tweeted and said, "Hey, I'll pay for the wings that she stole to get her free."
Respect the hustle.
Maybe that's enough right there. Like, Chris Jones is coming in willing to say, "Hey, I've spent way more than that over the course of my life on chicken wings, and I'm willing to help you out in this same scenario." So I don't know if the justice system would work that way. Like, hey, easy money back. What would you rather? Her sit in jail for 9 years, or you actually get the money back that was stolen? Absolutely. Her sitting in jail for the next 9 years is not going to bring the money back or the chicken back. No. Chris Jones is trying to provide a solution here.
Now, do we have a motive? Is he just trying to be nice, feels bad for the lady?
Yeah, I think this is just exactly. Like,
it's egregious, man.
Yeah, 9 years is entirely too long.
He understands the hankering for a chicken wing, and he understands.
And the streets got to eat. She's seen a way to hustle. Right. She hustled that muscle.
Nonviolent crime.
And it took them like 2 years to figure this out anyway. It's shame on them.
Got greedy. She should have bounced after 1 year.
Yeah, probably.
Got greedy. It got too good to you,
It's always how it happens.
Too succulent.
Those lot of peppers, man, will do that to you.
He's got a heart of gold.
Yeah, he does.
Golden honey barbecue.
Shout out to Chris
Gold
Jones.
Rush of Pluckers.
We'll see if he can pull that off. Now, we had some baseball going down last night, and we have a broadcaster that I think that would like to have this one back. This is Rick Manning of the Guardians. He is their play-by-play voice, Cleveland Guardians, and he's making the home run call here. And then listen to what he says towards the end of the call that makes you think he's probably waking up with regret on this one.
There's a ball hammered, deep left, way out of here. Oh, Smiley, he wants to kill himself. He hung him a breaking ball, and boy, Noel took advantage of it.
Old Smiley, he wants to kill himself. And like hearing Mike Bassick talk about giving up a dong ball in Major League Baseball, I actually think the analysis is spot on from the play-by-play man.
Yes. Because Mike has said he felt that's how he felt.
Yes. He may have gotten a little bit too real for this particular broadcast. And I haven't seen anything come out about like him being in trouble. Or him even like having to apologize for it, but it is a 15-second home run clip that's going viral. People are like, wow, never heard this one get dropped before.
Seems like the mental health crowd might be on him a little bit, but maybe he was just regretting it so much and people knew that it was just more of a mistake than trying to be a jerk.
Yeah. I'm also seeing from Mike Peasley that Paul Skeens is scheduled to start for the Pirates on Friday night. Which should put him in line to pitch against the Rangers next Wednesday afternoon at Globe Life Field.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a hot ticket.
That's going to be fun.
That's one of those that we've been kind of looking ahead like, oh, yeah, the Pirates are coming to town. 3 games set. Will Skeens be in the rotation? Well, unless we have any sort of hiccups between now and then, it seems like we're on pace to have Skeens back in the house that he started the All-Star game in.
Yeah, and I feel like that's like a can't-miss payoff, You're going to see the action. You're going to, get an appreciation for one of the greats in his rookie year. I think in a lot of other sports, it could, go against your guy or whatever, but you're going to, take in one of the most, I think, coveted sports spectacles in all of sport right now.
Okay, are you guys familiar with the story that came out a week ago about the Grand Theft Auto gun violence allegations at Colorado with the primetime?
Yeah, we talked about it on the
Buffaloes.
show.
Yes, we did. Well, here is Warren Sapp, who, if you didn't know, is a D-line coach for the Buffaloes.
Okay.
He is talking about some of the guys in his D-line room. Now, listen to him maneuver and not know really any name of a player that he's coaching, but navigate the waters pretty impressively. But then at the very end, his mic drop moment is one that I think he would also like to have back.
Who in your room specifically, individually, has stood out the most to you?
I wouldn't single out one guy because we're a pack. My five ends on a 2-lane highway. That's nice and good. And then with the last 2 tackles with Buell and the young fella, we'll be 6 deep. Young fella. Because Shane and Big Boy, 90 Deuce, Barnes, and then we got Kadoji in there, and then working with Buell, and then one more. Who am I forgetting? TC and the other kid. Yeah, I mean, we just mixing and matching them. We got bullets. You get shot with a 38 or a 9mm, you pick it.
Yeah, I have to pick.
It's like, man, Deion, as soon as this thing, word got out that he was referencing 38s and 9mm, just days after the Grand Theft Auto allegations, he walks back into the coaching office and Prime's looking at him like, bro,
I'm not a goddamn gun analogy right now. They riding my ass right now. Can't you tell that?
We just have 3 new articles written. Come on. But you know that when you're having Warren Sapp on your staff, there's going to be something said that's outlandish.
That's sort of what you sign up for there a little bit. And
he was hired to be a shock jock, and it was too shocking.
He's got the old school Chuck Liddell mohawk going on right now too.
I think
it was a unique look.
It's menacing, man.
We're about to see a new policy out of Colorado where assistant coaches are no longer talking to the media. It's very rare. New blanket policy here.
Yeah. All right. Good news here, folks. Now, Wolchuk, you were probably ahead of the game on this one, so sorry. This is probably already news to you as our Chick-fil-A insider. But starting Monday, August 26th, the sandwich that just sent ripple effects throughout the entire industry that is fast food, the return of the honey pepper pimento cheese chicken sando is on its way to Chick-fil-A. Now,
I got to try this thing out. I had a spicy earlier today. When that last time it was around, there's something in there where I was like, I didn't want to, parse through it all. There's some fancy stuff in there that I'm going to have to take off, and I don't know if the full genius of this creation would be realized.
Well, is it the pimento cheese?
Yeah, pimento cheese.
I can do pimento cheese.
Okay.
I mean, it says
jalapenos.
I'd be out on the jalapenos.
Pickled jalapenos.
Oh, yeah, way out.
Okay.
So maybe just remove those.
Yeah, leave the,
I think the pimento cheese.
Wait, you don't like the pickled jalapenos, the ones you get at the ballpark?
Yeah, I'll be sitting there going I'll take his. You can add some.
What? Those are the fire ones.
Add his to mine.
It's delicious. It's a great sandwich.
This is apparently an incredible sandwich. I say apparently because I actually missed the boat on this one. Whenever I became hyper aware of its dominance, it had run its course for the season. So now that it's back, I intend on a Monday the 26th, I will find a Chick-fil-A and I will absolutely try this. My older brother says it was bordering on addiction for him. He was like, honestly, I needed that thing to go away off the menu because
I was putting on weight.
Punishing.
Yeah.
He was punishing.
Is this a grilled chicken
or pimento? No, this is a regular chicken fried as you want it sandwich, man.
Yeah, you can get the spicy or the original. The banana pudding shake will be coming back as well. That's all the fall release for Chick-fil-A.
I'm on it.
Yeah, so if anybody has any Wolchuk, you've said it's a home run.
It's good.
Home run sandwich. You tried it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to try. I've never even had. I don't think I've had pimento cheese anything. You hear about it at the Masters and stuff, but I've never ordered one of those Masters kits or whatever that you can bring in and boom, you're rocking and rolling there in your own kitchen.
Yeah,
I never spent the hundo on that. So I don't know. This is exciting. I'm looking forward to giving it a shot. And then somebody, I think Ruben actually sent me a video of a guy doing a food review in his car of what is allegedly a Taco Bell cheeseburger. And this thing is apparently, this guy was raving about it. He had the nacho cheese fries to go along with it. I think we might be getting some type of Taco Bell cheeseburger release at some point. And it's
Okay.
not like a play on a taco either. I mean, I think they may have beans on the burger or whatever, but it's like a full-fledged beef patty. Taco Bell's getting into the burger game.
It's odd to me.
Shut up!
It's weird. You know, I was just noticing earlier today I was getting gas next to a Taco Bell, and I looked up at the sign, and it had the bell, of course, on it. And underneath in big letters, like the second most prominent thing on their sign facing the road was breakfast.
Yeah.
Just one word. I'm like, what happened here?
Huge shift in strategy, man.
Yeah.
They went big-time breakfast probably, gosh, at least a half decade ago. Leaned all the way in on the breakfast stuff.
I mean, what's wrong with tacos? Burritos, gorditas,
Not
chalupas.
a damn thing, Dawson. I hear you, brother. Not a damn thing.
But the breakfast taco,
You guys were killing it.
the breakfast taco's good.
All righty. We got to run. 1 hour down, just 1.5 to go. Broadus remains in Oxnard, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass. And he'll give us takeaways from that joint practice, Cowboys and Rams, coming up next here in the nation. Window Nation is the star.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Check 1, 2. This is Shepherd Lost Sheep. Come in, Lost Sheep.
Lost Sheep here. How's it going there, leader?
Man, doing terrific. Brian brought us.
Yeah.
Live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. Brought to us by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Yes,
from
sir.
Grain to Glass. What do you know, buddy?
I'm doing well, boys. Thank you. They're finishing up the practice. They're running the 2-minute period, but we had plenty of work before that we can get into for sure. So, yeah, it was kind of an interesting day. I think a little bit of and I'm not trying to ride the fence on this, I think it was a little bit of a mixed bag overall. Offensively, I don't think the Cowboys look particularly great today. They're having problems. The left tackle spot today with Verse that they were dealing with today was not where they needed to be. And, that's rookie on rookie right there. And then they've also suffered some injuries along the way, and backup guys are having to play, and, Verse is rushing the passer. Verse is doing to the offense what Micah Parsons is doing to the Rams. Micah, they really don't have a great answer for Micah Parsons either over on the other field. But today, I would say when you sit down and watch the tape for this Cowboys offense, I would say it's not particularly something that you would be really, really proud to say I was a part of.
Oh, man. Well, we talked an hour ago and said if we could snap our fingers and make one thing come true, it would be good play from the rookie offensive lineman. Sounds like that did not come together. And I saw the defensive tackle Albert Huggins knock down a member of the Rams staff.
He did.
Kind of shoved him. Did you witness that?
Yeah, that was during the one-on-one period. I was doing I was on the other end. Okay. I was working on Cowboys offense is what I was working on their one-on-one side. And then it was on the opposite field of me, and I was talking with Nick Harris about it. Matter of fact, he has the video. I guess everybody's kind of seen the clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's uncalled for. Matter of fact, we were moving on to the next drill, and Tank was talking to Huggins and said, "Hey, are you good?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, they kicked me out of practice."
Yeah.
And Tank just kept walking like, okay, well, that's a way to kind of not do what you're supposed to do. But, yeah, that's unfortunate right there. Everybody's here trying to kind of protect each other. And, matter of fact, hell, there was a couple of times that some of these Rams secondary guys, Cam Curl could have just laid out, Cooks in the back of the end zone on the red zone period. He could have just lit him up, and he pulled off, and it was an incomplete pass. But yeah, if it was a game, damn right he's going to light him up. But you're out here trying to work with each other and trying to help each other. And here's a poor guy, he's probably the equipment guy. He's just trying to, try and take a snap and be part of the drill, and he gets dumped by a guy that had a horse-esque game the other day.
Sure
did.
Yeah,
so that's
honestly, he's probably a player that should just be cut tonight.
I'd rather play 10.
Yeah, that's you just, like I said, that's uncalled for. The guy's he's doing his job. He's asking to take the snap, hold the ball, and then keep taking snaps as the drill's going on, and then you dump him, and that's the unfortunate thing.
Well, rest assured, we're gonna give him Huggins bleed pool of the week. Okay,
he might deserve that. He might deserve that. But man, they've got some things happen today injury wise. This is going to be a busy day for me after our show, trying to rustle up some injury information here.
Our show,
I never saw. I'm a guest on your show. I forgot. I talked about it with the morning show. I told him I'm a guest with everybody's show this training camp. But yeah. We didn't. Something happened, and I need to check with Overshown. Something happened with Overshown, so he's. I don't know. Nick's thinking it might be a hip. Nick Harris might be thinking it's a hip. But yeah, they're still in the practice field, so all my guys are still doing work, and hopefully I'll have some updates for everybody here a little bit later.
We're going to give Tolos a chance to ask you questions about the roster, about what you've witnessed here. Ask Brian anything coming up in about 15 minutes, and then Krusty's Corner itself coming up at 3:40 here. It's time now for Wolchuk's NFL news of the day, buddy.
Well, I mean, the injuries have been really the story so far. The big news, we talked about this with KNC, J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings first-round pick, underwent a full meniscus repair this morning. He's going to be out for the 2024 season. The repair was done by Dr. Chris Larson in the Twin Cities. They say it's going to give him the best chance at a long, successful career. So that's why they went ahead and did this. But it'll be Sam Darnold who will be the starting quarterback now for the Minnesota Vikings. And then another bad moment at practice as Jordan Addison, their outstanding second-year receiver, former USC Trojan, was carted off the field with a leg injury. Still not sure the severity of that one, but a rough day for Viking fans. You lose your first-round quarterback for the season, and hopefully Jordan Addison, that is not a serious injury. And then there was also Jawan Taylor, starting tackle of the Kansas City Chiefs, suffered a shoulder injury today. He also got carted off, but I guess with the shoulder, now the Chiefs got good positive news on that. They said they're not overly concerned right now, so hopefully he's okay moving forward. I know we're getting close to fantasy football season. You might want to take a close look at Alvin Kamara, all right, if you're out there drafting. He left practice with a back injury. And those backs.
He's getting old.
My goodness gracious. He's getting older. We know how quickly the wall, all of a sudden you just fall off a cliff at the running back position. And now if you're dealing with a back injury, that makes me a little bit nervous if you were going to be drafting Alvin Kamara in your fantasy football teams. And then good news for Mark Andrews. He got in a car crash. He is okay. Medical staff at the facility evaluated him, and he was scheduled for a non-practice day anyway, so he didn't practice, but he did get in a car accident heading to the team facility, but could have been much worse. Thank goodness Mark Andrews, one of the best young tight ends in the sport, is okay. So, my gosh, it's just one of those things where you're holding your breath every moment. It just seems like there's bad injury news coming out in the NFL today.
Yeah, that's the worst part of training camp. You're always just constantly, please don't give me the news that one of my players is injured. No. Please don't give me the news that one of my... the Vikings right now, are you kidding me,
hurts,
dude?
Man.
They've had a bunch of injuries, even before the ones from today, like with McCarthy and Addison. They've had some corners go down for the season.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're struggling at corner. I talked to one of their guys because I was interested in the Booth trade and, what they saw in our guy and what we can see from their guy. And they were saying, hey, our corner situation is just really, really bad. And so a lot of that has to do with some of the injuries they've dealt with as well.
Yeah, it could be a landing spot for Stephon Gilmore. He's going there. He's going to take a visit to Minnesota, so that might be where he ends up. We've talked a lot about Brandon Ayuk, and the report today is that the 49ers want to keep him. But the Steelers, we do know, have a trade in place. We'll see if the Niners are able to get a deal done. I also saw some reports like him and Kyle Shanahan kind of got into it a little bit. I never really know where the truth is with some of this stuff with the Ayuk reports. But, man, we'll see. If I were him and I had the opportunity, I'd probably stay in San Francisco if the money is close. If not, we talked about it yesterday. My goodness, the cost of living there in California compared to Pittsburgh. Maybe I will just go to Pittsburgh and play with Mike Tomlin, which is why he wants to go there. He loves himself some Mike Tomlin.
Yeah,
Can I say something here about that? I was talking to some guys in San Francisco, and they were telling me they're getting really tired of this. They're tired. They want something done one way or another. Either get it done or get him traded. That's, they're kind of in that mode right now of like, hey, we're trying to build our team. We're trying to figure some things out. They're not sure if he's coming back, but there's a lot of tired folk that just want this thing done one way or another.
Yeah, and they still got the Trent Williams thing looming over them. They've had a bunch of injuries at camp. I can understand the frustration there in San Francisco. Man, how about Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah gets himself the bag today? Second-round pick.
Good player.
Really good player. And he was kind of that tweener, like safety linebacker at Notre Dame, but he's been one of the best linebackers in the league since he was drafted, was just named to the Pro Bowl, set career marks this year when it came to tackles and sacks. He's only 24 years old, gets a 3-year extension worth up to $39 million. So still some money being thrown around there at this point in the offseason. And some breakout candidates. I saw CBS Sports come out with an article in the NFC East. And I guess this we'll have to, see with this Marvin Overshown hip or whatever is going on with him. But they listed him as your Dallas Cowboy that's set to break out, DeMarvion Overshown. And I think that's a popular pick. I think we are all very excited about his potential this season.
No, absolutely. You know, for him to be out there, the practice in the way is. But, yeah, we're going to have to get – I've reached out, and hopefully when practice over, maybe by the time our show's over, we'll have an update on really where they're at there. But, man, he's had a pretty good camp. You know, when they've asked him to do some things and, you know, play with him and Clark, they've looked pretty good as a pair playing at linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, that linebacker room just has you it just looks so much different when you actually have capable linebackers out there, and the Cowboys did a good job this offseason.
Or real linebackers, how about that?
Right, yeah, absolutely. You're not playing safety as a linebacker?
And Bell did a hell of a job, and Bell's a good player, but, you know, I mean, they've got guys that, man, their room looks a lot better. It's a room that's got some athletic ability to it. It's got guys that can cover, play downhill. I mean, they did it. They went from being like bad at it to being really good at it.
This was a story I wasn't familiar with, but I guess Eagles-Cowboys this year is going to be in November on CBS. Now, obviously, these games are usually either Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, or Fox owns the NFC package. But since the 1993 season, CBS has not had an Eagles or Cowboys game. Jim Nantz was the play-by-play announcer last time Eagles-Cowboys aired on the network. He was talking today on CBS, said he had a funny story about that. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, all of a sudden, Mr. Jones sticks his head into the room. He points to me as I walk out, and he says to me, you know what's going on with these TV negotiations? I don't know what he's talking about. He says, you're going to lose the NFL if you're not careful. Then I realized he was sending a message for me to take back to New York. You guys better get this together because Fox is coming on big time. When I was a kid growing up, October 30th, we called it Mischief Night. So I didn't know what kind of mischief Jerry Jones was up to, what kind of hijinks he was up to, but I think he's serious. I get on the phone with the hierarchy of CBS, and I just want you to know, I say Jerry Jones singled me out of a meeting and basically said, we're in trouble. I'm just the messenger here. Sure enough, month and a half later, we lose the NFL to Fox. And now it's come full circle. As Romo and Nantz, 11,333 days since that game, will have Eagles-Cowboys on CBS, and Nantz is pumped, Romo's pumped, and honestly, I think the CBS broadcast is great. I mean, we won't be watching it, we'll be at the stadium covering the game, but I think this is awesome for Nantz and Romo and CBS to go ahead and get themselves some Eagles-Cowboys.
You know, the only thing that I don't like is the Thursday night, what was that, the Amazon crew?
Yeah.
That was
not a
the
fan of
only
them.
crew that I was like, man, this just doesn't work. Anything else is fine.
Kurt Herbstreit, wasn't that Kurt Herbstreit doing those games?
It's Herbie and Al Michaels. And Al Michaels last year just seemed so checked out.
Yeah, he's been checked out for a little bit.
But I don't blame him. Those games
$15 million doing that, and he's checked out.
Yeah,
that's weird.
And the games aren't any good. I mean, you're used to doing like NBC Sunday Night Football. I get the best game every week. Now I'm doing Jags, Browns, or whatever the heck they're putting on there, Titans and Texans. I don't know. CBS is bringing back the Nickelodeon
Sound like pretty
games.
good games there, what you just mentioned.
Yeah, we'll see. The Thursday night games never end up being
Titans,
very
Texans,
good.
that sounds all right.
Titans, Texans could be because you're a Will Levis guy and that mayonnaise.
Yeah, I love Will Levis. You know that. Yeah.
The Nickelodeon games are returning to CBS. I guess this has been a hit for them. They've had this for the last couple of years. First wild card game was that Cowboys-Niners game a few years ago. We know how that one ended.
That was a bunch of slime.
I mean, I guess Maya is getting to the age now, Eric, where like maybe she'd be into watching a football game on Nickelodeon with the slime and everything. 877-881-1053. If you have anybody that like your kids love this, I don't know. Like, to simulcast something that the kids are really tuning into. They're super pumped about this with Nickelodeon.
No, but my kids do love slime.
It is fun. There's something about the slime.
The older one grew out of it. The younger one's just realizing it. I'm trying to institute a slime ban in the house.
Yeah.
And
they just slime in each other.
I've done that before.
Wife brought some home. It makes a mess in everything.
It does, dude.
Do they still have silly string, boys?
Yeah,
do they still
absolutely.
do that?
We had a silly string
that's
party
kind of a
in
that's
our
kind of a
backyard.
safe thing to do. Yeah, silly string.
Just
You
bust
clean
out the
that
silly
up.
string.
It cleans up much better than slime.
It cleans up much better than slime.
So they're making homemade slime.
Yeah.
Well, they get this slime and then they just start sliming everything, dude. You know, the other one that causes big messes, it's cool and I like it, but disaster from the cleanup standpoint is the kinetic sand.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, I can see that being an
That
issue.
kinetic sand, it's like this sort of like magnet sort of sand that stays together and it's super malleable. You make all these awesome things. It gets stickier than like regular sand would, but it just gets it's really, you can't contain it.
We got Colin Kaepernick back in the news. Jim Harbaugh.
Coach him up.
has offered him a job to come and join the Chargers staff there. So I think Kaepernick's still holding out hope. A team brings him in. He wants to play.
Quarterback coach or?
Yeah, he's just going to join the staff. He said, we've talked about it. He's considering it. He was out of the country. He said he was going to get back to me. We've reconnected since then. So if it's the route that he wants to take, he thinks he'd be a tremendous coach if that's the path that he chooses.
Is he 36 now? How old is he? 36? 34?
It's been 8 years, I think, since he's been in the league.
Yeah.
Were they together in Nevada?
Yeah,
they were. No, San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Yeah. They went to the Super Bowl together.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3
Really?
The Fan. Brian's training camp coverage brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass, and it's time now for an Ask Brian Anything. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053, and we're back with your questions for Broadus here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to check.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Scooch, welcome back. It's time now for an Ask Brian Anything at 877-881-1053. His training camp coverage in Oxnard brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. From grain to glass segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Okay, let's start it off with something light. Can Brian tell me the best meat for some good Texas chili?
Oh man, I'll tell you what. When I look at things, when it comes to, I always like to grind my own meat. And like I said, to me, you could take brisket, and you could also take like steak and put it together. But I'm a big. I think that anything with really some high fat content. I know everybody talks about 80-20. Yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah. People like do not want to grind steaks, but I'm totally okay with it. But I think brisket does really, really well too, myself.
Do you think anybody in the NFL would give anything for Trey Lance right now if the Cowboys tried to move him, Brian? How did he do today?
It wasn't anything spectacular from Trey Lance today. I don't feel like that, people would probably not offer anything for Trey Lance, would be my guess.
Okay.
But, that's because of the contract situation. I just don't see Dallas not keeping him on the roster because of the guaranteed money he has. I don't see them like getting rid of him and all of a sudden they've got to pay $5 million, So I kind of feel like that he's going to be on this roster.
How'd Cooper Beebe do?
Cooper Beebe was fine today. There were a couple of different times where he was actually running with the ones, and that when they asked him to the one-on-one stuff, I thought he was pretty good at. There were a couple of times where in the run game stuff where he had to get his head across and get his man, kind of try and cut his man off. He was able to do that. So I think the snaps looked fine. I think overall that was a pretty positive step in the right direction for him.
Okay, the 214 says, I want to question what Broadus says about Guyton verse because apparently he was looking at a pancake block and some other good reps from Guyton today against the Rams pass rush. What would you say to that challenge, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, early in the practice, and again, I'm on two different fields, okay? And so when the early part of practice, when they went team move the ball, he got whiffed like 2 times is what I saw. And then there was another time they ran around. Now, I get to watch the tape again tonight and kind of figure that out. But Verse had a damn good day. I'll challenge you on that. But the thing with Guyton, I saw there were 2 different times, and Guyton didn't finish the practice. And that's what I've got to try and figure out here, what happened. Wow. What happened, because they were running. Now, maybe it's a situation that he was kind of got a little wore down because of the sickness and stuff like that, or what he was dealing with. But the early part of that practice, that Guyton was having his troubles with Verse.
Yeah, it's just a few of the clips that have come out, which is all we can really consume. But it did look like he got him. Verse was talking out there. It seemed like Verse was chirping, and Guyton ends up pancaking him a couple of times. But against Josh Ball, Verse was working him. Josh Ball did not stand a chance in some of these drills, it looked like.
Yeah, they were. The thing with Verse is he's so long and such a good athlete that he can put problems. I mean, he could create pressure. And there was times, like I say, in the practice where I was watching it and I'm going, okay, you've got to just set better, or you've got to try and find in the running game. They tried to run the ball to his side, and that Verse was able to kind of control the block and make the play. I just watching him practice. I should have graded him higher, to be honest with you. First round grade on the guy, but I think he got picked 17th overall.
Yeah,
he's a much better player than that. He's going to be a problem in this league.
Why Guyton and not Tyler Smith at left tackle? Asked the 469. I think that's just because Smith's so great at guard, and that's kind of how the draft fell to him, right?
Right. That's exactly how it is. Yep.
Okay. Have you seen enough to get a feeling on, could the defense be better this year than it was because of their schematic changes, playing a little bit safer?
Defense could be better if there's a couple things. And Diggs got to practice today, which I thought was a good thing. He had an interception late in the practice. There were a couple of times where he got carried on routes up the field and across that he was able to cover. How they play at corner, I think, is going to tell you a lot. The safety, the linebacker play. We always keep talking about the defensive tackles. That's something that I think, to me, that's going to be the biggest question mark. They've got to figure out that rotation. They've got to figure out if Mozzie Smith can actually play. That's something that they have to figure out. I mean, Osa, the backups, whatever happens at one technique, I think will dictate. There's probably a couple of different areas that they're looking at. I would say they're probably looking at the defensive tackle spot. They're looking at the edge potentially. And then now they're going to have to look at some offensive tackles because some of their guys are banged up and they don't have the depth there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thin group there, defensive tackle and offensive tackle. Twolos want to know about the linebackers, how the linebacking group look.
Linebackers were fine today. It was a much better day for Leofau. There were a couple of times when they tried to run the ball on him where he was where he needed to be. He wasn't guessing on some of the reps like he was in the game. But I'm trying to figure out while I was talking to you. I'm trying to figure out with the deal with Overshown. I'm hearing it's a bruise.
Yes.
But I'm trying to see. Did someone report it already? What it is?
No. I'm just really
okay, it's
excited.
a bruise. It's a bruise. Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out if it is exactly a hip bruise. And so here I am. I'm sorry. I'm trying to kind of do three things at once here. But yeah, the linebackers overall, I felt like played a little bit better today than what we saw, especially the backup linebackers. I thought were a little bit better today. I did notice this Buddy Johnson, the linebacker, number 57, a couple of different times. They tried to run the ball to the outside, and he was able to get outside and make a play. That they were a little bit more active, and especially, like I said, I was trying to keep an eye on Leofau and seeing how he was going to play.
Kendricks compared to Leighton Vander Esch, did we get an upgrade there? Still young enough to be awesome?
Well, you've got to, like I say, the thing, they're both guys that tackle really, really well. Okay. That's the thing. I think if you ask me who plays better in pass coverage, I would probably say that it's probably Kendricks is where I would guess. But yeah, this, there's so much uncertainty with the injury history there with Leighton Vander Esch that you were like, well, you just never know what play he's going to go out on. But yeah, he's now he's retired and all that. You got a guy, I think, that the way that Kendricks gets the ball, the way he plays pass defense, I think you got a little bit better there.
Curious about the pass catchers today. Anybody stand out to you?
No, not at all.
How about
did they stand out in a bad way?
Well, to me, like I said, the offense didn't really move the ball today. They had troubles. They had troubles with the Rams, when the portions I was watching, and there was a couple of different times that Dak was under pressure the whole day today.
Okay.
So he was constantly moving and constantly having to throw.
Were they bringing heat? Were they?
Well, they were just. It was just normal. It was just normal pass rush.
Wow.
It was normal pass rush, and I was surprised of how, like, when they practiced last time against the Rams, they were able to set the pocket and make some throws.
Mm-hmm.
Today, they didn't get that job done. They didn't do a very good job of handling the front of the Rams. I mean, you could watch, like I say, if you were watching the practices and watching the clip, you could see Dak is constantly on the move. There was a couple of times he tried to throw the ball. He couldn't get the ball to Brooks. They were trying to get down in the red zone. They were working in the red zone. He was constantly on the move, and he couldn't get the ball to Cooks. Had to throw the ball throw it away a couple of different times. I didn't think it was just particularly a very good offensive day overall.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I can't sit there and say, oh, well, wow, Billy Johnson had a really good day today. Oh, Brooks had a really good day today. I didn't feel like the offense was very good at all, and I guarantee you when they watch the tape, they're going to see that.
Yeah, that certainly sucks. I mean, we can't be super surprised when we have that at the top of our list coming into training camp and into the season. How good can your offensive line be?
Yeah.
And if they're, I mean, it sucks that they have like an entire practice where they're basically getting bullied.
Well, the left side, because what happens is you've got Bass in there playing for Martin. You got a rookie that's playing at left tackle, and you got a rookie that's playing at center. So yeah, it's gonna, and then Steele occasionally breaks down. So yeah, I mean it was one of those practices where I didn't, they moved the ball. I didn't see Cowboys moving the ball today. That's what I didn't see.
Yeah, you see like Beebe looks like he's holding on, making a good block, and then Bass gets run over on a clip here. And as soon as Guyton comes out, it just seems like practice is completely ruined because Bass can't hold up, Bostic can't hold up, then he gets hurt.
Yeah.
And I guess Nick Harris is reporting that according to Stephen Jones, they are bringing in an offensive tackle, Cole Cabral, who is of Arizona State. He's played 1 year, I think, spent time with the Cardinals. But they just need some bodies right now at tackle. I mean, they've really got no depth with Chuma Edoga hurt behind Tyler Guyton.
I got to figure out why Guyton came out of the game. And, because like you said, at the very end, they even tried to put Awesome Richards out there at tackle. He got beat a couple of different times. Then they tried Bostic. Then he got hurt. So yeah, today was a train wreck for this offense.
Okay, the 214 asks, is there any status on getting defensive tackle help? And I want to ask you if you think it's possible that they release Huggins after he threw this Rams coach down.
I don't know if they'll release him, but there's three positions that I'm kind of looking at. I still believe the running back situation. You got Deuce Vaughn. Actually, Deuce Vaughn today had a good blitz pickup. One of the few plays down in the red zone where they actually had some success. But, yeah, the running back room is something I'm looking at. The defensive tackle room is something I'm looking at right now, and maybe even the edge, depending on what happens with, they're trying to move now. Fajoko's now playing as an end. They're also trying Golston as an end. So they might be hunting. They're clearly going to be hunting defensive tackles and maybe even defensive ends here, at the waiver wire. So, we'll see how that goes forward.
All righty, sir. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner. What do you have on tap for us?
Yeah, I'm going to talk some more about this practice if we could, and we'll do that next.
All right, I want to chat D&M leasing with.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. I just saw Country Wayne was at practice today, did a skit with DeMarcus Lawrence, Trayvon Diggs, and Tyler Smith. So look out for that on your favorite social media platforms. It's time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, live in Oxnard, California. Krusty's Corner is brought to you by our friends at Dallas College. Your future begins here. And our continued camp coverage with Broaddus and Oxnard brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of people going after me about this whole thing with Guyton.
Yeah.
But I went back and looked at my notes. And the first period of the day, we got swum for a sack, we got a holding call against us, and we got broken down by him again. So I had 3 straight plays where I know the practice, as it practice started, that Verse was able to get. I just saw a clip. I was not there for the one-on-one stuff. I was at the other end of the field on that one. But yeah, to me, like I said, I was expecting a lot more with that matchup, and early in that matchup it wasn't good. And so
yeah, I think the thing at tackle is you're not going to be judged for your greatest snaps. Awesome, you had a couple of pancakes. You're going to be judged by how often does it go bad, and it sounds like it went bad 3 times in a row.
Well, also if it started badly, Brian, but he ends up bouncing back, like maybe.
Yeah, I got to figure out. Like I said, I got to figure out why at the end of practice he wasn't out there, because then Bostic was running with the ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so
they're not going to have a chance with that.
Yeah, no, they're not going to have a chance with that. But overall, though, the offense today, and I'll go back and study it, and when we talk tomorrow, I'm sure I'll have a better, even a clearer understanding of what goes on. I didn't feel like the offense moved the ball particularly well today. I didn't think anybody got open. I didn't feel like that they particularly protected well. I don't feel like they particularly ran the ball very well today. I thought overall, just it was a lot of flopping around and a lot of consistency to it. And so to me, that was kind of a disappointing day. Kind of felt like that maybe this offense, would find a way to, last time they did have some success running the football. They obviously tried to do it today. They really couldn't do anything running the ball. The linebackers for the Rams were in good shape. Their corner stuff. Everybody, I thought it was a good day for them. If I was working, covering the Rams, I would say Rams had a good day on defense playing against the Dallas Cowboys. Just because they didn't have guys that were getting open. They didn't have, when you watch the red zone period, and go back and watch, like at the post practice, we did training camp live. We did the one-on-one stuff, but we also did the red zone period.
Ooh, sweet.
Watch the red zone period and tell me if you think that anybody was really, really open or there was anything really good. The blitz pickup that Deuce Vaughn had actually was probably one of the better plays they had there down in the red zone. Other than that, Dak was running for his life trying to throw the football, So we filmed that whole practice down there and watching that, and I was surprised at how bad things were for the Cowboys. And like I said, initially, with Guyton, I mean, and hey, it's no shame getting beat by Verse, but he beat. They took Guyton out and they put 76 in there. They put Richards in there, and Richards got beat. So be careful with the clips, guys and gals.
Yeah,
you know
because the clips with Guyton are all good. Like the one-on-ones, Guyton's winning versus Verse. There was a clip of Deuce getting a chip on Verse. Guyton pancakes him. So just from the clips, it looks like Guyton had a good day.
Be careful with those clips, because to me, and I love the clips. I appreciate people post them and stuff like that, but they're running play after play after play after play. So if you want to say, well, that clip looked good, yeah. There are occasionally some good plays, but Dallas's offense did not have enough good plays today. That's from my vantage point of watching them and then being with them the whole entire time down in the red zone. I just felt like that they really didn't have any. Dallas will do some things scheme wise and get guys open, and they just didn't handle the pressure up front very well down in the red zone. They just didn't. Dak was having to move. He had to try and force the ball one time. They didn't have the seam routes that they normally have. Rams did a good job of covering that up. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, though, what I was able to see, though, it was good to see Diggs back out there covering. That was something I was glad to see him involved, because he's one of those, they're going to need him. They're going to need him to be that type of player again. If this, Dawson asked me about, is the defense going to be better? It's going to be better if you get Diggs and Bland and these safeties all playing pretty well in coverage. And they did a pretty good job of Diggs, his first extensive work with the defense. I mentioned him, running on the route, covering the route inside. That's one of my favorite things when you start to talk about evaluating cornerbacks. Hey, can a guy carry a route inside? Can he cut a guy off from going inside? Absolutely. That was good. And then also the ball going up the field. Diggs, one time they kind of tried to stutter go him a little bit. He was able to adjust and then burst and then carry the route up the field. Later in the practice, he had an interception as well. Ball was thrown short. He went up high pointed, so good for him. I mentioned the whole thing with how Micah Parsons. They didn't have an answer for Micah Parsons on that side of the ball today. They just, the Rams really didn't. It didn't matter if it was play away or play at. He was going to make that. He was making plays. They tried to run the ball at him a couple of different times. He just discarded his blocker and then was able to make the play right at the point of attack there. So that was pretty good right there. So if you're talking about the defensive guys, Nealon, I think Nealon. People are asking me, hey, Nealon, Golston, right in. Give me Nealon. I think with Nealon, they're going to continue to work with him. He's going to be a good pass rusher. But the fact that he plays the run the way he does, I think is something that this team really can benefit from, and maybe play the run better than what they would have had with Sam Williams in there playing the run. So those are some of the things that I was really kind of looking at today.
That's good, and that's big time. I mean, you want those edge setters. I feel like you can manufacture pressure, especially a guy like Mike Zimmer will find ways to pressure the quarterback. But I do wonder, what have you noticed about the Micah usage and where they're sort of aligning him?
There was both. The majority of the times they were playing him as on the edge. There were only a couple of reps where he came through the middle. One of the blitzes that actually Zimmer today on his blitz package was safety blitz so there were a couple different times where Wilson was coming on the safety blitz, and then one time he ran Micah through the B gap on a blitz, and that got home as well. So you're right, he can create ways of doing it, whether he takes it through the middle of the defense or takes it there off the edge. But the edge pressure today was more with the safety blitz, and then Micah rush was on the outside, but then when they played him at linebacker, then it was that he was standing up in that kind of that A-B gap, and then just went straight through the B gap. And they tried to the little running back for the Rams from the University of Michigan.
Oh, Blake Corum.
Blake Corum Corum tried to pick him up, and that was no match right there.
Yeah, that's an unfair one. But I do think, that might be a talking point, is the lack of being able to just generate pressure
with
rushing four. Because outside of Micah, Tank at times can get there, sure, but I don't think you've got anybody else that you really that you're feeling good about right now. You're probably going to be sending blitz packages with Kendricks and your safeties. Malik Hooker is not a guy we've talked about a lot, Brian. It seems like Malik Hooker is penciled in. That's your starting free safety, and then there's going to be a rotation next to him.
Yeah, Wilson was getting the primary work today, and we'll see what happens with Bell and others. If I could update on the medical stuff, if I could. Yeah, the thing what Overshone's dealing with was a hip bruise. That's from the games. That was something that slowed him down today. 60 was on a rep count, and so that means that Guyton, because he has not practiced for full days, so they had him on rep count today. So that's why he was not in there working at the end. And then you had the rotation of guys that really weren't getting the job done.
Well, that's overall good news, isn't it? You just get a hit pointer for Overshone, and Guyton's just kind of working his way back in. That was some anxious moments when you joined us at the top of the hour. Pretty good resolutions to it.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry about that. There was a lot going on when I was trying to talk. And also I was getting these text messages about, this is going on here and there. So hopefully I got that all squared away for everybody.
But you just want to reiterate that you're dunking all over the fans that think Guyton had a good day out there?
I'm just saying that, to me, I sat here and watched that practice, and I think that if you watch the early part of that practice, you would have some concerns. But offensive linemen, grade them for 65 plays. Don't just grade them for 5. But I'm just saying, though, there was some things early in that practice that when I was watching that portion and having to move over to the other field and stuff like that, I kind of felt like there was some concerns there. I'll catch the tape tonight, and we'll reevaluate it in the morning.
What do you think they're hoping to get out of Cole Cabral, who they've brought in there? Is that just a swing tackle, a camp body for depth?
Man, they're having depth problems right now. That's the biggest issue that they're struggling with. I think they're trying to avoid not to play Awesome Richards at tackle. I think that's what they're trying to avoid. I think they feel like that Awesome Richards is a better inside player. So I could see them trying to say, okay, let's look at the offensive tackles here and try and figure that out. But yeah, unfortunate they lost Bostic today. I don't know how severe that is. I'll follow back up with that. But they need some bodies out there at tackle.
Thanks, Krusty.
Thank you.
And thanks to Dallas College for sponsoring Brian's Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. A couple more in Oxnard still to go. All right, when we return, it's time for an edition of The Finest, right, Chief? Where are you taking it?
Believe it or not, I actually got a nice little Cowboy stat of the day for you. We also have the most interesting man in the league residing in this division, and what is a metaphor next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's the third and final hour of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Sands is in already. We have his insider report coming up, a Rangers preview in about 15 minutes. And in the meantime, we got an edition of The Finest with Eric Chiafalo. Take it away, Chief.
Thank you very much, 877-881-1053. If you could have any type of smell or aroma that would be the smell of a food, what would be your choice of food that you would want turned into some type of cologne? I thought this was a ball sacking yesterday. I didn't even run with this story yesterday because Will Levis is apparently teaming up for a mayonnaise cologne. I thought it was a big joke. I thought it was like, yeah, Michael Strahan closed the gap in his teeth. Ha, ha, ha. We all know it's April Fool's.
Yeah, I thought it was like a Hellman's commercial, and they were just saying, oh, he's now got some kind of cologne to associate with this, but really it was just a Hellman's mayo commercial.
Apparently for $8, you're going to be able to buy a cologne. Like, there's actually going to be a fragrance here. And this is Hellman's mayonnaise and Will Levis of the Tennessee Titans coming together for what is potentially the single most weird and disgusting and ridiculous cologne of all time.
It's absolutely not mayonnaise. You know, I caught a whiff of that today when I was making Abby her turkey sandwich for her first day back to school.
Oh,
and
nice.
It was disgusting. Okay. I mean, I could consider mustard, but I'd venture right into the sweets, either chocolate chip cookies or cinnamon rolls, to answer your question.
Ooh,
I thought you were going to go like some
bread?
barbecue.
Ooh, bread, yeah.
Little bread spray. Like if you could smell like one
spray.
food, you would want like a nice sourdough out of the oven. I got respect for that, Broadus. I love coming home when my wife makes some bread.
I was thinking even, man, jeez, I love the smell of garlic and onions cooking together when you saute them. But that would probably be a terrible smell.
It's a fine
That'd
line.
probably be a terrible smell. Yeah, but I think bread would probably be mine. Bread would be that or brownies. Brownies, I think, would be a good one.
Any baked
Yeah,
goods.
smell like a brownie.
That's going to be a delectable aroma. But like barbecue, you get the smoker going.
Yeah, a lot of those
You can do that if you go to Hurtado. You can go in there and that smoke.
It's
gets on there.
incredible smell.
And you can walk out and you're in the car and you're looking at each other like, wow, we just ate here, but we also smell like the place.
Yeah, whatever that Berea
yeah,
juice
that's good.
is, I might just want to put that in. I'd spray that on.
Have
my
we
neck
said
there.
that right yet? By the way,
probably not. Probably not.
And maybe at one point.
I would
Clearly, Berea.
Berea.
How did I do? How did I do, Tex?
That sounded good. That sounded really good.
I don't want to try it again. That was probably your best effort to this point.
Berea.
Somebody texting in movie theater popcorn. Coated. I'd be totally down with that.
Theater popcorn's good smell.
That butter's incredible. Any type of
I don't know, man. You go to a movie theater.
What's that? What'd you say, Brian, about a
The movie theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie theater popcorn. I don't know
Pretty
about
good.
that.
It's an incredible smell. Take a stroll in there. They got the
You don't
butter.
even go to the movie theater. Come on.
I don't know. Smells like overly buttered things.
Gingerbread wouldn't be too bad, says the 469. That gets a little, sometimes it's a little too strong of a smell when it comes to the gingerbread, but I get where you're going with that. I think the breads, the baked goods, bacon. Heck yeah, dude.
Bacon.
A bacon spray. That would work for me. I'd be down with that. But apparently, if you're into the mayonnaise, the same way that Will Levis is, you're gonna be able to get a mayonnaise cologne fragrance for only $8. So we'll see what that does for your Riz game a little bit. It'd probably be big in the big parts of the country. Maybe cruise through heavy set area. Maybe them gals would come running for you. If you're into that type of thing. Okay, 877-881-1053. Which city, state, or just area in the country that do you think you could pull the most women in by wearing the mayonnaise cologne? I would love to know
Houston.
the Tolo's thoughts on that. Seeing a quote here before I give you the Cowboys stat of the day. Micah Parsons talking about Marshawn Kneeland, the rookie defensive end.
Yeah.
Who's been playing pretty well. He said, Micah says, I think he's a young Cam Jordan. He's got that dog in him.
I love that
He's got
comp.
unteachable characteristics.
He plays a similar type of game because Cam Jordan also, he was more of that 5-tech, like 3-4 defensive end.
Yeah,
taking
thicker
on-
body, 285,
Yes. But
290.
Nealon's wide like that too. So I think that's actually, I saw that yesterday. He was talking after practice. I like the comp with Cam Jordan.
Yeah, I can see the physical, the physical traits make plenty of sense with it. And then when you look at the career highlights and stuff for him, that's a first-team All-Pro guy. One time in his career,
He might be the most underrated
two-time
defensive
second
lineman
team.
over the last decade.
Yeah, 2010's All-Decade team. Great character too. Oh, absolutely. His jokes, his locker room stuff, legendary. Probably 5 or 6 years with double-digit sacks, 12, 13, 15 and a half one year. If you get that, you'd be jumping for joy.
Hell yeah.
Sean Sharif just texted in.
You would wish Nealon is half that good.
Yeah, you. That's a big win if he is.
Oh, it'd be an absolute home run. That'd be the type of guy you'd be like, if we took him in the first round, we'd be happy with that. But I thought that was nice. And then the stat of the day here is apparently the Cowboys coaching staff reviewed individual performances from like the start of training camp to now. And they have like all these different trackers and stuff. And it turned out Brandon Cooks either scored a touchdown or was credited with a big play on 2 of every 3 of his receptions in practice. So 2 out of every 3 times Brandon Cooks touches the ball in training camp, he's either scoring a touchdown or it's what they're calling a big play, which I'm guessing is at least 15 yards, maybe 20 yards. So, hey, man, Brandon Cooks, with the way he finished the season last year, now seeming like he's kind of picking up where he left off there, and he's had to be
kind of wide receiver one here without CeeDee Lamb. He's clearly making some plays. And when we were out there, he was consistently.
He was very, very good. And even last year when he wasn't producing, it wasn't to his fault. I mean, he was getting open. He just wasn't getting the football. So the knock on Brandon Cooks, I've never really understood.
I feel like CeeDee's going to get double-teamed constantly. If you can figure out a way for that to be big plays in space or one-on-one for Cooks, that's doing it right.
940 says, I worked at a popcorn factory for 3 years. Trust me when I say you do not want to smell like popcorn all day. So that's just
felt the same about KFC.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Yep,
Subway stench would take away the bread.
Green Bay women would love the mayo fragrance. Maybe Broadus can confirm that, but the 214 is alleging so. 817, Wisconsin and Nebraska would probably go for the mayo cologne.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah. They love their corn as well in Nebraska.
Yeah, he said that the ladies would think you're a nice little elote treat. San Antonio's being suggested, plenty here. Alabama for the mayonnaise. Then the 817 says Denton loves that mayo.
Okay.
Dukes for life.
I think you should probably throw in Kentucky as well.
Alabama makes a lot of sense because don't they have that white sauce that they use for their barbecue?
They do.
You ever seen that? It's made out of mayonnaise. Like they instead of using a brown sauce or they use actually a white. Like they'll coat their chicken in it. Like they'll dip their chicken in that Alabama white sauce. And it's like a famous thing from that area.
Yeah, that's where they do the Alabama Hot Pockets. There's so many different lines of cuisine that work with that sauce. It's amazing. I would say the maple syrup though has come in strong from the 469, and that has to be the cologne of choice if you're really getting down to it. Maple syrup?
Yes.
My goodness, dude. There's nothing better than the pancake situation, and here comes the syrup doused over the steamy pancakes.
Man, I think I've told the story before, but growing up, we would have our blankets, as little kids, and a staple was to get the favorite part of your blanket. You would take the corner of your blanket at breakfast, and you would dip it in syrup. That way, when you're hanging out all day, you could just let it dry. You go play and let it dry, and then you would just smell the favorite part of your blanket.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
That is
like yesterday.
Absolutely a
Try
heady
to get
play.
Abby in on it.
Really?
This kid just doesn't. They didn't have the relationship with the blankets like we did in the 80s.
Well, one of my brothers had a blanket issue that it's like, dude, you're 23 now. Okay, get that blanket out of your nose.
It's my whoopee. Thank you,
whoopee.
Chief.
Yeah.
In addition to the finest most afternoons at 5 o'clock, we're now 20 minutes away from Rangers pregame, and Jared Sandler joins you next to talk about the day of Rangers news and how we can get this thing turned around next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And Jared's Rangers preview is brought to us by Blue Nail Roofing. As Jared in studio now, pregame coming up in just 10 minutes. The finale in Boston. Jared, how the heck are you?
What's up?
Well, tell me, 4 injured pitchers. It's just unbelievable the timing of how all this fell apart on them. What is the latest on these guys, though?
Yeah, I mean, they went from, hey, we've got all the depth in the world to
holy smokes, we got to try and fill out a rotation, and that's how this works, right? But Nathan Eovaldi threw a bullpen today. That went well, apparently, and I believe he's set to start on Saturday, so that's good news. Max Scherzer had a nerve block injection. I saw Eric playing Tetris earlier. I don't know if that's like one of the cubes. Is it nerve block? Is that the square one or the?
I don't know. I don't know the names of them. I didn't know they had names.
No, I don't either. But maybe
places.
Oh, just the way it works.
Yeah,
that's a thing.
No, you were checked out. That's all right. So Scherzer's feeling better from the nerve block injection. Hopefully, we see him soon. Jake Latz is going to throw a bullpen tomorrow, and then John Gray threw a bullpen today. That apparently went well, and we could see him soon.
Like potentially dominated it.
I've heard that these are some of the very best bullpens ever. Who had the best bullpen of all time, though?
It was DeGrom.
DeGrom. That's what CA said last year.
It was. Was it? Yeah, it must have been last year. Yeah, it was last year's.
That's how you know
dominating the bullpens.
That's how you know that you know what's going on when you can declare that it's one of the best bullpens you've ever
It's
seen.
just the way the ball hits glove.
The bullpen
sounds different.
is dominant. It would probably be the best bullpen I'd ever seen.
Yeah,
Chandler, to be honest
listen, let me tell you something. Jacob deGrom bullpen is actually like
that one is dominant.
I'll watch bullpens in spring training, especially some of the new pitchers, just to see what it looks like. But like, for the most part, I wouldn't say that like watching a bullpen is like riveting stuff. If you've seen it a bunch, you can give me Jacob deGrom bullpens. I'll take those. Those are fun.
Jared, so we're getting new rankings when it comes to some of the farm systems, and then just the minor league rankings. Rangers have had guys that we know, like Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter. They're not part of this anymore. Who's the player now to kind of get excited about if you're fans that are coming up the pipe when it comes to the minors, like AA Frisco, wherever it might, like Kumar Rocker? I think people know.
I'd say,
but outside of that,
Kumar Rocker, I don't know that Jack Leiter gives you the excitement of like a 1 or a 2 right now until he proves otherwise. But like, you shouldn't give up on Jack Leiter. Like, he went from having a bad year in AA last year to a really, really good year in AAA this year, right? He's just, so what? He's not 23 and Paul Skeens. Like, that's just, but that was never the comp. That was never realistic or never what was expected. I think Sebastian Walcott is years away. Anthony Gutierrez years away. Those two guys, are exciting. And a guy who I think you might see sometime between now and the end of the year is Emiliano Teodo, who is a guy who could end up in the bullpen, but I think definitely has the chops to be a starter, throws hard, and is definitely fun to watch.
What about Rocker for this year?
Yeah, so there are a few things here that come into play. How much time do we have? Well, what's our out?
We got 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
5-minute answer.
Yeah, I won't do that, but
you could.
I think in a weird way, the Rangers maybe not being in a playoff race could hurt the chances of that, because there's not the incentive to bring him up as a reliever, which is what I think could have happened. Maybe they bring Kumar Rocker up as a multi-inning relief weapon to bolster the bullpen down the stretch run. Whereas now they might think, okay, well, let's just let him continue to grow as a starter and get him to build innings up and whatnot. Now, maybe after the AA or AAA season's end, maybe they call him up and say, hey, we want you to get more innings because, he's hurt and they just want to build him up. That's possible. But the one thing from a procedural standpoint that, could impact their decision is they don't have to add him to the 40-man roster until they call him up, to either start the season next year or whenever, right? So they don't need to add him to the 40-man roster this offseason to protect him from the Rule 5 draft. And so sometimes the team's not going to put a guy on the 40-man roster just for 2 weeks if they can save that spot. Because what happens is you've got guys on the 60-day IL who are not currently taking up a 40-man roster spot who will then have to when the season ends. You can't have guys on the 60-day IL through the offseason. And so it really just depends when they look at their organizational roster and the guys who they're going to have to add to protect them from the Rule 5 draft, how many of those guys need to go on the 40? And they're gonna put this puzzle together, right? So they might say, hey, you know what? We're good. We got a spot for him. We'll throw him on there for 2 weeks, see how he competes at the major league level. And hey, Kumar Rocker, opening day roster next year. Let's work towards that. Or they might say, hey, we don't have to rush this. We'd rather have the flexibility of the 40-man roster spot that he would take, and then we'll go to spring training and see where we're at.
How much of a silver lining is it that the Rangers might be playing themselves into a top 5 draft pick?
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about it. I sadly looked at the standings
Tankathon
when I got home last night, see where the Rangers are, and they're working towards a top 10 pick. And remember, there is a lottery system now, so they could. That's why they got Wyatt Langford. They jumped up in the lottery. They were not the fourth worst team in 2022, but they were able to move up because of the lottery. So, I mean, hey, if you're not going to make the playoffs, why not, right? Now, it's not like you went into this year hoping that was the case. You were kind of thinking you wouldn't be in that spot for a while, but unfortunately, that's the way this season's unfolded. And unless the Rangers can make some kind of a miraculous run to get back in this, you're not going to make the playoffs. So, may as well get the best pick you can.
Could you imagine the Rangers putting in some players on waivers similar like we've seen with Brock Burke, and like would they be dumping to maybe have money for the upcoming offseason, or would that just be we're just trying to get rid of as many salaries as possible?
Yeah, I think I hate to say it, and I'm not versed enough on the financial situation and the future and the projections, but it might be, let's like Nathan Eovaldi. If they were to waive Nathan Eovaldi, that's 1 month of, his salary that you get back, which is, a couple $1 million, and maybe that helps you towards future tax, luxury tax threshold implications, right? So there could be some strategic reason for that, based on what the projections are for next year. But, you certainly hope that's not the case. But yeah, it would simply be to, get off some money, I guess, for the rest of this year going into the offseason.
Looks like Paul Skeens is going to play against the Rangers next week. Is that something that's on your radar? Is that exciting?
Yeah, Livy Dunn coming to the ballpark also could be on the radar. Right? That'd be kind of cool. Maybe I'll shoot a TikTok video with her.
Yeah, we got to get her a part of the halftime.
I could help elevate her platform by
absolutely,
my 600 TikTok. I don't even know if I have one.
She can leverage you and your followers to
right, exactly.
Get a dance going.
Smart play by her.
Yeah, I think so.
Pregame with Sands is just 3.5 minutes away right here. His Rangers preview brought to us by Blue Nail Roofing. Have a great night, sir.
Hey, you guys too.
Rangers in Boston trying to salvage one. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Thanks to Broadus live in Oxnard, California. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, we'll be back at it with a 4.5-hour show as the Rangers take on the Twins. You're going home with the nation. At ease.
Hey, everyone. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular. The guy...